else, anything, diabetes.
So she went up the first night and did her fucking act. And she said that she went to college and got roofied and raped. And they call it roofie, like they have to give something that cute, a fucking something that bad, a cute name, right? Roofie. She sold, you know what I'm saying, like she did her act, right? And then they show her standing out there by herself, and nobody's talking to her. And then Maria Villaseñor, saying that line, was there, and she went up there and did impersonations. She was getting people, she was giving away buttons. So, what's his name? Pete Holmes was sitting there, he's watching all this. And he goes, wait a second. So he ran across the street to a gas station to look for something to give away after the show so people would stop by him. And it said, the shirt said, gas it up. So he went back and signed. He bought a bunch of shirts for $2 a piece. And he signed them. And he wrote a joke about the shirt. So he went out there, he watched what was working, and he did it. He didn't do his act. You know what I'm saying? Like he watched what was working. Hi guys, college kids, you know. The little guys cut duct tape and the kids are laughing, and he was doing material that college kids laugh at. Right. And then afterward, he wrote a joke, but he did an Arnold Schwarzenegger. He ended with an Arnold Schwarzenegger impression. Yeah, he says, gas it up. And afterward, he got like 6, 8 colleges. People loved him. He did great. And in the room, she confronted him. And she goes, I fucking love dating the guy that took a dump on fucking stage tonight. And what it means is that a lot of comics come here. Bro, I know 20 comics that I saw on the road. So I'm like, these motherfuckers are going to be stars. But they moved to LA and they take advice from their agents. Yeah. And they start writing material to sell a TV show instead of writing material that comes from their heart, what they really, really say. Because what comedy is your world colliding with another world and how you live in it. That's it. How you see it. That's what comedy is. How I collide with the world. You know what I'm saying? That's a stop sign. You can stop or you can fucking go through it. You know what I'm saying? Like in comedy, you need that little je ne sais quoi of rebel in you. There's got to be a little, you gotta have that touch. There's got to be a little original rebellion in you. It was a great episode because you played for them. You didn't do your act. And what did he say? This is a Korean movie, which a lot of people have done in colleges. They do great. Colleges pay great. It's a great living. But like I said, you can't live like that. It's like being an actor on a ship. I have nothing against it. It's a fucking living. Yeah. The ship I could do, but I couldn't. I remember going to NACA in Nashville, and I ate it, bro. But I did my college. I did my shit. I booked a couple of them. Did you like doing it? No, I didn't like it. Let me get some shout outs real quick. My man D from Colorado who showed up at 22 pounds. I'm sorry I didn't get to see you, John E. McClain. Rasta Jeff, you bad motherfucker. Brian Allen. Christopher Merriman. Jimbo Slice. Benzo. Omar Rodriguez. And my man Jack Shipway. And I really want to give a shout out to Denver for fucking coming out and supporting. That meant the world to me, guys. They were great shows. We went up on Saturday night. How'd you feel, Nate? Oh my God, it was amazing. That's awesome. It was just crazy being on that, because I've heard about that stage for years, and then I know Rogan filmed a special there, and it was crazy. It was an amazing experience. That's awesome. And then, it was just because I know I'm very lucky with the audience that they're going up in front of. Like the reaction I'm getting isn't for what I'm saying necessarily. Yeah, they're excited to see you though. Like you've heard that, they're excited to see you. Yeah, you got me in that club, man. The one out there. Thank you. Yeah, she's a nice lady. Yeah, they're good looking. It's a great club. Yeah. It's been there for fucking since I started, and it was there 10 years before I started. Wow. And she does a great job with the club. If you look at the lineup when you're there, it's a great variety. You notice something differently this weekend? Well, I noticed, like the opener and the host change, which is weird. I've never seen that before. Did you notice about the feature and the host? They were all very good. And diverse. They were from the area. And They were younger. They were clean.
Really?
She knows.
Oh.
See, people think that I want a guy in front of me cursing.
Right.
She knows that already. She understands that Wendy is a fucking genius where other people, that's why you have to bring a feature or something. You know, there's just a bunch of clubs that they pay you up with their favorites.
Yeah.
Because they're dirty. And now the people hear 3 comics saying fuck.
Yeah, it's a rap.
Wendy's a genius. You understand?
I didn't
That's
get
why I don't want to do dirty shows.
Right.
Because I'm the headline of the 10 comics going up there and being dirty.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the worst, man.
That's it. Yeah, that's it. So she's brilliant. You didn't catch that.
No, I didn't see them.
They didn't say fuck. That's why the audiences were so good. Because she's brilliant. She knows how to book a fucking room.
Run them out before.
And she puts heat in front of you. Like, that's one of the scariest rooms in the country because those guys got headliners that are in town that week.
Wow.
Like, a lot of times, you know, when I was opening up down there, like when I first started going down there, you went down there on a Thursday. Ooh, you gotta follow Todd Jordan, Rick Kearns, Lori Callahan. They're all headliners. They're all headliners. Yeah, yeah. And you're going down there as the headliner going, dog, I'm working double quick.
Yeah.
I'm working
I hated that, man. But that put you on the spot. I mean, I had a weekend in Missouri one time where it was like, fuck, this feature is better than me, and I gotta step my game up. You know, he got busted for murder actually a few years ago, though, so he really did. Yeah. But,
what your special cuts?
I'm trying to get, Netflix supposed to come out and see me in a couple of weeks, so we're trying to find a date right now to do that. And if they, you know, if they're interested, then I'll go from there. And if not, then maybe I'll make one myself. You know, or do something. You know, where I'm owning my own shit. So, you know, I'm excited about that. But, you know, I'm hopeful. Right now, I'm just trying to be hopeful and wake up each day. And work hard. Trying to be hopeful. Yeah.
Funny. You're a sweet guy.
Thanks, man.
You forced yourself to the next level by getting clean. It wasn't like you fell off the stage.
Right.
It was something you recognized that needed to be done. You know, when I used to get hot dog, I would go pee and I would look in the mirror.
Yeah.
In the last 10
wow.
years, I would not look at myself in the mirror because I was so ashamed of what I was doing.
Man, that's crazy.
And,
I can totally
I would not make eye contact with the fucking mirror.
Okay.
So, you know, I recently had a guest on here, and I was under the impression that he was sober. And at one point, he went to the bathroom and did a blast. And I was really disappointed because I know as a comic, you can get so far with drugs.
Yeah.
But to take it to that level where you want to, it's better to be conscious of your surroundings and know what's going on. You want to smoke a joint, you want to drink a Heineken, that's great. But you're watching your audiences, you're watching the people that are coming to the shows, you're watching 1,000 things.
Yeah.
You don't really have time to get fucked up when you want to take it to that. This could be in any occupation. Yeah, it's going to work for a while. It always does. Yeah, it always starts off great. It always starts off great.
Yeah.
I'm grateful for me, I'm grateful for my wife, I'm grateful for my baby.
Yeah.
I'm grateful for this fucking podcast. I'm grateful for the people that come to the shows.
Amen.
But I gotta tell you something. I'm grateful for not doing that shit no more at all. I'm really grateful. I did it until I was 44. At least you stopped at 32. I was
Still, man.
I could not imagine the day I would be clean until I saw the Ray Charles thing. The movie Ray, and I was like, that motherfucker that I can't do coke from 61.
Oh, that's scary.
Coke from 61. Where am I gonna go? What are you gonna do? So
my biggest fear is, some chick with a nice butthole and an 8-ball shows up, and that's what fucking spins you out.
No.
That's my biggest fear.
No, you're gonna look at it and see it for what it is. It's a different playing field now, and you'll see it for what it is. You know what, man? There's nothing in the fucking world I want to do than get an 8-ball and stick it in Kate's asshole and suck it out of there with a fucking straw.
Oh, yeah.
Kate is as beautiful as they come, as sexy as they come. I know she's all in.
Oh, I'll suck my own dick if she'll watch.
What would I gain by it? I'd lose a friend.
Yeah.
She's an ally. What would I gain by it? You know what I'm saying? If I'm going to snort up with Emily, Kate would probably push me over the top. If she let me snort a line off her asshole,
Yeah.
I would be all in. But at this point in the game, I can't go back. I made a promise. I made a mad promise. I didn't make a promise to a woman. I didn't make a promise to my father. I didn't make a promise to anybody. I made a promise to the universe, and it paid me back.
Yeah.
It paid me
Yeah, that's what I think too.
stuck on my promise. Nobody had to watch me. I didn't have to go to no meetings. I didn't have to do anything. I made a promise to myself as a man that this is what we're doing from now on. No exception.
Yeah, that's it.
What happens, where, when, and that makes your life a lot easier. Listen, that was my world. Wow. Snorting coke and eating pussy and getting dirty and coming on your face and your tits.
Yeah.
You sucking my balls, putting it in your ass, and then putting it in your mouth. That was my world. That I'm an ugly dude. You know,
Yeah.
I don't have time to date. I was not the dating type that was gonna take you out for 4 dates and then done.
Yeah.
Everybody I met was on a fucking whip. Let's do this shit. Let's do blow. Let's get fucking evil.
Let's forget what happens. Stealing each other's shit, dude. One night I remember being with this girl and this dude. We're all in the same room, but we all stole each other's fucking shit. And so we're all sitting there with each other's like money, pocketbook, purse. Dude took her purse. I took dude's wallet. She took my wallet, right? And all of us are fucking looking for our shit and also trying not to let the other person know that we stole their shit. And finally, it just became like, fuck, you fuck anybody, huh? I didn't fuck anybody, dude. We just fucked. Eventually, she said, look, I'm fucked up and I took this. She got so high. And then dude's like, and I took this. And then I had the fucking last piece, his wallet. And I set it out there. And I'm like, man, we all stole each other's shit.
Listen, I see Michael. You know, those people that you hang out with, shit stealing your wallet when you get high. That's fun.
Dude, that's I'll tell you, one more thing I'll tell you about Icy Mike. This dude, so when acid came to our town, we got a lot of bad acid. You know, I think we would give people would sell, because sometimes acid comes through, you don't know what it is, you don't know who made it. It's $6. It was $6 for a hit. You know, you're gonna be out of, you're gonna be out of it for 48 hours. So this guy, Mike, got bad on some acid, him and his buddy, and then one time he and his family ended up getting in on like livestock, dealing big animals, nothing small, horses, heifers, stuff like that. And he had he gave a bunch of like kind of no-dos or something to some of these animals because they would get them to shit more. And so there was one time where he had like 3 animals all shitting at the same time, right? Yeah. Again, why did he want to do the shit? It was like not a show, but it was like not a performance, but you know what I'm saying? Like, let's watch them shit, Sure. And I went over there one time, dude, and everybody was eating acid, and we watched these cows shit for maybe 15 minutes straight. Like nothing you've ever seen, man. I don't think I want to see that, to be honest. Yeah, you say that. What did the poop look like coming out when you're on acid? It looked like poop, man. But it was just almost seemed magical that you could get all 3 of them to do it at once. And that's the kind of shit that took me to another level, man. And we had this other girl one time, Charlotte, bigger girl, the biggest girl we knew. So, biggest girl we'd ever met. And she ate some acid one time and got locked in this room. And people kept kind of dripping kind of warm water on her all night, bro. Fucked up. Those are the things I miss. Cooked a pizza in a dryer once. What up, so you throwing rocks at fucking invisible animals and shit in the woods? Just, fun, man. Joy.
Crazy friend.
Looking for joy, man.
That's why you're crazy as a comic, and that's what makes you a good comic. That's what makes you a good comic, guys.
I miss it. Yeah, that's the thing about I'm not missing it. Right.
I thought
That's
about
the truth.
night sometimes. I said to myself, well, why couldn't I have control of regular people and just do one line?
Yeah.
You know what, man? Nobody does one line goes out. It always ends bad. It always gonna end bad.
Yeah.
You want to take a bite to one line with him, you want to take a Xanax and have a line, man, and shit. It's probably gonna tear them. it's gonna decrease that anxiety the animal gives you.
Yeah.
But do I really need an oxycontin in my fucking life? Do I need that shit at this point in my life? Those things don't even mean that to me sometimes. Sometimes I eat a Vicodin and I get high. Sometimes I eat one of them good case. It's, I'm pretty fucking safe with the reefer. I don't miss tech.
Yeah.
I miss, I don't have no regrets though. I'll tell you that much. At this point, I had a good time. It happened. There's nothing I can do to take it back. Whether it's time, whether it's anything bad I did, or anything good I did, there's nothing I can do to take it back. That's it.
Yeah.
Peace with yourself at some point, and you accept what the fuck you're gonna be, and that was it. Like I said, I'm very fortunate to even be in this fucking office sitting next to you, but I know that. I never even considered Los Angeles when I started with the company.
Wow.
It wasn't even on my map.
New York only.
No. I didn't even do comedy in New York. At the comedy in New York for 9 months as an open mic, and I knew it wasn't for me. That was a torture chamber. Colorado. People just called you on John stage.
Yeah.
You'd have to show up with 10 people and sell tickets outside. No. That's animal. That's a different type of fucking world.
Yeah.
I developed in a small market. We were meeting each other. People just called you, put you on stage. You could just call people. You have to show up with 20 people. Maybe the guy would say, pass out 50 flyers for me in the parking lot. That was what you had to do. The guy would give you $25.
That's fair.
Yeah,
Yeah, when I came out here, they made us like you had to get. I did a couple of ringer shows. One time I had to pay to go. Yeah, one time I had to pay to go on. But I knew that. I don't know. I didn't know that. I don't know. I knew that I came from a place where I had something to say that other people didn't have to say. Like that's the thing that gets me the most in my comedy. I look around and I'm like, half these motherfuckers don't have a story. Like they don't have any. They're writers. Half these guys are writers. And I like to watch a show. I don't like to watch somebody perform. I like when I see something and I'm like, oh, that person has been through something that I want to know about. Because that's what makes me jealous. Like, I want to be a little bit jealous when I'm watching somebody, of their life, even if the life was good or bad. Sometimes when I see somebody even in a struggle, I'm like, fuck, I get jealous. It's like, I want to be whatever that is, that struggle, whatever it is. If it looks so severe, I want that. I think that's something. Like I remember the first time I met a friend when I was in second grade, and I really remember this. This kid had a stutter. This boy Douglas, Douglas Uval. He had a stutter. He stuttered. And I remember when I met him, I was like, fuck, man, so jealous.
I wish I could stutter.
Yeah, he's different, man. Look at this guy has, man. Everybody I'd ever met up at that point in my life sounded the same. And then Douglas had a stutter, and I wanted to be him. So I would impersonate him. And then the teacher said, you put me in trouble. You're making fun of him. And I said, I'm not making, and I tried to explain my case, but they wouldn't even fantasize it, You're not making fun of him. I'm like, I'm not making fun of him. I want that. How do I get what he has? I don't know. I guess if somebody has something different than me, then I want to be able to experience it. It'll be different if it's real.
Joe would want to be different.
I mean, I think I hated just being myself most of the time. I just hated being, I just felt ashamed. I just felt ashamed a lot. I felt ashamed that I felt uncared for. And it just made me angry, But I didn't know those are the things that was going on. That's all I knew. I just knew that I was uncomfortable.
I always felt to this day, I'm very insecure about a lot of things, but you push ahead, and I think it helps with the comedy at times. Being so insecure, it really does. That rage gets released.
Yeah.
It's an interesting life when you commit to something and comedy is not about being in a comfortable situation. I never, ever, ever wanted to be a cookie cutter person. I always knew that. I didn't want to do what other people were doing.
Yeah, I didn't want that.
I always felt like first started doing coke, I didn't get high for the first year. It wasn't until I started drinking with it that I started getting high. So for a year, Saturday Night Live to me sucked. Like all these people come up to me, oh my God, we go home on Saturday Night Live. We go on Saturday Night Live, and I would go home, and I would go with a baby. A girl would babysit in my neighborhood.
Oh yeah.
And everybody would go over there at 11:30, and they would all be giggling like little fucking idiots. And I'd be sitting there going, I don't get this. But are they playing a trick on me? Like, is this, I'm supposed to laugh at this?
Right.
Like, I'm supposed to like this fucking music because these 20 people in the room, like, it was terrible. Like, I kept seeing that over and over again when I was young, and I'm like, I'm never gonna fucking do that when I get older. If I don't like something, I'm gonna fucking say it, you know? Like, if I don't like something, I'm gonna fucking say it. I would see 20 people, and I thought they'd be putting me on. Like, I'd go to a concert, and I knew the concert sucked. The guy was off that night. But there'd be 20 people, I would say, oh my God, it was tremendous. I did not want to be one of those people at all. Like, it bothered me. And when I see them today, it's the weirdest thing. When I see those people, I know they don't like me. So for 3 or 4 minutes, I feel really insecure about myself. But then I realized I wouldn't want to end up with them either.
Right.
I wouldn't want to be in a room with them either. Like at a dinner party where they, let's take a minute and each say what we're thankful for. Yeah. And some asshole gets up, I'm thankful to be here with all you guys. And everybody says, oh, that's so sweet. That's never been me.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that shit. Just talk to me from the fucking heart. Don't talk to me at all.
Yeah, say what's up.
I was telling Lee for years, I go, why be like everybody else? You know, it's like, this is a hot restaurant, it's a hot breakfast spot. It's eggs.
Yeah.
It's eggs and bacon. It's eggs and bacon. And you want to go stand online because your friends say it's, you know, it's like today we drove past at 9 in the morning to see 15 people standing online outside.
That's crazy.
And I feel horrible. I feel like you don't have a fucking life. You're waiting for fucking eggs and bacon. The breakfast is that much better than that. That's what you tell them. And you will stand in a fucking line. Nothing perturbs me more than that.
Yeah.
We live in a generation that they can't wait to stand online. Oh my goodness. I stood online for 6 hours. Really? I think you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah. Yeah, I never
You
wanted that.
wasted 6 hours of your fucking life. I go to a fucking restaurant, they tell me 15 minutes, I tell them to go fuck themselves. I'm out of there.
Yeah.
I'm out of there. I'm not waiting, not a fucking minute. Especially for eggs and bacon with potatoes and toast.
Yeah, that's basic
That's,
English.
you know, yeah. Somebody goes, it's a great breakfast. They give you so much. I got the spot. I walk in there, I order, my food's ready in 7 fucking minutes. That's what I want. I don't want to wait. I don't want to see nobody. It's like the griddle in Hollywood.
Yeah, fuck that.
Oh,
And they got like a gay hitman out front.
yeah.
And if you're not, yeah.
Fuck them all.
He spray paint his hair on his
I
head.
won't go to no whole diner, but I'll go to that fucking marine tea any day. I like that.
Oh, wait, I was there today. Or I came here.
Marine tea.
Yeah.
You should have called me. I would have gone over.
Oh, that's funny.
Bro, they got the best breakfast in town.
Yeah. Yeah, they just had smoothies over there today. Yeah, and I got there late.
They got smoothies. They got green tea. They got a breakfast. The fucking bacon and the potatoes there will rock your fucking world for breakfast. Will rock your fucking world.
Yeah, I go to Amy and it's over on Moore Park, and we stopped over there after.
Moore Park, that's no, what's the one on Monday?
Or Clifton? What's the one that's just a couple blocks away? What's it across the street? Is that place? Moore Park's pretty close.
Riverside and Moore Park.
Yeah, it's on Moore Park.
I was a movie years ago called, I don't even know about a true story, but an AA meeting that got robbed in the valley.
No.
2 guys robbed the bank and they wanted to do an AA meeting and took everybody hostage until the cops came.
Fuck, that's awesome.
Hours, you understand? The one right here, the popular one. The most popular meeting in the valley is Monday night. That's where all the
Oh, I haven't been to that one.
real people go.
Yeah.
Supposedly it's a small place in Studio City.
That's probably what it is then.
That's probably what it is. It's a small little place in Studio City. I've been to an AA meeting in a long time.
I like them. I just like listening to the stories, man, because it's real. When you hear somebody's story in there, and they're up
It
there.
depends. It depends.
Yeah,
Some
that's
AA
true.
meetings, if you go to AA in Hollywood, it's a fucking nightmare.
You know, guys have been in it for 20 years. Sometimes it's not.
When they have the tattoos of AA and the diamond and they're hugging each other, That's not for me. Leave me the fuck alone. I went to a meeting in Boulder one time. I was in the halfway house. I had to go to a meeting. And I remember one day this fat fucking girl, fucking Marissa, got up. And she's like, oh, my name is Marianne. I don't know how to, I just want to say that last week I was here and one of the men hugged me in a different way. And I just looked like, oh, bullshit. Really wants to hug you or grab your ass, knock it off. You know, people just go there. Some of those meetings, like, really help, but there's people who go there for the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
You know, like I went to
there's some networking.
Yeah. There's people go to AA, especially here in LA.
Yeah.
They go to AA for all the wrong reasons. And there's some like when you go to LA, when you go to LA, when you go to an AA meeting, let's say in Hoboken.
Yeah.
When you go to an AA meeting in Newark, big fucking big difference. You know what I'm saying? Like the quality of people you're gonna see. Like when I first got clean in '85, my teacher, Mr. T, took me to an AA meeting. Oh my God, I had never seen nothing like that before in my life. Fucking the worst coffee in the world.
The worst coffee.
Fucking, you walked out of there and your clothes, you took a walk from the morning, you could smell your clothes, cigarettes. You have no idea what that's like, Lisa. Popping your head up on the floor, putting your feet on the floor, and your clothes are on the floor. And you can smell the cigarette smoke from your fucking clothes, from those AA meetings.
You can smell people's poor choices, man. Dude, that's the one place that makes me feel sometimes like it reminds me of the environment of the neighborhood and the environment that I grew up in sometimes. Some of it's a business, right? Like that place over by that barbecue. Some of these halfway houses are businesses now. So yeah, you're right. That's great. Like, there's an AA business. Then it's a strip mall.
Yeah. They have meetings all day and they report donations, but it's a business. It's a good program. It's a good program. They have a treasurer. It's hard to steal. You know, you're around a bunch of thieves. You can't rob them with AA. There's a bunch of fucks. That's a bunch
you would hate it, man.
Bro, them motherfuckers been stealing for years. They see you coming a mile away. The treasury, that dude, you know, that's why they're in AA. You know, they've been stealing for 20 years. Let these people know where you're going to be the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, I'm in Tacoma coming up. March 15th and 16th, I'm in Tacoma at the Tacoma Comedy Club. And then March 17th, I'm in Spokane at the Spokane Comedy Club. And then April 6th and 7th, I'm in Tampa at the Attic at Rock Brothers Brewing. And you can get those tickets at theovon.com/tour, TOUR.
You big deal, man. I'm proud of you.
Man, I appreciate it, man.
You know, it's your good things. That's all that matters. You're on the path. I mean, I've seen it 1,000 times. They're just going to make you work a little harder.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
They're just going to make you work a little
What
harder.
up, Sonic AD?
Just to test you. Just to see if you go back and do a pill, go back and do a one-night.
Yeah.
Have a drink. And as long as you stay with them, you always beat them. You always got the ace in your pocket.
Yeah.
That's what they want you to do. They want to frustrate you if you don't get a drink.
Yeah.
Don't get frustrated. Just know that you get on stage every day. That's all you need to know. As long as you're covered, everything works out. You know what I'm saying? That's all. As long as you're covered, everything works out. You know, we know we did 12 spots to yourself. You've had a look on your face all day, like you've had a shit. You did 2 buckets, you're okay. I'm fine. You're all spotty and shit.
Yeah, I'm
Listen, you know what I really don't need today. It's because I'm dying here. Wednesday, Danny Brown's a day. If he ain't working, I'm going to eat 29,000 milligrams.
Well, it's all
We might not even do a fucking podcast Wednesday. I don't know when he's come back. Tomorrow we might do, just in case. So prepare. Eat good tomorrow. If I get off work by 5,
I always eat something with dairy in it before I come here because I know like I do have to prepare.
I'll double up on the dairy.
Eat a fucking ice cream off the concrete, baby.
We're eating shit you haven't seen.
Deep, boy.
We're going deep,
We can
boy.
eat some fucking watermelon asshole, boy.
I want to apologize to the people of Huntsville. I had to cancel because I'm taking up dying of me when I move the schedule. The only date I got on the books for March right now is March. The next date I got is March 21st. What is it, February? And my next date is March 21st in Nyack, New York. And the early show sold out. We're taking it out in the late show. It's a Wednesday, so I'm not sure. My flight's early, so I'm not sure. So that's all I got going on. I'm going to sit here and keep writing and keep trying to get it together, see what happens with Netflix or the other people. just hang out with my family. April, I got a couple of gigs. I got Santa Fe, New Mexico, the casino.
Nice.
Andy Delray, and I got what the fuck, Columbus with Kate Quick. They're going back to Columbus for 420.
Yeah.
So that'll be fun and shit like that. That's it. I want to thank Theo Vaughn. I want to thank the Christ Killer for coming to Denver and doing the sets. He did a great job. Most people would have fucking shit their pants. People,
The champ.
the fucking first time he went on stage, when he goes, I didn't know he did kind of the next thing like the room blew up. And I go, now you see why I'm very much. She goes, holy shit. The comments were like, holy shit. So people love it. I'm happy that you went and got on stage and you didn't fall apart. Your legs didn't fall asleep when they do last time.
Oh no, it was like especially the second show was one of the most fun 5 minutes I've ever had in my life. That was crazy. I've never experienced anything like that.
Wow. That's awesome to hear, man. You had to see your face light up when you say that. That's cool, man.
Oh, it's a different feeling because when you guys were talking, I'll be quick, but all I could think about was like I didn't have people like I had a couple friends, but I would do stuff that I saw cool people doing because I'm like maybe then they'll like me.
Yeah.
Like I'll do that stuff. So to have people like genuinely seem to like me and like it's not like 3 people, it's like 300 screaming people. If I feel bad saying it, but it's a great feeling. Yeah, no, it's fun.
Comedy. Put yourself in that position. No, it's really comfortable. You know, I got manager. I want you to put yourself in that position.
Yeah.
You're very comfortable, and you have to get uncomfortable.
You gotta get uncomfortable, dude.
You're 30. That's it.
If you were a slave, would you stay a slave, bro? Or you try to escape?
Absolutely, no escape. Yeah.
Okay. So then you gotta
Let's see.
You gotta do it now.
Put in that work, bro.
I
Give
love
you a
you,
slave fame, too.
Let me
Good slave.
give these 2 people shots out. I'll get you out of here. Like I said in the beginning of the show, you hiring, just posting your position to job sites and waiting and waiting and waiting for the right people to see it. That's not the way to go, all right? You know, there's a big challenge in finding great talent and how you went about it. All right, ZipRecruiter knew there was a smarter way, so they built a platform that finds the right job candidates for you. ZipRecruiter learns what you're looking for, identifies the people with the right experience, and invites them to apply to your job. These invitations have revolutionized how you find your next hire. In fact, 80% of employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site in just 1 day. 1 day. And ZipRecruiter doesn't stop there. They even spotlight the strongest applications you receive, so you never miss a great match. The right candidates are out there, and ZipRecruiter is how you find them. Do me a favor. I don't care if you own a plumbing business. I don't care if you clean toilets. I don't care if you have a corporation. Listen, businesses of all sizes trust ZipRecruiter for their hiring needs. So right now, today, the church, you guys have businesses. You want to hire, you want to look for the best that's out there, try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/church. That's ZipRecruiter.com/church. Again, ZipRecruiter.com/church. This is the way to hire. Number 2, I want to thank Onic.com. They've been my sponsor since day 1 of my family. The supplements are tremendous. I love the protein shake. I love the Shroom Tech Immune, the Shroom Tech Sport. I love all the products they put out. Listen, I don't care whether you try them or not. The Alpha Brain, if you don't like it, it's 100% money back guarantee. So if you don't like it, we don't even want it back. We'll send you the money back. Listen, change your life. Go to Onic.com right now and press in church. Bam! Get 10% off your first order delivered to your motherfucking house. All right, who does that? Nobody. I want to thank my brother Theo Vaughn. What is it, TheoVaughn.com?
Praise God, man. Yeah, I'll be at TheoVaughn.com.
Go to TheoVaughn.com. See what this kid's a real fucking deal. If you don't go see him now, you're going to pay $1,000 to see this kid that you fucking years. So I go see him now. So in 5 years, you go see him and go, listen, I saw you on the Junior. I heard you on Junior's. And then I went to see you 5 years ago. Oh my God, look what, this is the guy you want to go see.
Gang, baby. I'll eat your cousin's dick, son.
Son, I love you, motherfucker. Stay black. Have a great day. And don't forget, they all got to suck your dick at the end of the day.
Amen.
Do your thing, Lee. Kick that fucking mute. Greetings from Podcastville. The Church of What's Happening Now is brought to you by Stamps.com. Listen, these days, you can get everything on demand. Like our podcast, listen whenever you want, when it's convenient for you. Did you know you can even get postage on demand? All you need is Stamps.com. I've been using it for years to send out coffee cups, t-shirts, posters. My wife loves it. You know why? Because it saves you time. Time is money and energy. What I'm going to do is this right now. Go to Stamps.com. Before you do anything else, you click on the radio microphone at the top, the home page, and type in Joe. Again, go to Stamps.com. Before you do anything else, you click on the radio microphone at the top of that home page and type Joe. What I'm going to do is this. I'm going to give the church family a special offer. A 4-week trial. Including postage on a digital scale. So go to Stamps.com, click on the radio mic on the top of the home page, and type in Joe. That's Stamps.com and Joe. Number 2, one of the most interesting products I've received the last week is the Ridge. The Ridge is a minimalist wallet that helps you reevaluate your everyday carry, launched by August 17th, funded on Kickstarter in 2013. The Ridge now resides in the pockets of over 1 million men and women. The RFID blocking wallet is made by 2 metal plates, either titanium, carbon fiber, or aluminum, bound together by durable elastic bonds. The credit card your license is just a penny. It's light and clever for traveling. So what I'm going to do is this is made sleek. It's got metal plates bound together by durable elastic band, so you will lose nothing. It's easy, it's fun, minimal, it's designed to let you ditch your bulky wallet. What I'm going to do is I just want you to go. Do me a favor right now as family, you're going to love it. Go to richwallet.com/church and use promo code church, CHURCH. And what I'm going to do is, today only, I'm going to get you 10% off with free worldwide shipping by going to richwallet.com. So right now, just go to richwallet and take a look. It's one of the most interesting products out there. It's clever, like that. You know, focus stuff. Rich wallet is the way to go. So right now today, I'm going to get you 10% off free worldwide shipping by going to richwallet.com/church. Again, that's richwallet.com/church. Promo code church. Number 3, I just received this in the mail about 4 days ago. And I've been using it. I gotta tell you something.
No, I'm not. I'm right here, dog. How are you? Yes, sir. How are you? Living the dream, baby. Living the dream. How are you? Same day. Same old, as they say. You got it, baby. No news is good news in my neck of the woods. To some extent. Actually, going by would be cool too. Why did you change your name? Why did you change your name? I don't know if that word is very funny, my friend. You might want to go. You might want to go back to your original name. Sonic 80, how you doing, baby? I'm thinking of going to the store. You can follow me on Instagram.
some people will consider it all this shit.
I put you under a warm lamp. I think that's what I would do.
It's not getting creepy. Like, building a hostage. They're building your house.
Hey, calm down and be a good pet. Put your buddy.
Like a chain around his neck with a fucking chain with the wall and stuff like that.
Yeah, but a nice chain, like a gold chain.
I'm not something like all that. Yeah, put a silk out of the thing. You know what I'm saying? It's fucking Thursday, November 8th. Kick this fucking mule. That's as good as it fucking gets, Theo Von.
Ready to go.
Sly the Family Stone coming at you.
Wrestle, baby.
On Thursday morning, when you fucking nuts, 20 to life, no parole. Fresh from Buffalo, New York. You didn't have a fucking, you found a point.
I didn't have it. Dude, I did it. Somebody threw a piece of meat at me on one of those street corners. I don't know if that was quick or not.
No, when is the roll? The roll is cold.
Nobody told me that. I should have come here for the fun.
No, no,
You should be a traveler.
I just know quality and nobody makes it bad. It's like the streets. No.
Yeah, I was disappointed I didn't get that shit. Fine.
Like dumplings, only know it's not cat.
I don't mind a little bit of cat, but you ready? Fox meat?
I don't think so.
Yeah, yeah, fox. It's not much. It's more ligament than muscle, but it's good. You know, fox. Dude, the crazy thing about fox, I was talking about this yesterday to somebody, but we caught a lot of shit though. It was the very animals we live by, like a rodeo, a lot of animals being hit and killed to be buried. You know, the first animals I spend the most time with were animals that have been hit by vehicles. And so I go to the buried. Mostly dogs. What else? I think something else one time this thing was looking down. It was a small bear, bro. And it could have been. Because they have Louisiana black bears, a lot of things, you know. And I'm not saying they're black or anything like that. I'm just saying they happen to be black, as you can see. And they're just, you know, and we would bury all kind of animals that we did. So,
What are you fucking undertake? I see that animal.
yeah, but it was, I don't think it was wild.
It was suffering. Like, what the fuck you do? That fucking works. Charge them clean up to them.
Yeah, but the Department of Public Works, I think, comes for people that are paying taxes. People that, you know, they didn't come us. They had a veterinarian or something, or like something. Somebody used to throw dead animal carcasses in the ditch outside of our house, right? For like 7 years. My mother would call every company with all big animals too. So, Louisiana.
Cats and possums in my neighborhood. All the time. Walk around.
And I wish I would have had that, but we had somebody, they had I guess this person was a veterinarian. That's somebody that deals with animals, helps animals. And so this person would come, and whoever they were at night, they'd throw in dead animals. You know, instead of paying to get rid of them, it probably cost maybe $7 to get rid of, you know, whatever. So those legitimate thoroughfares, they get rid of animals. But this dude out there, you know, chucking them in the ditch, I guess, on his way home. Because our neighborhood was kind of a cut through between like a nice area in town. So,
You never did like a stakeout to see who's throwing animal carcasses?
no, we were out there. Like, we never saw the guy unless he drove by and didn't throw one out because we were out. But then what creek kind of sits next to an animal car? I mean, probably throw it out elsewhere. But anyway, so the yeah, we go out there all the time. My mother would call him, come get the, you know, kids are out there beating each other with people chasing each other with fucking, you know, fucking horse skulls and shit, bro. It was wow. Back in there at that Christmas tea kettle, and he fucking serving Lee a couple cups right there. Why? Big Lee of fart spoons, baby. Welcome to Africa, Lee.
Normally I like all your other sayings. I don't like as much as
Sorry, bud. And I'm just joking about that. I didn't mean that. I would never say that.
Well, it's funny, but people don't take it clean to it. like 2 podcasts that recorded over.
Oh, wow, dude, in some countries, that's like in Japan, that's like buying somebody a scarf. You borrow someone from Japanese day. Oh, dude, yeah.
I'm over here walking.
Oh, he's got the thighs of a fucking kung fu fighter, son. You gotta know different nomenclatures and how to give a hug, bro. In Africa, they hit you with a fucking pipe, bro, if they love you. Come on, bro, get a little air appetizer, bro. Treat your snout to some of that fucking free booty pasta, bro.
Oh my god.
Man, it's so funny, bro. Sometimes when I'm not even joking about when I would need to think about something good, dude, I think about you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think about you, man. I think you
I
just
think about you in the last year, I mean, just the stuff you say randomly. Like, I just want to hang out and, like, listen to what you say during the day to yourself. I feel like it's hysterical.
This conversation
You farted on me. How did
oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Peppermint, they call it there where I'm from. They say, hey, you got a boy over there, little I don't care either, bro. I'll let you hang off my dick like a fucking mountain cat. Not you guys, but I don't have the same relationship with you. I'm friends with him. I wouldn't fuck him. I'd let him touch my dick a little. You know what I'm saying? Around the holidays, bro. Oh, he's a prison ham, this guy, bro. I fucking love that boy. Stealing cards. Yeah.
You never bringing this back. You can't just sit on someone's lap, but they're not gonna let it end and just let them sit it, bro. They're not in prison because they know how to roll back.
Indiana, you're an 8, bro. One female. You're in Indiana, you're a female 8. Oh, yeah. Just mug his dick with your fucking neck.
What does that even mean?
You gotta get out more, get on the internet, bro. You gotta go hitchhiking, man.
I don't want to now.
Yeah.
End of 10.
What school are you in? You doing classes online?
I need to be.
How old are you, buddy? Are you really?
Yeah.
I thought you were like 19. Are you like 30 years old?
Yeah.
Oh my god, bro, my whole perception of you, I thought you were like an intern. Oh wow. That's awesome.
Now you don't like me as much. You like that?
No, it's just different. You ever notice you learn something about somebody you didn't know, you know? Like you see somebody and they're like a lawyer or something, and you realize they're like a sorcerer or something, or they do shady shit, and you see them like ballroom dancing, and you're like, this fucking ballroom dancing. That always takes my brain a minute. But you see a big person and they got their stomach stapled, and now, see, I was at a pool one time, and I used to work on this farm in the summertime outside in Natchez, Mississippi, and they had, and this dude, Don Blankenstein was the pool guy every year, right? He'd come out there, and I keep an eye on him, because that dude weighed probably 700 or 800 pounds, bro. You know what I'm saying? He broke the gate every time he come in, he fucking, he gets in the pool, trust me, nobody's drowning, all the water's out, and the fucking kid is sick and laying right there in the pool. No, he was the guy who came to put the cleaner in the pool. And so, he opened the gate, bro, and every time he walked through it and bring both sides of the gate, he was just, he was gonna die soon, you know, you saw him, you know, so he treated him well. And that's one thing I like sometimes about seeing people, it reminds you how to treat other people. Because you're like, oh, this person isn't gonna be alive very long, so he would be extra nice to him. So, but then Don, one summer, I'm out there laying by the pool, and this skinny guy, you know, could have fit through the gate with 9 minutes, you know, what's up with that? And he comes to the gate, and we're just talking. And I'm thinking the guy's kind of a, you know, peppermint on the drop, you know what I'm saying, a little tip. And it turns out it's Don Blankenstein. He got the stomach necklace, lost all the weight, and he was a different person. It wasn't the same. I don't know, it wasn't the same, but our relationship was never the same as when he lost the weight. I don't know what we're talking about.
It's like when you first get sober.
Yeah.
You know, it's how it grows. The first two words of the person's life is sober. I don't want to be involved in drugs.
Yeah.
I don't want to be sober. Yeah. I never want to be sober. Because my battle, my inner battle, too rough.
Yeah.
I know my limits with cocaine. I know my limits with pills. I know my limits with alcohol. I've known my limits when I was 25. The thing I did after 25, I think, is I wanted to play with my limits.
Right.
You know, when I got locked up, I couldn't imagine a world I couldn't survive.
Couldn't imagine.
I couldn't imagine cocaine. I understand not having a girlfriend. I understand being broke. But I never understood a world where I did not smoke. When I was 25 years old, we could control my.
What did it do for you?
I was in so much pain when I woke up. I didn't know that then. You never know. You go with
Yeah, you don't.
it takes 20 years to look back. You know, I was thinking about it today now. As I was taking a shower. That if I got in a sign back up to college, take a psychology class, I was a psychiatrist. Whatever I had to take, I'd probably be 65. And at 65, I would help so many people, so many people.
Yeah.
Because I went through it.
Yeah.
This is not somebody who studied it. I went through it, wrote about it, looked at it, I think about it. I think about what made you. I broke it down to the macro to the micro.
You can put yourself in there. You can put them in your shoes and vice versa.
When you become a community,
Yeah.
you're not worthy of yourself. It's not going to end well. And in life in general,
Yeah.
forget about accounting, life in general, if you're not brutally honest with yourself, it's not going to end well. You have to be brutally honest, and a lot of people can't be honest. Brutally honest with yourself. This is not going to work. You know, it's like I want like 27, 29.
Like what fat? Like
28 to 30. I had made a decision.
Yeah.
But I also had to make a decision about the hell I was living in. I was living in this party out. Okay, drugs, where I would be clean for 3 days, and then snap one night, and done with somebody for the last time. I wasn't one of those pussies at parties I was talking about. By this time, I was partying by myself. And this went on for maybe a year and a half.
Yeah.
I think by 1995 and a half, like they say, fucking junkie.
Yeah.
I had two decisions to make. I could either be a junkie and keep fighting. But the reason why I became a comic was to be a junkie. I read that little book. And that's the reason why I got into comedy. So if I'm going to get into comedy, let's make a deal. I'll do cocaine 3 times. That's how it started. I just came to terms.
Wow. So you're thinking I'm gonna get into comedy so I can do cocaine?
I was thinking I was going to get into comedy to have a life. I read that book. I slept with strippers, jazz musicians, and I was content with that. And you know that book, Coming Up Being Rich. Okay, no part of that book. They talk about being rich. They talk about money. Chelsea Hotel. They just talk about being what's happening. And at that time, that's all I wanted. I'd been through a terrible marriage. I had already done crime. So I was just seeking to be happy. But I knew I had a bed inside.
Real get a deviant soul. Your soul pretty sounds like kind of bifurcated.
I was living, you know, this wasn't who I was. I was a nice Catholic boy who had believed in heaven and hell, and I had a belief system.
Your side didn't match all the behavior.
Right. Inside, nuts, that's an attitude.
Yeah.
Now I had to have that come from the drugs. Fuck you. This is who I am. I've accepted it. And whatever happens, happens. That's it. No fucking big deal. Yes, they're big
One Easter egg again. They found one, huh? We found the neck, boy. Welcome to Easter, bro. Y'all killed Jesus, here he comes back, boy. And he brought a dirty bag of fucking fake hams out of a fucking cave. Yeah, boy. It smells like fucking Thanksgiving night in a prison shower. I can't even imagine. Oh, under a walk 30 hours in a 24-hour day. What are they going to do up here?
They're trying to see the Salvador, Salvador right now doesn't have good places to live.
It's sad, man. Yeah, my father's from Nicaragua. You know that my father.
Yeah, if you know anything about Central America, I know that your Salvador the prices are high. They're killing people down there. You know, there's a lady who I talk to me time to time. She tells me she goes away for Christmas time. And she has a house down there, but she can't retire down there. Because they just kill you on the streets. She was over or something like that. That's why I don't know if it's Salvador. I'm just right.
Right. But yeah, if that's your neighbor, things can be great where you are. That's a neighborhood community. That's heartbreaking.
It's a different, you know, it's like when you read the ViralRabbi. All the streets are filled with animals. This guy that was called some shit. The guy was on the shop. Talking about a hospital. You know, that's something where, advice. The second, third,
Is that the book?
Oh, wow. Yeah. Jesus. Is it a magic trick? Okay. What are the little boys? They're chilling.
They're like fucking assassins.
Oh, really?
Assassins. Fucking hugs with their family. It's the sun. That's how I was the block. I use kids. But, yeah, you went to 4 kids. Had no options. Just a little bit of $1,000 bucks. You should have killed one of those. Just like that. No questions asked.
But it gave them a feeling of purpose.
You know, money talks, bullshit talks. I can close smoke up your ass. That's right.
Black boys and
Get out of that situation.
growing up in bed, right? He could have been fucking 13, he could have been probably 16 or fucking 50, right? I don't know what he was. But he always drove, he had a 5.0 Mustang, you know, or 5.0 on the side of it or whatever. I don't even remember if it was a fucking, bigger than, you know, a Pontiac Renault or whatever. I don't know what it was. But he always had these 2 girls, bro, sitting on the back of him. And that dude was a kid, you know, whatever he said when I was a kid, because to him, he was a kid. He had a monkey, a piece of shit Mustang, but he had a dope Mustang, you know. He was a champ. He was a chick who had like daiquiri drinks, bro. Every now and then he'd floor it, one of them rolling out the fucking back right of the trunk. I don't know. I didn't care. But if he would have said something, like like when I was a kid, I would have done anything he said because he hung out with us. He spent time with us. You know, he threw the football around with us, and he was a good guy. You know, and I still think he is a good guy. How old were you? Maybe 7, 8, 10, 12 years. But he like could drive. He had like he had a car. He had women. He had he had things that when you're an adolescent, 12 years old, 11 years old, you see that you're like, oh, this guy has mobility. This guy has ability. This guy has women. He has everything. So anyway, I'm just saying I can see how sure, you're not thinking about anything else for that age, and you have nothing. Not saying it was.
If I was 17,
No, I think it's got something to do with it.
there was a bunch of guys that was going to run in particular. They drove a Corvette, made an amateur. What the scam was, what happened to you? The other half of those days,
Oh yeah,
get a boss that would tell you, lay off 6 months.
party cripples they used to call them by us.
Take book or sell coke. That's a great living because you make 1,600 a month already. You sell coke, this guy drives a Corvette. He was a piece of shit. He was a piece of shit.
He probably was.
He was a piece of shit. He didn't have no career.
Right. He wasn't a role model.
His girlfriend owned the business, and she had money. I remember how that appealed to me for about a month. And I was like, there's no appeal to that. I want my own money.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you learn your life. Like, for a month, he impressed me. He had a girlfriend that paid the bills. And at that early age, he impressed me. Because he ain't paying the fucking bills. Not that I could pay the bills at that time. I didn't pay no bills when I was 40. But it's just crazy the people that you look at. And impressed me. You know, it's like, watch those fucking movies and watch that Empire. So, you're watching Empire and the worst drug movie in the world. But it's on BET and some other 20 movies. That's always on 7 and 9. You got a spot at the store till 30.
Oh yeah.
And you got no choice but to watch it because there's nothing else on fucking TV. It's either that or Bull Racing Live from Bulgaria. It's some shit. And there's one scene where a guy goes up to John Leguizamo from the street drug dealer. And he goes up and he's like, hey man, can I cut you a deal? And he went, I want this PlayStation. I'm walking behind John goes, how much is it? He goes, it's $300. Kid goes, $300. Kid was what he goes, no, it's $299. So I'm giving you the money, but you gotta do stuff.
Oh yeah.
You gotta clean up my car, stuff you got. You know, it's time what he has to do. Rides the game, showing how you know, those kids grow up wanting to be a junkie.
Oh yeah. Just right, because that's the first person they get. First person. Yeah. That's interesting. Your first influence. How did that? Yeah. When that first influence is not your dad, how much that influences you? That's interesting.
It's really good. It happens now. It happens when they hear. But it happens when you're a young man.
Yeah.
I was confused. Fuck was 21. At 21, I was confused. Fuck.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want to work. I wanted a fucking car. I wanted money. And I wanted bitches. And I wanted where's the work journey?
Sure.
And I really thought that the fucking bird apple was just going to drop it off my door.
Wow.
Like, I could look at both in the eye right now. I had no idea what hard work. I was a lazy person.
Right.
Once a month, I try to put something together so I can hang out the bar on the daytime. That was my deal to the day. Because I didn't have to work in the daytime.
Do you ever think that, like, you wanted to, have like a, like a, you ever think that you wanted to have a, fuck man, I forgot what I was gonna ask you.
what happens when you get sold. You get retarded. What you go to college for to get stupid. That's like fucking Michael Corleone.
Damn, man, I couldn't have any ideas coming to my head, man. No, I think it's funny how, what your influencers are, the person you see do this or that. But then, sometimes you are able to see past that. Like, there's some people, we had this dude by us, like, and this guy now runs a tree company, right? This guy sent him on. And he had they used to do this thing where they had a lot of sinkholes. I grew up around a lot of sinkholes. And you'd have somebody behind you receiving somebody fucking never find. Fucking, you could knock, like, you could knock on somebody's door and next day their whole fucking house is gone. It's like, I grew up in a lot of Louisiana, like half of it's sinking. It's like a sinking environment. Covington, Louisiana. Covington's about 50 miles north of New Orleans.
That's it.
Yeah.
They get affected by the treatment.
Yeah, everybody lost their roofs. That's a big, like over there, the houses didn't fall down, people lost their roofs.
So when you were growing up, what was Covington like? Was it a fucking deathbed? Was it projects?
No, it was
Parents have a little bit of money, enough to sustain.
No, my dad was fucking old as fuck, dude. I think he was always sitting on the couch. He used to go drink at this bar called Tony Padoni. He would take me over there during the day. The lady would see how many chocolates I could put in my mouth. One of the bartenders back there. Yeah, and it was fucking big. My mother dressed as poorly, man. I don't know where she learned to dress. I got an Indian shop at like a Native American catalog.
What up, Anatoly? How are you doing? That's what I like to hear, baby. That's what I like to hear. Very nice. That's exciting. Knock yourself out, big dog. There you go, baby. Do what you gotta do.
Sometimes I won't even bump the car, just like reaching out. Open the narrow car up. He used to be like a travel agent. He did a lot of like sign people up for cruises and stuff between Vallarta, between Mexico and America, and Central America.
What are you showing me? Oh, the magnets. Let's see them. Exciting. Very cool. Is that going to fit?
I used to pray at night. Now I just needed to get her out because I want to have her faith. I wasn't really still alone a lot. With that fucking Christmas that fucking Star of David, that air calamari, right?
accidentally buy strawberry? You accidentally buy strawberry?
No.
Oh, that's so
Mexican chocolate. The Mexican chocolate. Not bad either, but it's $27.
the Mexican chocolate. You can put a nice fucking I still have a question like that.
The carrot.
What's up with this guy? What's about you run the corner every 3 times in 30 minutes? Can't think of which.
What is that? A joint? That's so tight. Finders keepers, dog. Dude, that's yours. That is the way to start the day. Take it. Oh, absolutely. That's good karma, man. That's for you giving away all your cryptocurrency. Oh, wow. They look really good. Oh, it looks like ABC7. 1,000%. 100,000%. 100,000%. It's ABC7. That looks so legitimate. I mean, wait, leave it straight on so I can see it. Man, it looks like ABC7. That's so good. Like a legitimate vehicle.
That's true. So I would be table. My dad would have me on the table, and then people come over, and I would start barking at them, get them to come over, hey you, guy with the nice haircut or something, or black girls a lot of times.
Dude, that's good karma. You gotta take advantage of that now. Absolutely not. Hope it's something good. Hopefully somebody laced it with something nice. Yeah, man. I don't think it's thick enough, dog. It doesn't fit, does it? I could tell it's not thick enough. You need like a regular standard microphone. Yeah, there is a way. You want to know how? I mean, there are a lot of ways. You could glue it. What I would do probably is put some clay in there and just like putty, you know what I mean? And just a little bit just to make it thick enough. You could also use a type of foam. You just need it to be tight enough, a little tighter. That looks good. That looks real.
So he came down first. Right away, I got this job.
Hey, dude. Hold on a second. Can you hear me? Before, I would not drive around with those things on your car without washing the car, because they'll fly off and you'll lose them. If your car has any dirt on it, you want to make sure to wash it and wash the back of the magnet so that you get the best adhesive. Does that make sense? So long as you're not going super fast. I mean, so long as you're not going super fast. All right, then you should be okay. If your car's pretty clean, then I guess you should be okay. But if it has, like, do you have salt there? But you have, like, dirt on your car from, like, the border, right? Pardon me? Okay. Just, if your car bounces around or anything, you got to be careful. Anatoly, can you hear me? Can you, does Texas have a hands-free phone law? You don't know? Like, can you text and drive in Texas? No way. So it's not like a statewide law? Wow. Oh, really? I'm gonna look it up right now. Dude, it's been illegal in Texas since 2017. Texting and driving.
That is coming out of my eyes. Plus the sweat flow. But now I'm making $6,000-7,000 a month selling fucking selfies in the mall every fucking day. And now you understand all the so my point is that how you play the right when you say that the system will be get them better.
Hi, Mrs. Harveston. This is Michael Rothschild returning your call. If possible, give me a call at 949-279. Hi, Miss Harveston. This is Michael Rothschild. At your convenience, please give me a call 949-279-2217. 949-279-2217. Thank you. It looks good. No, you need the box. The box helps. No, that was stupid. You should just get a properly fitting microphone. Just glue it. Perfect. Get some like expanding glue and you'll be fine. Is it rechargeable? I do. I understand what you're saying. That happens. That happens. You're young. You're putting a pussy on a pedestal, dog. I don't know. I guess if you're yourself and she doesn't like you, then she's not the girl for you. No, you're not. You're just, I don't know. Bruh. Do you like sriracha? I can't see. Yeah, I mean, it should be that easy. How you living, baby? It looks really good. Agreed. Anatoly, if you really want to sell it, you really need an ABC hat. Just like an old ABC hat. That would really sell it. Get one on eBay, just an old ABC hat. And then you look like an experienced filmmaker. I'm going to find one for you. Dude, they have a bunch of them. You could get an ABC News one. That would be great too. Let me see if they have that. Yeah, they have like staff pullovers and stuff. Oh, dude, there's this one. Dude, there's this one that's perfect. Can you see it?
few months after he got into Congress, Matt Gaetz asked a young woman to join him and 3 others on a 3-day trip to the Florida Keys. That woman specifically, at the time, had been receiving payments for sex from Matt Gaetz' close friend, Jill Greenberg. They're not friends anymore, supposed to. But the text messages described said that the then freshman congressman appeared to message a woman asking if she was flying a private plane with Keys for a trip with Gaetz, 3 other women, and 1 man. Gaetz said, "Hey, any interest in flying on a private plane to the Keys May 19th or 21?" The woman was older than 21 at the time, according to the people who see these text messages. Gaetz allegedly said that the trip would feature 2 guys, 4 girls, a very high-quality, adventurous group. The woman said, "Yeah, I'm in," and he says, "Fantastic. As is true with all time you spend with me, it'll be fun and chill." Ew. And then do you have a passport? Gross. Please, that was last time.
River cities for $400. The answer, designed in the early 2000s, Three Rivers Park has miles of trails and a 1,200-seat amphitheater to enjoy in the city.
That was in Pittsburgh.
Yes, sir.
Three Rivers have gone to see the game there.
Dude, I told you how much I love Pittsburgh when I watched the football.
It's supposed to be a great thing.
I don't know. I think it was Sandy Lowe. It was the historical image that George had.
All right, we are waiting for, and we'll have to do a little bit of info here in a couple of segments, but we're waiting for an update out of Harvard UCLA regarding the explosion this morning that injured firefighters. We will hear from the hospital and fire officials here in a few minutes. Also, Texas, Marcel just round.
Yes, and
Gary and Shannon will continue. And Deborah Mark.
This is Michael. This is Michael. Yes. 3921 Claremont Street, Irvine, California 92614. It is. Excellent.
The law protects President Mike Johnson says there's no need for public alarm about a national security threat raised by the chair of the House Intelligence Committee. Johnson says he will talk to President Biden about it today. Ask for help to get proof that's needed. Congressman Mike Turner yesterday asked Biden to declassify information related to the threat so Congress's allies can openly discuss actions necessary to respond. Various reports say the threat is related to emerging Russian space technology. ABC News says the intelligence alert for Russia wanted to enter the weapons of space and possibly use against satellites. Southland weather from KFI sunny, high near 15 to 170 for Metro LA and Valley, 50 to low 60s in high desert, 60 to the beaches in Window and the Ivy, right now 60 in Cypress, 61 in Brea, it will look fresh on the 10 in downtown LA. You ask for a hearing before an action on your health pressure needs takes place. Health pressure benefits ask about your hearing rights or for a legal fee referral at the toll-free number 1-800-952-5253 or for hearing care review ED 1-800-952-8349. You may get disabled health benefits or welfare rights office. Bring a friend or someone with you to the hearing if you do not want to go. Get assistance from the county to register your home. False is a crime. You are committing fraud if you provide false information or not about the law being health pressure benefits that you do not know receive. Public health benefits that may have not received. They're all penalties for violating health pressure programs. Refer to your regular professional for more information on violations and penalties. If you have any questions regarding your case or need assistance, *7 or 10. Please call 1-800-221-9797.
I do. Well, I have a 3 days and you're out, so but aside from that, roommates in a house in Irvine. No. Yes. Single? I don't think so. No. 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 I understand. Correct. I still have my card. I still have my card. I'm gonna have to move out, so I'm gonna be homeless in the next 72 hours.
shooting spree over the weekend, killing 4 people, including a 14-year-old boy. He took down the bed, Cudahy,
Okay, from whom do I get that? Perfect, I can do so. Excellent. Okay, then I will do so, and then you'll process it, and then I can just check in online, right? Excellent. Okay, well, thank you so much for your help. You too. Bye.
White House today publicly confirmed that Russia has obtained a troubling emerging anti-satellite weapon that has not directly caused physical destruction on Earth. So there's that. John Kirby says U.S. officials have information that Russia has obtained a capability that such a weapon is not currently operational. So that was kind of a circle back to what we heard yesterday about the national security threat there on Capitol Hill. So I guess we saw this, but people have given up on the old dating. They've given up on the old dating site, and they wanted to go old school. So they're bringing back dating. Which is terrible. Do you know anyone who met their husband or wife speed dating? I remember doing a story on it when it first kind of came out. Well, maybe it was the second or the third iteration of it. But it was, I don't know, circa 2001, something like that. And I remember doing a feature story on it as a reporter up in Sacramento. Going to one of these things, and it's just infuriating. You get like 8 minutes, and then the bell rings, and then the registration. You barely know these people. I mean, the first day you get a highlight reel, right? At least you get a longer reel. This you get like a teaser trail of who somebody is. And then you've got to like write down who you stand with, or who you dealt with, whatever. And it doesn't matter.
What up, Otter Ali? How you living, baby?
Here's what I was going to say. So I'll determine as I'm saying it whether I will enjoy it. I think you can tell pretty quickly if you're going to jam or tip someone. Within 5 seconds if you're a top. Yeah, that part's nice. That part's very nice. I think you would do a good job of communicating with the person, but they would be knowing nothing about it. About me? Yeah. Like I would withhold information? I don't think you'd be forthcoming with, like, who you are right away. So I wouldn't be good at it. No, I'm not saying that. No, I women like to talk about themselves, right? But I would, I think that's the right thing. Exactly. They would know that they like that they can talk about themselves too. This is listener. Dating apparently was going to come out after the pandemic, etc. Attending and dating events in the United States has grown 42% last year compared to the year before, according to Eventbrite, which is a platform. Blindfolded, athletic, and board-themed dating events creating events like pickleball and spinning classes. Wouldn't do that. I would not go on a spinning class and sweat all over somebody or sweat under. Yeah, there's a level. I sweat a lot. I once went to a red class at Peppers. His sister runs a wonderful yoga studio there in Florence. Peppers, P-E-S-I, yoga. Anyway, I went and I love Peppers. We have no relationship involvement. However, I felt it was wildly awkward to be sitting next to somebody for stage with my friend. I felt bad about this. Like I'm sweating all over somebody I work with. No, but if that like move around, you know, you do this.
That's tight. Is his name Rabbi Rothschild? Oh, yeah, I think so. I think maybe.
Some guy reached out to me. He's like, hey man, this guy I was like, alright, so the idea. Never like talking shit. Think we could do collab together, you know?
That's cool.
So he wants me to get him in the booth with him and yeah, I told him like, let's help each other, you know?
Right.
He could possibly potentially be right, like my fuck big bag, my Bitcoin bag, you know what I mean, other shit. Because he's got a huge following, he's like 500 people that pay him monthly just to be like in his private account, like private Telegram. So it's pretty good money, 500 people every month.
And he doesn't even live in it? Hell yeah, that's pretty good.
No, it's a Telegram. People pay him monthly to be like in his private channel, like he gives people advice with cryptos.
I know, and I'm saying he doesn't even live in it, and he's making that much. Yeah, he's doing really well.
So 500 with that is 30 each. That's 15,000 a month just off subscription. Pretty crazy. I'm honestly probably gonna quit bot and just really focus on like building for the bull run. You know, I got a big swim club and really leverage. So I'm about to do a couple changes in my life. Hopefully it works out. Yeah, girls so fucking just fall off. Fucking stink. I bet if I got to know the real Rabbi, I won't really much. But dude, every time you're at that fucking coffee shop, it's crazy. Sounds good. Too much stuff on my Too much on my heart. And that feedback, Rabbi, you can like turn down the speaker or something. It's the speaker. That's why the feedback is bad. Or maybe if I mute this one. No, it's still there.
I mean, one of them is muted. One of them is muted completely. I know. I'm just letting you. I'm absolutely letting you know that one of them, as you see, is muted.
Okay, so what could be the feedback? Because it wasn't always this way. It started maybe like a couple days ago, like 3 days ago. You changed something with the sound where I can hear my voice in your speaker. Does that make sense?
To some extent, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what you're hearing necessarily.
Like if I speak, I can hear my voice in your speaker and hear the feedback.
Can you still hold on?
Hear my voice. That one's muted. Unmute that. Unmute the one you're looking at.
Hold on. Okay.
Speak now.
How about this one?
Yeah, that one's way better.
Okay.
I don't hear myself.
Okay. So that's good to know. I didn't know that.
This is what I've been trying to tell you for like 2 days, Rabbi. You keep getting upset over time.
Well,
We're just trying to help you, dude.
I just didn't know where the issue was.
Yeah. Now we do. I think that my understanding is the other one has a better video, but worse mic. This one has a worse video, better mic.
That's good to know, Anatoly. Thank you for letting me know that. I don't know. It all kind of looks the same to me because I just see it from this end.
I'm probably gonna go take those things off my car. I mean, it's cool, but I just need to use it properly, not at any time. I have to keep my drink too. Fucking $9. I'm such a piece of shit. I'm alright. I just had my little. Cause I quit alcohol, I started drinking like soda.
In a weird way, or an interesting way. I don't even want to call it weird. It's just interesting, and I like it. The pouring over the ice method.
Yeah, maybe it just reminds me of like alcohol, so it feels.
I like that it like exposes it to more air. I don't know. There's something to it. Do you ever watch like up close all the bubbles bouncing off the ice? It's cool, and you can like feel it in your nose.
Especially when you pour yourself and you open the can, like I hate when people do it for you, or they like already pour it, like when it's already flat in the glass, like all the bubbles are gone. When you have like a nice cup of ice, clean cup, preferably, glass, and then you got some nice ice, perfectly crushed. You got a fresh soda, like you opened it out of the can.
So you like crushed ice?
I like when I crush it, like the small ice.
I understand that. I understand. I mean, it depends on my mood. Hold on, busy. Pardon me.
It just makes I think the drink colder because it can like have the drink surrounded by more ice. Like when you have the big cubes.
It's more surface area.
I think the drink's colder with crushed.
It would be. There's more surface area, but then it would be. You're exact 100% right.
So it'll be colder when you have to drink it faster. Man, oh man. But don't worry, I know yesterday you ripped me a new one for the laptop, but I think you don't know the full stories that you're like. I mean, but I think you do.
Dog.
I just need to do it this way. I know I'm doing it right. I'm fine. If I don't make it to East Denver, dude, I'm fucking young and I will go next year. I just want to have the laptop prepared and I'm spending the money. Like I'm trying to make back money. I lost $20,000.
Okay, wait, hold on. It's not so much your decision. It's the indecision. You have to understand. I've given you my opinion on it. I don't care. Honestly, at this point, that's up to you. You have to understand. I want the best for you and I want it to work out. I know it's an important part of your life. That's why I think that you should prioritize it. But the fact that you don't care enough to prioritize it means I shouldn't care enough to hear you prioritize it. Well, no. I mean, honestly, it pains me. It pains me. I would want one of my friends to be like, dude, this is the most important thing in my life. Because if I don't have this job, I've had this job for a long time. I need to prioritize this. I shouldn't be going out to lunch. I shouldn't have dates. I should literally take this paycheck, just take 14 days of my life and focus on it. And yeah, I'm going to have like $1,300 in Amazon credit, which is going to take me some time to go through. And I don't need that much. Yeah, I'd rather have cash. But honestly, I need this 2 weeks to perform well in my position. And then I would buy it. The fact that you're not doing that hurts me.
Don't worry, another month we'll have everything prepared. I think I'm
Well, then let's talk about this. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about East Denver because maybe not that I. Okay, I stand by what I said when I was like, dude, for me to go there, that's a dream. But for you, that's a very good idea. And you're very charismatic, Anatoly. You know it. I know it. People know it. And if you go there and you sell your coin the way, like literally, Anatoly, this is so perfect. Dude, you need to take OBC to East Denver. And no, and the whole setup with the camera and everything. Everyone will think that you are the real deal. You put your tripod up and you just go there and interview people and you tell them about your coin. Hey, have you heard about Fuck the Bank? Are you interested in it? Here we are on camera. You know, this is gonna go out to everyone. Oh, FTB, absolutely. I'd like to give you some or whatever, you know, just to like start a little buzz. If it's the yeah, exactly. And you know, dude, absolutely. And so if you had a little pre-roll where you just a couple giving it away to a few less than fortunate people, even regular people too, but like the people at the vape store and like, you know, wherever you go in town, people know you. You just go to those people and be like, yeah, tell me your story about it real quick. Cut that up into like okay, so no. I'm not saying for TikTok though. I'm saying okay, but you take it, whatever it is. Let's say it's 30 seconds worth of footage, something that you can show to someone when you're at East Denver, and they're like, oh, okay. So this is something that this person does is he gives it away and he's giving it away to me. So I'm not the only person I know this isn't a scam. Like then it gives some legitimacy to you immediately that you've done this for a lot of different people. As opposed to you're just some random guy with a camera. Now it's like, oh, okay, well you have a coin and now you have a camera and now you become the center of attention. Plus if you got press pass, then you could go to probably more, you know, cooler places of Denver. But if I had a coin, I mean, I will give you my opinion on the matter. Um, just as nicely as I can. I would buy that laptop, and then I would prioritize all my funds to go to East Denver, and if that meant that I didn't buy stuff on Amazon as much, or you know, go out to dinner, or go on dates for like 2 weeks. Wait, let me finish the point. Let me finish the point. Let me finish the point. Can I please finish the point? Well, yeah, I do like vapes, but I didn't use them for 8 months. Only very recently did I even get them, and it's not like I've had them for a long time. I had to prioritize other things in my life, like food and water and other things like that. So if you're like, oh, all this guy does is vape, no, you have to understand. For the far majority of this, I didn't. For the majority of this, I did not vape. So for 2.5 years, I did not. If you're like, oh, well, why are you doing it now? Because I've had a little bit of money and I was able to, but I don't want you to think that it's like that's like what motivates me. Exactly. And I know that I'm gonna run out, and when I run, wait, wait, I, well, as I was saying to Manlet Queen this morning, I was gonna go to the store today, which you know, I mean, what do you mean? I I do quite a bit. I went to the store yesterday. You didn't see me go to the store yesterday. Dude, you do. Come on, let's be honest. Let's not lie. I can name 4 stores that you've taken girls to which you've taken girls, or at least Nebraska Furniture. There have been. I can wait. Come on, but I'm being honest with you. As your friend, I mean, I would just be like, okay, wow, my friend here is really dropping the ball. He has a really good opportunity. He has a great coin here, and he's about to be celebrating 1 year of its anniversary. And instead of talking about going to New Orleans, I mean, that's fun to say. I get that. There's nothing wrong with saying. I get that. It became a joke. But instead, No, yes, it is. It's absolutely that way. You have 1,400. Anatoly, do you have $1,400 in your bank account right now? You do. So then buy the laptop. Wait. Wait. I wouldn't want to hear anything else from you. Buy the laptop. Wait. Anatoly. I got you by the ass now. Now you've admitted you have the money. Buy the laptop. Sorry. Buy the laptop. If you buy this laptop, it's a super duper laptop, and you'll be you can go anywhere in the world. You can go to ETH Denver. You could go back in time, perhaps even to Mardi Gras. Do whatever you want to do. Go to Carnival in Brazil. Where I mean, you really could with this. That's the kind of cutting edge technology that this device would allow you, and I want you to have that. And you can. The only thing that's stopping you is the fact that you don't want to be that low on money. The only thing that's stopping you is you don't want to be that low on money, which I understand, and the fact that it's like okay, you would have to do it for 2 weeks. 2 weeks, dude, that's nothing. It's absolutely nothing, dude. Okay, wait, Anatoly, you talk out of both sides of your mouth. And one side you're like, oh, I'm so poor, I did all of these things, and then the other side you're like, hey, dude, you want to go to Nebraska Furniture Outlet, whatever. You want to wait, no, dog clippers, dude, fishnet stockings. These are things that if I were like, dude, living so poorly, I would not be buying, and especially not. You're the one saying that. You're the one saying that. You have the $1,200. Buy it. Okay. Look, we've spent like 40 minutes talking about this, and I vowed I didn't even want to talk about it. Buy the laptop. No, I don't want to hear it. Honestly, normally, Anatoly, I'll listen to anything that you want to have to say, but I don't care, and I'm being very honest with you.
So when I was young, 19 years old, 8 years ago, I was poor. I was very poor. I kicked out of Air Force. Just you muted me. You muted me. No, you didn't. Okay. So I was very poor. I was 19. That's many years ago, 27. I was very poor. When I made some money, I'm scared to be poor again. So I like to have a nice cushion. How many people are saying yes, spend that money? Who cares about the cushion? I know you don't get it.
Dog, $1,200 is not a cushion. $1,200.
Imagine if I convince you. Imagine if I try to convince you how to live your life based on only knowing you for like.
Wait, here's the thing. I don't come to you. Wait. I don't come to you. Hold on, Anatoly. I don't come to you and say, how should I live my life? What do you think of this decision? And what do you think of this decision? I don't do that. I just make the decision because I'm a man. No, those are little boy moves. Little boys discuss things and don't do them. A real man would do this and say, holy shit, I need this fucking laptop. I need it. And $1,200 isn't going to make or break me. No. The difference is this. You came to me and you keep coming to me with this computer issue. Okay. Yes, you did. Especially with computers, because I love computers. I love computers. So the ability to get a new computer, I would jump at the opportunity. Computers are great. So I don't understand. Honestly, I would choose the computer over the girl probably. Computers are sweet, especially you're getting a new computer. It's like a Ferrari. I mean, like, I think you even described it like that, or somebody did at some point. This is a really nice computer, and right, exactly. So get it back ASAP.
It really depends on the location and specifically the rock. The water makes a difference in terms of how stable a slope is, but the other two important factors is how steep that slope is and the underlying rock type.
with homeowners and engineers for the site. A judge in New York has ruled former President Trump's 2012 schedule for jury selection starting March 25th. It's the first criminal case against Trump to go to trial. Trump was in court this morning for the hearing. He says it's a disgrace. He pleaded not guilty in April to 34 counts of falsifying business records for allegedly paying to cover up extramarital affairs during the 2016 presidential campaign. They're making America laugh. And the women in former President Trump's life are the center of an off-Broadway musical, the charity musical for which Trump's ex-wife, current wife Melania, his daughter Ivanka, and porn actress Stormy Daniels. The title of the play on the musical six about the rise of Henry VIII. Trump's former attorney Michael Stone will be in the end will be on TV over 3 weeks tonight. Stone has admitted to paying Daniels $150,000 to keep quiet about her alleged affair with Trump. The KFI financial update. The Dow is up 320, S&P 500 up 28, NASDAQ up 31. Southland weather from KFI sunny, highs in the mid-60s to around 70 for Metro LA and the Valley, 50s to low 60s in the high desert, 60s at the beaches, Inland Sea, and the Igers. Right now, 64 in Tustin, it's 55 in Laguna Beach, 59 in Fontana, and 61 in Van Nuys. The weather's crash on the 605 in Cerrito. 605 northbound, right at Delano, a brand new accident. It's going to be blocking the car full lane. In Fullerton, 57 south into 91, got that accident clear into the shoulder, but trying to slow right from Imperial Highway. In Riverside, 60 eastbound, right before you get to Main Street, got a brand new accident over on the shoulder. Also in Riverside, the 91 eastbound connector to the southbound 215-60, that is shut down with an accident. In West LA, 405 south at Wilshire, that crash, they had where a car went into the through rail of that off-ramp, and that off-ramp is blocked. In the 405 south, already a slow ride from Victory. Sherman Oaks, 405 north in Queens, Ventura, and the 101. That car fire has the Ventura on-ramp still blocked. And then Illusion Park in the 5 south at the 2 west connector, accident over on the shoulder. Hey, if I find a guy, I'll get you there faster at 9 getting on that.
Why hassle with a dumpster rental? Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK and make your junk disappear. The President Sales say hello to huge savings and goodbye to little mattress. My mattress is so lucky that I fall into the crack. I wake up every morning and I have a broken back. A bit sleep safe, but don't let all of the fight so bad. We've been bleeding on. Save almost 50% off Sternum, Sealy, and King Oil. Plus, with your good credit, get 36 months interest-free financing on purchases of $3,000 or above with 10% down in your minimum monthly payment. Save $500 on temper adjustable sets and up to $800 on purple sleep system. Things that will be anyone's advertised price are your mattresses.
You can live out your master set dream. When you find a professional on Amazon, because of your dream kitchen remodel. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside. Repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Are you a victim of the concert trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original concert cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I'll send you a concert exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the concert industry works and your options for cancellation. Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-522-5700. 800-522-5700.
What's going on, my man? For whom is this a meeting? Is this Chase or is this somebody else? Is he Indian? Is he Indian? I can't tell. And is that a thing at Chase? Indian people? What is he? What is this guy's background? What is he? What is his accent? I don't know. That's what I said. That's what I said. Is he Indian? We have talked about these things, and expandable phone. What do you mean? I don't know what. Oh, expandable foam. I understand what you mean. Yeah. So with something like that, I mean, really, you could go to Home Depot, and just. I mean, well, truthfully, what you should do is return the microphone and get the right size microphone. Right. Let's, yeah, I mean, there's like a standard size microphone, and the way that little block, if I recall, fits is usually most standard size microphones are kind of conical. You know what I mean? They're kind of like a cone. And so the further that little block rides up the cone, the tighter it gets, to the point where it can't get any tighter. And then it kind of twists on them.
One of the things we pointed out earlier in the show when we first talked about this, it was soon after the Kansas City police chief had come out and given an update, was that there were people who stepped forward and saved other people. Among others, they tackled at least one of the gunmen and were able to wrestle him to the ground and keep him there until cops came up. The other one, I don't know if you saw this. I know Jackson Mahomes, Patrick's brother, has gotten a lot of grief lately for just being a thief. But there were people who went online to say that they were near Jackson Mahomes at the time and that he was helping corral the kids that were, if they had nowhere to go, and that he was helping them out.
That's awesome. That's great to hear. I know at least one offensive lineman was still in the area, grabbed a couple of kids, shoved them into a closet. So you love to hear those stories, just like Mr. Rogers says. When something like that goes down, look for the heroes. All right, well, locally, two alleged gang members suspected in that shooting spree that killed 4 people over the weekend in a matter of hours, including a 14-year-old boy, have been charged with 4 counts of murder, 2 counts of attempted murder. And these two, Georgetown going in an election year, folks, they will face special circumstances. Facing life in prison without parole, they could be arraigned as early as this afternoon. And Downey authorities said that this was a random shooting spree.
This is just, there's all kinds of stuff. Like you said, Malmstrom Air Force Base up in Montana went into a lockdown this morning in response to what the Air Force said was an active shooter alert. All personnel have been ordered to shelter in place. I'm still seeing that they are under a lockdown, but that there have been no confirmed casualties associated with the incident as of yet. Air Force and emergency personnel are securing the area. This alert actually was posted about an hour and a half after the original alert went into place. Long-term officials are directing visitors and spectators to stay away from the building. About 3,300 troops and 500 millions worked out of that base.
PCH in Malibu is going to close every night until further notice. All lanes of PCH will be closed from 6 p.m. to 7 a.m. due to erosion there from high tides and storm damage. The closures affect the highway from Sycamore Canyon Road to Las Posas Road in Ventura County.
With the rains coming back, by the way, sometime over the weekend, maybe in Ventura County as early as Saturday, but it's more likely that late Sunday into Monday, Tuesday, and potentially Wednesday, we're going to see a whole bunch of rain, 2 to 3 inches in the southern area.
Did you see the Fantastic Four ad yesterday? It looks oddly like our Space Force ad.
No, I did not.
Did you notice that? No? Well, it looks a lot like
Yeah, it's President's Day. Is your meeting over?
We wouldn't be bumpus, right?
As Mr. Bumpus?
Yeah.
No. We would never Bumpus or Mr. Bumpus.
Neither one of us. They both do really way too.
Are we going to do a whole segment on feeding each other? Is that what I'm hearing?
The cat? What are you talking about?
Well, we did a little Donner Party talk earlier, the apocalypse, and you eat my calf, try to keep me alive, so I don't understand what's happening.
After you offered it, that was my scenario. You were like, guys, I think I can help you out here.
In what scenario would I offer of my calf to her in our life? No, not even to keep her. You know who I am. I've shown you who I am. I would never offer of my calf.
There you go. Good job. Good job. You persevere.
That is something I would get on board with.
A small business shout out. 9
LA City firefighters have been hurt in an explosion while responding to a truck with specialized cylinders that caught fire in Bloomington. Prosecutors charged the man
So,
One 1.6
diameter. I'll find you something. I'll find you something. Just one moment. Yeah. So,
the people are what makes the difference. Why I'm a repeat customer. This is a team of home improvement experts who take pride in what they do. And it's obvious. You get the good value out of your home. You get the curbside appeal, and then the money is saved. Look at the rising energy costs. Look at dual
dude,
energy efficient windows.
you know, let me ask you something though. You really like that microphone, don't you? You like it because it's long. You like it because it's long.
It's like a really famous brand, and it's very nicely built, right? So I think we should do. What I'm gonna do honestly is I'm gonna go around Dallas big city. I'm gonna like call people around town and be like, hey, how much would it cost for you to like get this like a patch, but make it very like sleek and like professional.
So here's the thing. I think we can just find a very cheap, like $2 foam insert that will solve this very easily. You know what I mean? I think it's already made. You're not the first person to have this issue, and there are people who are very intricate in audio visual, and they might already have this. So I'm just gonna see if it's already a solution. Have I? Oh. Show him. They look great. You need me? I didn't mute Manlet. I don't think I've ever muted Manlet. There's only one person, and if that person's ever in here, I want them to know if I've ever muted them. It is that one person who does the truck driving, because it's sometimes really, really loud. Yeah, no, I know. Okay, so man, how tight? How much are we missing the seal by? You know what I mean? Like, how much wider is the hole than the slot? Anatoly, how much wider is the microphone cube than the microphone? You know, I would just get some Gorilla Glue, honestly, and just put it around there. That Gorilla Glue expands, and if you don't use a whole lot of it, it'll be perfect, because you don't need it to lock in. I mean, you can get it just to lock in initially, and then do a better job once it's already done. Like, do 2 coats of it, and then just clean it up, and no one would ever know.
Open your free iHeartRadio app, search the Joe Rogan Experience, and listen now. While you're there, check out the smartest and most listened to conspiracy podcast. Stuff they don't want you to know. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good. The degenerates that we are, we jumped in a cab and went to the strip. Gambled like 7 a.m. and then took a cab back. That's the winner's ride. When you get at 7 a.m. and you're hungover, you're broke, and you have to take a cab back 30 miles to your hotel. But Tim Conway Jr. Show. You feel like a real winner. Yeah, live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We are getting updates from Harbor UCLA Med Center, where the firefighters injured today at that truck explosion in Wilmington in the Harbor area were taken. LA Fire Department Chief Tristan Crowley is one of the firefighters who was critically injured. The explosion is stable, but staying for additional observation. We will wait an alert.
Honestly, Gorilla Glue. Oh, you know what you could do? Oh my God, Anatoly, I don't know why we didn't think of this. Now, I got the perfect idea. Can you hear me? Dude, just take some duct tape and do the duct tape in there and keep rolling it until it gets tighter and tighter and tighter, and then put that block over it, and it'll be super tight. That's the answer. It's a very good idea. And it'd be nice and like you can jam it on there, and it'd be really tight on there. And then you go around with it, and then you get the best of both worlds. You get the microphone you want, you get the cube you want, and it'll be secure on there. If you really want it to be tight, you could also glue it, but I also understand actually, if you want to ever switch those things off, tape might not be bad. You just kind of jams it in there.
Thursday brings us a special small business shout out, but first, how about your chance at $1,000? Now, your chance to win 1,000 keywords on our website. Bonus. That's bonus. BONUS. Enter it now at KFI640.com/cash. And that notification is to win $1,000. Clicking this treat that's going to come to your email inbox. Keep an eye on that. Another chance coming up next hour during the John Colbert Show for you. World Empanadas comes to us right here from Magnolia Boulevard in Burbank, and this is truly a family-operated gem in the valley here. It's a unique twist on Argentine empanadas. We've got SoCal flavors, we've got global inspirations. We've got it all, a lot of creativity here, and we have Leah and Chris to talk about their World Empanadas. Guys, thanks for coming in. Thank you. So tell us, how did it work out? We met a long time ago. Well, we started, I don't know if you know the story, but we started in 2012 in a small little 400 square foot deli in the back of a liquor store. Which liquor store? Yeah, I love a deli at a liquor store. Okay, so, and so, you can have it for 6 months free rent. And so I made my husband
Enjoy yourself, my friend.
car that he had, one of those cars that he had, and with $16,000 we started. What kind of courses? It was administrative. Oh yeah, yeah. But that paid for everything that we needed to do, and here we are, 11 years. Yeah. So why empanadas? Has this been something you've made forever, or a passion? No, when I went to Argentina, which is where Carlos, my husband, is from, I saw that every corner had empanadas, and they were great, and people would just grab it and go, and I thought, you put anything in there. It's like a canvas, and you could invent anything. We did peanut butter and jelly, we even done a cricket empanada. Oh, my husband ordered cricket from Mexico. That's the way it's good. How the crickets? Are they good? It's just cricket. Yeah, they taste salty, doesn't it? Yeah, right. So yeah, since then, we were at the liquor store. A lot of the people from Burbank, the studios would go over, and we started having a following. And then when we got Jimmy Kimmel's Order and other places, we were like, oh my God, we were crazy. Wow. And it happened right away, like a couple of months ago. Yeah, they started ordering, and so they said a lot of people said that it reminded them of the bodegas in New York, a little liquor store, a deli inside a little liquor store. So it's kind of neat. And then we moved over to the other place, and this was Magnolia Boulevard. Yeah, that's where you are now. And you can find the website worldempanadas.com on Instagram at World Empanada. So what's it like working with the family? Like have to ask everybody this because usually people kind of what the common answer is to split it up. You know, the husband wife, the wife does the book, the husband does the cooking, or what have you. How do you avoid, you know, an awkward Thanksgiving?
I think we're all in our own areas.
Okay,
That helps a lot too. Right. And kind of taking care of the stations and kind of running that and coming together and sharing notes and everything. That's been kind of a lifesaver as well. But there's two chefs, you know, there are others.
What happened? I can hear you. Yes.
We have our chili con carne one, our spinach and sweet cheese. We have a vegan cheese, that's our grandmother's recipe. A lot of people like tell grandma's cooking's in there. And that famous Santa Fe chicken, which was one of our first ones that we took off.
I love the grab and go aspect, like the pasta cup that you do.
Right.
That's pretty cool.
And that's another one of their kind of, they went and traveled inspiration to Greece, and they were able to come up with this pasta.
Real Schiller X is in here. Love me some Real Schiller X. How you living, baby? Well, baby, every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How are you? Hey, Real Schiller, how's Nigeria? How is Nigeria? Are people bullish on cryptocurrency? Excellent.
by Thornton Motor Center, the LA County Sheriff's Department is warning people about police cameras pretending to be deputies. They threaten victims with arrest for outstanding warrants or other legal issues, instructing them to resolve the matter by posting a bill with gift cards or bitcoins. Deputy Veronica Sampson says the scammers often have their targets read the gift card information on the call, then hang up. The department says it would never have people make payments over the phone, but says if people get a suspicious call, they should hang up and verify who they're talking to. Officials in Kansas City say that fatal mass shooting at the Chiefs Super Bowl celebration appears to have stemmed from a dispute between several people. Subject to code. Killers are juvenile. They are working to determine the involvement of others. And it should be noted we have recovered several firearms. Police chief Stacey Grace says half of the 22 people hurt yesterday were under 16. A mother of two was killed. The Biden administration is easing restrictions on Wells Fargo, saying the bank has sufficiently fixed its culture. The bank's stock went up sharply after the announcement as investors speculated Wells Fargo could rebuild its reputation and start growing again. The terminated order has required Wells to overhaul how it sold financial products to customers and provide more consumer and employee protections that was first implemented in 2016. Southland weather from chaos by sunny, high mid 60s to around 70 for metro LA and the valley, 50s to low 60s in the high desert, 60s in the beaches, the Mondo Sea, and the igers. Right now, 63 in the harbor, it's 57 in the Boone and the Gallo. We're going to a crash on the 405 in Irvine. To the 405 northbound, right? We're coming up on Arthur Boulevard. We got brand new lanes reaction, and it is going to be blocking the right lane. Then once you pass it, 405 northbound, right? Wilshire Street. Three bridge singles. They're on making their way over to the right shoulder on the flip side. 405 southbound right Beach Boulevard. Here's a delivery. It looks like that is going to be in the middle lane. And on 55 north, in Tucson, right after 5. That report has some debris in the lane there as well. KFI in the sky, I'll get you there faster. I'm in on it. $5 million in short termites in the Fairfield area every year. No question that termites can be destructive, but many people underestimate exactly how much damage single buzzers can do to a home. Termites cause more property damage every year than thunderstorms, blizzards, earthquakes, and floods combined. And termite damage may not even be covered by your home insurance, which means you're often left to pay the bill. So, a phone call to Pacific Coast Termites makes sense. Call them at 800 Pacific, and even if you don't think you have termites, still call Pacific Coast Termites for free home inspection, certain restricted supply. With Pacific Coast Termites, there's no skimping, no double wrapping your food, no pet sitting, and KFI, 10% off termite treatment and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800 Pacific. 800 Pacific. Visit PacificCoastTermite.com. 800 Pacific.
I think that's, or it was pound sign. That like drumming or whatever. No, I would do my best not to do that.
It's also Gum Drop Day, Butterscotch Day, and it's Make Money Chocolate Day. You'll encourage people to get a chocolate bunny instead of a real bunny for kids on Easter. And that's your daily calendar. AFI AM 640. District Attorney is testifying right now. There's a hearing going on. This is sort of tangential to the case against Donald Trump and several other co-defendants who were accused of trying to subvert the elections in 2020 on state charges there in Georgia. This is an evidentiary hearing in an attempt to disqualify the DA on this and to throw out the other charges because of potential conflict of interest. hired a guy as a special prosecutor who she was in a relationship with, that she was paying big money, that he then took on vacations, and maybe she benefited from that materially. A number of vacations that this woman went on. So she's talking about all of these different cruises. I don't even remember. She's like, I don't remember anything for the vacation trip. I don't even remember how we got on the cruise ship. I don't remember exactly how long we stayed in Aruba. I mean, when did you have time to do DA? I don't know. Good Lord. So the judge has already said she could be disqualified if she benefited financially from this romantic relationship.
What up, baby? What do you? Oh, dude, is that joint? That's tight as fuck, dude. And that's tight as fuck too. See, now you did two things there really well, and you got your flag fixed. That was three things you did really well. You got your flag fixed, you smoked that joint, and you got those magnets. So good for you.
When I compare them to politicians. If some sex workers are like pressed into their work because of necessity, these people see a place to exploit, whether it be a city, a county, a nation, and they dive in and they try to do good work for people, knowing that they're just going to rob them for their own gain.
I think that'd be tight.
They're not whores. What do you need terms? Politics workers. I still feel like we're taking the sex workers.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You should make sure to wash your car so they don't fall off. No, you don't roll them. You don't roll them. You keep them flat. You keep them flat. That's fine. You want to keep them flat. You want them to maintain their shape. If you roll them, they won't adhere to the door as well. You just leave them in the trunk of your SUV. What up, pimp? Kicking ass, taking names. What's new in your neck of the woods, Kulik? That's tight as fuck. Where do you live? Where do you live? Tight, man. Well, welcome. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year on YouTube. I've been doing so now for more than 2.5 years. So, Kulik, you're live on YouTube right now on 4 different channels. You're live on YouTube right now on 4 different channels. I do. I have over 1,100 Twitter accounts. I have over 100 YouTube accounts and channels. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 100 Twitch accounts. I have over 100 Instagram accounts. I have more accounts than any person in global history. I'm the world's expert in social media, at least in the sign-up process. Kulik, I'm gonna send you all my channels. Just for a moment. And they found that out, that you have to be very skilled at what you do. You get a couple private companies go to the moon. Suddenly that opens up the whole commercial market to go into the moon. And then people die. Well, but this one you're saying There you go. That's a good idea. As I've said to you before, your whole life is a lunch break, my friend. When I die, I want to become you. If I die, I want to grow up to be you, my friend. Cool, look, I'm about to send you a link. No, I'm not gonna. No, don't say that. I don't even know how to figure that out. I'm sure I could figure it out, but no. Here are my streams.
I'm going to start watching more like YouTube, like showing anything better. That's what I did. I was watching when I started eating something, they would other things like content. It says crying a river.
Hey, Kulik. Kulik, can you hear me? Kulik, can you hear me? Kulik, can you hear me? I don't know what Kulik is doing. Cool story, bro. Enjoy. Very nice pool, Anatoly. Manly Queen. Manly Queen. Why don't you ever come? Why don't you ever come to my YouTube stream? Okay, well I'm gonna send you. I'm gonna send you the link right now, and I want you to check it out. Oh, dude, I've already sent you the link, and you didn't look at it. Okay, I'm sending it to you again. I sent it to you a week ago. Yeah, go to it and listen to it. Dude, you can hear yourself live on YouTube. Thanks, baby. Manly Queen, did you see my YouTube channel? Did you see my YouTube channel? No, you didn't. Okay. On what stream are you? And let me know if you can hear yourself. You should be able to.
Is responsible for the content of this advertising. Paid for by United Democracy Project. I'm Susan Owen, managing partner at the law firm Owen Patterson and Owen. That means I oversee everything. For over 47 years, OPO-Life has been and will always be there when you need us. Call us today at 888-OPO-RING or OPOLife.com. Get more RV for your dollar at Mike's House is all the inconvenience. Worst classic prices across a huge selection of new.
Okay, which screen are you? Which screen are you? On what screen are you looking? Go to all of them. Can you hear yourself? Can you hear yourself? Making sounds so that you can hear yourself. You will be able to. Hold on. On what stream are you? I don't see you on a stream. On what? At what are you looking? That one? Are you looking? Cool. Can you hear yourself? Cool. That's all I wanted to check. Okay, cool. Thank you. Excellent. Very cool. I appreciate it. You rock. Thank you, man, Queen. All right, I'm gonna try to remember your dog's names. Okay, we've got Duran, we've got Louis, we've got it's like Liso. Is your other dog's name Liso? That's your dog's name? And then what's the fourth dog's name? What is it? Oh, Cooper. That's right. Okay, so we've got Cooper, Liso, Louis, and Duran, right?
Yes, that's correct.
You have good names for dogs. Good for you.
Yes, thank you. More like, at least more like, where's your warehouse? Is it there? No idea.
More like, are you ready to whoop BitBoy's ass in less than a week? Or a little more than a week? No, dog. I need you to take racehorse tranquilizers exactly 2.5 hours before this fight so that you peak about the third round and you whoop his ass. Oh, dog. Then you're just going to be on the upswing. Then he's not even going to expect it. You won't even have a downswing. You'll be peaking around your victory speech, which is perfect. People are going to be like, wow, you keep getting better and better. You're just going to be like, you better hurry this interview up or it's going downhill. No, but seriously, whatever they gave Secretariat and Belmont Steaks, that's what we're going to shove in a needle and stick in your ass. Dog, have you ever seen Secretariat at the Belmont Stakes.
I mean, it would be good for to take out the mental frame of like, oh, I'm gonna get homesick. Like, it's good. Other guy. I mean, we'll see that on every day.
Do you have reach on him? Do you have reach on him? How the fuck don't you get? That's like the one stat that is the most important stat to know in this. What's his height? What's his height? You don't know his height? Okay. So can I tell you something? Okay, so I don't know that much about fighting, but I do know this. Of the 20th century, if everybody's like, oh, who would be the best fighter? Marciano was undefeated. Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali was a poet who fought. But if it came down to it, it would come down like this. Lennox Lewis would beat, let me make sure I get this right. In their prime, I believe Lennox Lewis, it's like a three-way tie between Lennox Lewis, Mike Tyson, and Butterbean. You know who Butterbean is? Butterbean's that huge fat guy, right? Well, apparently, like that kind of boxing style is very effective if used correctly. And so it's something like, okay, so Lennox Lewis beat Mike Tyson, but this was not when Mike Tyson was in his prime. So it's something like Mike Tyson in his prime would beat Lennox Lewis. Wait, is that how it would go? Something like that. And then Lennox Lewis would beat Butterbean, and then Butterbean would beat Mike Tyson. Something along those lines where it would be like, it's not like 1v1. It's like a top three. So what I'm trying to say is if I understand BitBoy, he's more that Butterbean type. So don't sleep on it, because that can be a very good type of fighter too. Basically, why is that almost the ideal body type? Because you can absorb the blow better than anything. So the body blow doesn't really affect you as much as it does on a really thin boxer. Not in a million years. Absolutely. How tall are you, more like? Okay. So you should really play that up. You know that whole like, oh, girls want guys who are 6 feet. So you should play that up to be 5'11" and 3/4. Like almost there. Just play. No. But it's even no. But it shows how humble you are. Anybody. Wait, no. That's what you should say. Is if you say, oh yeah, I'm 5'11" and 3/4, people are like, oh, you're very humble. Because anyone in their right mind would say that you're 6 feet tall. Doug, grow that hair out, and you get to 5'11" and 3/4. All right. So then let's also think of his facial hair, because that will also absorb a little bit of momentum. No, I'm serious. You have to think of these things. And depending now, here's where I think you just got him actually, it's not a long fight, so you have to go at him very quickly, and you can't mess around with that. I mean, like literally, if it's like 10 rounds, you got him, because frankly, I think you got him in stamina. But honestly, more like, keep in mind, once that bell rings, you have to just go at him very, very quickly, as quickly as you can. And it's going to go through your mind so quickly, it's just going to be a flash. And then it's going to be the second round, if you make it that long, or if he makes it that long. and that's going to go by in a flash. But you can't sit by and think this is like any kind of boxing match you've normally seen. Any other boxing match, you normally see the guys kind of feel each other out over the course of the first 2 or 3 rounds. No, your fight is over by that time.
I know, it's crazy. I know, yeah, this is really the feeling about this testing here. Seeing rain. I'm just gonna have to go the whole rain style. Go like an after straight down the middle.
So,
That's the first thing. It's gonna be one of
so this is always a very key aspect of fighting, and this is where you have to touch gloves to begin. You know what I mean?
Yes, I like that. I like even touch gloves. If you're on,
Well, I believe that's what you're supposed to do. I don't. It depends on the state or whatever country you're in. I think.
yeah,
But,
yeah. Sometimes it's voluntary.
so, but that's a big part of. I mean, I think like once you touch gloves, in my opinion, the best way to do it would be just to rush him. Basically, you touch gloves with him. No, I'm serious. You touch gloves with him, and then you just rush him. He's not going to expect it. He's going to expect it to be like any other fight that anybody else is going to do, unless he's doing the same to you and he rushes you. But I don't think he's probably thinking that. Honestly, he's thinking it's like any other fight that he's seen on television, and it's the opposite of that. It's basically because of the shortness of the duration of the rounds and the lack of rounds. It's basically you need to throw as many punches as you can in 4 minutes as possible. That's how you win. Because even if you don't knock the other guy down, if you don't if you don't knock if you don't if you don't even if you don't knock the other guy down, it's going to be about punches landed if it comes down to a judge's decision, and then that's how you win.
Yeah, I mean,
We don't know that. We don't know that. We don't know that. If you guys are the same, well, well, if he says that he and Morelight are the same height, that or if Morelight says that Big Boy and Morelight are the same height, then they probably have a similar reach. How haven't you guys done an official weigh-in and height weight thing? How haven't you done that? What was your reach? Okay. Right. Dog, you should rope-a-dope him for 2 hours, for two rounds in 2 minutes each round. Just rope-a-dope him. Just sit there and dodge his punches the whole time, and just win over the crowd. More like, have you ever been in a fight? Oh,
And the next reason for where this is what my coach said. He watched this fight, and he was like, "This guy doesn't do anything." He's like, "You're gonna do this first round," and he's like, "I'm trying to make me feel nice. Like, he's trained. Like, I'm training like 8 years of sparring wrestling. Like, that's the 5 rounds. Like, that's too real fight." So I'm impressed. And yeah, he was like, "Bro, he's like, he's gonna get a like, you did that hard to be amazing. He's gonna close out like a flower. So that's cool. I think, yeah, I just want him to come down. He's gonna come out. Wait a minute. That is not. Like, he's gonna fly guy. Messed up jaw. Messed up ears. I'm excited. I just don't want to show up and all of a sudden he's like sick. He has a meeting to figure it out. I didn't consider whether or not you want to man like anything like that. No, that's good. Everything I need to go rolling on it.
Yeah, like that one guy who was a heavyweight title champion from San Bernardino. I'm telling you, that's the ideal, like, okay, that's the ideal boxing body type, is that little bit of fat around the muscle to absorb the blow. And then the ultimate kind of fighter people think actually is the like Brazilian jiu-jitsu fighter, but there's actually a type of fighter that is superior 1v1. And you know what it is? It's a sumo wrestler. A sumo wrestler versus a Brazilian jiu-jitsu person because of the like a talented sumo wrestler, because of their weight distribution, can just overmatch them, basically just sit on them almost, and the Brazilian jiu-jitsu person can't do anything about it. So I've never seen that fight actually occur between a Brazilian jiu-jitsu person and a sumo wrestler. I've only heard people talk about it, and they just say that a trained sumo wrestler who is able to handle their weight against a Brazilian jiu-jitsu person, if they can essentially get a hold of the Brazilian jiu-jitsu person and just use their weight against them, the Brazilian jiu-jitsu person can't really do too much against them unless they like maybe get them in a rear naked choke or something like that. Which I'm not saying it can't happen, but that's the best type of fighting style against, because Brazilian jiu-jitsu is just the best kind. It's the ultimate kind of fighting style because it's a combination of all the different styles. But the one style it doesn't really involve is sumo, because the guys are usually not that type of body frame. So I think in the future you may see some really big people, both size, height, and weight, joining these elite fighting tournaments, because their frame may give them some type of outlier advantage against the competition. Well, and you got to think. I mean, I'm not saying that it hasn't happened where we haven't seen crossovers like Yokozuna, but aside from Yokozuna and WWF back in when it was WWF, we really haven't seen a crossover sumo wrestler into any other kind of fighting. I think it has to do a lot with the sumo wrestler. It's like a whole culture, as you know, and so it's like much deeper than any other kind of wrestling. So you have to really like live in Japan and like immerse yourself in that. I mean, I don't know that much about it. As I talk about it, I want to learn more about it. I think I want to watch a documentary on it this afternoon. It's fascinating. We can watch it right now. We can. I don't need it. We're gonna watch it right now. And yeah, so I don't mess around with things. If somebody doesn't know something, we Google it immediately. And if there's something like a subject about which we don't know anything, if there's nothing else going on, why not? Right, and I've always wondered, is it better to be like the biggest sumo guy or one of those like athletic sumo guys that are like a little thinner but like still really big? I don't know.
And I could be wrong, but I thought there was a dude in recent memory that's about 20 years or something. And he was like a smaller sumo dude, and he wasn't Japanese. And he was like kicking everybody's ass. He was going to kiss the man out of him. Because it was like, he was like big part of the thing, big part of the vision. That Japanese people can't be like 20 like you. I mean, really, it's not that bad. So, I don't think it might have been we're going to look at it, because that's the one sumo race thing. Like,
dude, looking at these guys, okay, I'm gonna switch the camera right now so you can see it. I don't know how they wouldn't beat the hell out of an MMA guy. Like, they're just so much bigger.
And even though it takes years, the sport has been rocked by numerous abuse, including violent deaths. The sport remains as one of Japan's most popular things to watch. Various media outlets have reported sumo wrestlers being abused, but also alleged cover-ups of violence, and even rumored ties to criminals. Forcing the nation to address these.
I'll turn it up. So the rules are simple.
Forcing his hands or knees to touch the ground. Sumo wrestlers, or ichi, train at sumo stables which are organized in a military camp style.
So if you didn't hear that, the rules are really simple. I didn't know this. All you have to do is move the guy out of the ring or make him fall to his hand or a knee. That's it. Those are the rules. I love sports that are really simple. The more simple the rules of a sport, the more pure I think the sport is. So I think that's amazing.
Style. Training starts in the early morning, and teams are notoriously tough. That includes hours of squatting, shoving, and sparring, which can lead to injuries. I met with an acting coach. He explained that his first time was still a good wrestler.
Well, my friend spent 50 on one box because she got paid up, and then her and I spent 40 yesterday. We were sitting in Asia. Well, the one where you went to the revolution. Yeah. Does it represent that? Yeah, that's the one. We got like not sales, like they got like $40. Yeah, like you and I, we take out.
Well, I don't know if it's possible to watch this that well because you need like subtitles. It's really hard to see. But well, it is a fascinating sport and a fascinating culture about which I think a lot of people don't know much. And I think also that those fighters are probably very underestimated in their prowess when it comes to their ability to perhaps dominate other sports, particularly mixed martial arts. I think if you gave some sumo wrestlers some mixed martial arts moves, maybe they train for a year or two, just their sheer size. I'm not saying they have to be Japanese or anything, but that kind of build, I think, would be perhaps beneficial as a mixed martial artist. The one thing is, though, I guess you would have to all be heavyweights. So that would really change the heavyweight division. Yeah, Saudi money can change that. Saudi money can change that. If Saudi money, as it buys different sports properties, the average price per combat is going to go up, perhaps in great amount in proportion to what it currently is, and especially in proportion to what one would make as a sumo wrestler. I mean, name one sumo wrestler. I'll wait. We have a room full of pretty smart people in here. You can? Exactly. Exactly. But we know sumo. Exactly. And isn't that interesting? I find it very interesting that we know sumo, we think we know sumo really well, but you can't name one person in it. Like, yeah, that's true. You can't name one person. Like, sumo is, I don't know, like, we can name karate people, we can name jujitsu people, like lots of them, but we can't name one sumo wrestler. It's very interesting. If you can, I'd be quite impressed. That's correct. And then I guess female sumo is a thing too. So I misunderstood more. Like you're in an MMA match against BitBoy, right? Okay, so I thought it was boxing. So nevertheless, the idea is still the same. You have to come out thrashing. It's 2 minutes. I mean, that's so little. Oh, there's no grappling. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. So you can only kick and grapple. Wait, you can only kick and punch. Oh, okay. Why wouldn't you fight him? Okay, so it's not like a no holds barred.
But if it's a huge arena like it is, it doesn't even have a wall, it has ramps, so you can't really get stuck anywhere.
It's like one of those.
And it's only
like you said,
it's got the all around.
like you saw in that karate, like where you were at that karate fight in Dominican Republic.
This is exactly. This is part of the karate fight. This is everyone's just doing a karate fight before the official karate fight. So it goes exactly.
Oh, very well. Do you think you're going to kick him? Are you going to use your legs? I think there certainly could be other people who have difference of opinion, but I think the kick is risky because it puts you on one foot, and all he has to do is get you catch your foot, and then you're done. Then you're gonna lose a point. Basically, he's gonna get you on the ground. When I'm thinking like you should go to your advantages, which is just a straight up brawl, like a straight up fight against him with your fists, and keep it a stand up. Keep it as much a boxing fight as possible. The more it's a boxing fight, the more it's your advantage. Are you gonna wear headgear? Oh, no headgear. So your whole face is exposed? Okay, so you're gonna have a mouth guard? Very well. You could plaster of Paris your hands. You know what that is? Like plaster of Paris. It's like it's a compound that you use in like construction and stuff. But basically, guys put it on their boxers put it on their hands, and it makes it into cement. And then they put their gloves on, and they don't know it, and it makes their punches really, really powerful. I know. There's also an old Diet Coke. Right. No, that's absolutely right, and I think you will. My apologies.
with non-life-threatening injuries. That's why the weather can pay off by sunny highs, mid-60s for around 70 for Metro LA and the Valley. 50s to low 60s like desert 60s with the beaches, Indonesia, and the IP. Right now, 63 in Laguna Woods, 62 Rancho Santa Margarita. We're going to install on the 110 South LA. It's on the 110 southbound right after Market Station Boulevard. This stall is blocking the fast track lane. Starting to slow right from 5. And from that 110 northbound, you're going to come off the bridge from Manchester up to Solano. That's where it's going to be reactive. Motorcycle bound. And Solano off that extended block. Also downtown LA.
Man McQueen, do you have siblings?
Yeah.
Very cool.
They double that shit, bro.
Man McQueen, so you're a top 10 crypto shiller? Do you think you're better than Schiller? Are you better than Bitcoin Obama? Do you think you're a better coin shiller than Bitcoin Obama? I don't know if that's possible, son.
Do you intend to subscribe?
Is Bitcoin your life?
Is Bitcoin?
All Bitcoin.
All Bitcoin?
Bitcoin must be your life. If you're a bigger shiller than the OG shiller, Bitcoin must be your life. He would always sing that, Bitcoin is my life, Bitcoin is my life. Ask anyone in here who knows who Bitcoin Obama is. They know he has a song and it goes, Bitcoin is my life.
just want to care about shit.
Unfortunately, Karen Bass's inside space program for the vagrants will let us the artist fell in all their glory, all their drug addiction and mental illness, and it was so bizarre that Hammond had to and get out of it so that nobody was going to get killed. Let's talk to Dana Hammond now about the situation. Dana, welcome. Good afternoon, and thank you so much for the speaking so transparently. And this is not anything to say for us. This is the reality of what we've been dealing with for 2 years. And the reality is, we're not agreeing with the homeless community. We understand the challenges in LA. However, we can't put a homeless suspect in the same way as for the question we just fight. I thereby pay every year over $1 million a month to house the homeless with taxpayers' money at the LA Grant. And we're 20 years to build the school, and we have a state-of-the-art school. And the students who go to school are international training boarding school. So we have classes out there for experience. They spent $10 million to build that. We have a state-of-the-art kitchen, culinary program. It looks like a college here, a sound stage. And with the training students who are experiencing in COVID, they had to leave because of the pandemic. They went back to their country, and we were able to have school at a 15-year church. And it's, I'm not sympathize. I don't even talk to her. I'm sympathizing. People building schools, and everyone has a school now. That's great. I'm so off the chain. You just saved my life. I designed a project-based learning curriculum that would provide pathways into the future health industry, and we haven't made it a thing that we were able to deliver innovative project-based learning curriculum, and it just got taken away from us because of the homeless epidemic here, pandemic epidemic here in the development of college. I think it's really hard to I want to reference something you said early on. The hotel's owned by a Chinese billionaire, Ray Wong. And the billionaire is Shen New World One. Wong is self-employed driver in connection with Jose Rizzo, the federal prison over these charges. And Shen was fined $4 million. Wang, the billionaire, left the country. He fled the country and is considered a fugitive. And I guess the Karen Bass Inside Safe program is paying him a lot of money to take all this in. It's not just a lot of money. These amounts to when we find out we just talk about Project 1 was existed. We were told by ROTHSCHILD, who is the representative for the ownership of the hotel, that Project 1 was the union. We told our parents that when we got here, they told us everything going on. But we signed a lease with an understanding that would be gone when our lease permits August 1, 2022. That this happened, continued existence, and was part. We have emails. These started budget to stay because of $1.5 million a month over years. Totally take care of the time that we left up to you have to have the revenue to pay, and we do it based on our growth. We outgrew the input, and it's just a question of what is the city of Maryland thinking
Yo, dog, we're gonna watch Joe Rogan cartoons. Like, what's a Joe Rogan cartoon? It's just a cartoon. Joe Rogan cartoons. West Side. We're so gangster. If you're like, what is West Side and West Side Gangster? Just something I say when I'm being really tough.
It's cool when you see like a sweet dog and that instinct comes, that killer wolf instinct comes out around squirrels. They're just and then they see a fucking squirrel and they lock in and they just want to murder. My dog did that to a skunk recently. Oh no! Yeah, it's my first brush with that. It is brutal, dude. Skunks are effective. I mean, this happened.
It's okay, kids. We'll get something. We got real Schiller X in the building. Weird dog.
That was Vegas was my phone to watch. Do you know if there was any streaming of fights we could watch right now?
I think so. They did the last one.
The White House has publicly confirmed that Russia has obtained revolution-emerging anti-satellite weapon that says it cannot directly cause physical destruction on Earth. Israeli forces have stormed the main hospital in southern Gaza and
Showing my name, Joe Rogan. That's my name all day. And we're live. Gentlemen, here we go again. What's stepping in? Back in the pleasure to see you guys. As always, this is one of my favorite podcasts that we ever do. And this is very timely. Because, first of all, the big
What?
of the possibility of a comet hitting us, the preparations for what they would do.
Is it 2 hours?
What did you say?
I said, I've heard that from the server. Is it 2 hours long?
It's like 4 hours. I mean, we don't have to watch it now. We can watch whatever you want.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it's just like whenever you watch shows, you don't talk, nobody talks. It's just like boring. You can hear you want to. I get it. I'm not trying to bitch about it.
I mean, well,
I'll come back later.
you can talk about whatever you want. Talk about whatever you want. We don't have to watch it. This is Joe Rogan Experience 872, Graham Hancock and Randall Carlson. It is.
That's a good one.
It is. Definitely. So it's regarding fingerprints of the gods, the magicians of the gods, and the idea about
That's what people
right. So that's what it is. Basically, they talk about like esoteric origins of humankind.
That's a good one.
Southland weather from Tampa, sunny, high 60s to around 70. This report brought to you by your Amazon Fresh grocery store. On the Southern California Trail, the Daily South Similar Hill Place, Single Fresh on 57th and Fullerton. 67 southbound, right at Chapman and Rennie Estimated rate of silver. You're going to hit the brakes up in the area of my life. Then Brandenburg, 50 West End Grand, headed for the new actors in the lane there. Eastbound Avenue Avenue, that wreck is still blocking that offering. Eastbound on the 110 south at Dave, so trying to install from the lane through the 110 south, it's still going to be really heavy from the 101. And you sure know, 101 northbound access over the Boulevard, that a brand new streetcar wreck in the left lane. Hey, if I'm dying, I'll get you there faster. I'm Jim Harmon. Snack your day deliciously with sauces like the croissant. Now on sale at your local Amazon Fresh grocery store. Get 20% off fresh grains for products while supplies last. Flavor is an all new at your local Amazon Fresh grocery store. Find a store near you.
This report is sponsored by TireRack. Nearly 3,000 team drivers die in car crashes each year. TireRack seeks survival and speed nights and save lives. The one-day hands-on driving school gives kids experience in car control. Through exercises that include emergency braking and skid recovery. Find a class near you at TireRack.com/survive.
I'm Shelley, and I'm living with 12-year-old IOD, a type of business disorder entity. IOD is hard to diagnose, but if you have it, you need to know now. The sooner you know, the sooner you and your family can face IOD together, because you cannot pass this work alone. If you're out of breath and have a constant black tail, it might be asthma or COPD, but it could be IOD. Ask for human IOD and keep asking until you know. Learn more now at likeforlike.com.
I have been a BMW owner for over 25 years, but I have bought my newest BMW from Sterling BMW. Family owned for over 30 years, Sterling BMW, exceptional offers from BMW Financial Services, sterlingbmw.com. The iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial presentations like the Beatles now and then. Just search Beatles and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. Free for sounded so good. Most prisoners, most people who commit the crimes don't have a lot of marketable skills, and there aren't too many cardiovascular surgeons that are in California prison. So what do? Rehab. We train them to, well, barrel handle. Now they can crack a safe because they've been taught how to do that. Not bad. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. That's what the KFI and 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And my head is still spinning. My head is you know, sometimes you think you've seen it all, you've read it all, you've heard it all, and then Dana Hammond was just finished speaking with. He's a black man who is trying to run the Academy of Media Arts. And he's got 50 students. He had 250, but it's down to 50 because he had taken space at the former LA Grand Hotel. And then the city moved in a large number of homeless people. And the thing is about this stupid inside safe program that Karen Bass promotes. And then everybody praises it for, oh, it's not so safe. They're inside and they're safe. They're inside, but everybody else isn't safe. In fact, the homeless aren't safe in there. If you heard Dana, well, anyway, the homeless totally took over the hotel, and Dana had to close his school. And it's all black Hispanic students, and nights at bus break, 50 students, and to study media arts. You heard, you know, how extensive the program was, and the resources they had. It seems like a great thing, right? This is what all these idiot politicians preach about. Here are some of the incidents in reports compiled by school security that the El Segundo Times looked at. Involving hotels, the hotel residents. There's an El Segundo Times street, which is called a drug-addicted mental patient victim. They're the hotel residents. A man threatened to fight the security guard outside the gate. A woman exposing herself to students at 9:30 in the morning. Another woman lying completely naked behind the school. And then she threatened to shoot and stab a security officer when she was confronted. Then a man broke into the school, secured the back of it. And Dana Hammond said, the students are locker in danger here. Because, you know, these lunatics, God knows what they're on. LSD, meth, CP, fentanyl, heroin. And the really galling part is, and it's like the second day in a row we're discussing this again, Jose Niza, the corrupt councilman who's going to federal prison over his bribery crimes. Well, his partner in this was a Chinese billionaire named Wei Wang. Wei Wang was also convicted of bribery and fraud in the Weezar case. Weezar went to prison. Wang fled the country. And he's considered a fugitive, but no one's going to see him again. The thing is, he's still running his real estate company, Shenzhen. And Shenzhen owns the LA Grand Hotel. And Karen Bass is giving him millions of and millions of dollars taken to Vegas. Parent Ask is paying the guy who was involved in the bribery scandal with Jose Rizar and fled the country to avoid prison.
Yeah, boys.
In fact, you live in LA City.
I played with a vodka with like a phone, but like that's super cool. It'd be like vodka, no, not.
The homeless people.
I've bought a few times. I got a big ass nose. Like an idiot.
They found tenants inside
Getting punched in the face like
tenants living in the trash cans.
you ever watch anybody?
Fortunately, I haven't had to.
Outbursts from inside church tenants. This is the Inside Safe program that Dash is constantly promoting and given applause from the idiots of the media. Oh, this is Project Lunacy. If they could connect it to that. So this poor guy is screwed over, being a hammer. They're trying to help the poor. Meantime, the Chinese billionaire who is driving Jose Rizar, he's back in China, spending tens of millions of dollars in our tax money. And the victims are running loose inside the LA Grand Hotel, tied and locked out of any kind of drunk. Imagine most well-known liquor bottles around. Well, tell me how you become more unsafe. Why do you come back and get any practice? Why do you think it's possible for this? Firefighters injured in an explosion on Deborah Mark, live from KFI. 24 hours later, 9 firefighters have been hurt in a big rig explosion in Wilmington. Some firefighters responded to the call after coming this morning, but natural gas was suspended. One of the firefighters died. LA City Fire Chief Kristen Kyle said 2 of the firefighters were critically injured, and one had an airlift to LA General burn unit. And to look at them and their faces, something that I will never forget. The fire department said the second $100 gas visit was full of gas going after the explosion, but that there's no threat to people living nearby. In part of the Chris Adams KFI News, 2 guys who allegedly killed 4 people on a shooting spree in LA County are facing life without parole. I want to assure the families and the community that we will spare no effort in our mission to seek justice for those who can no longer speak for themselves. LA County DA Rob Jones is the 2 main members of each charge of 2 counts of murder. The guys were accused of randomly selecting the target of Monday morning. Among the kills was a 13-year-old boy. Both guys were arrested Monday. Investigators in LA County are warning about a phone scam in which callers tell people they're facing an arrest. The callers presented the LA County Sheriff's deputies, courthouse employees, and bail bondsmen. The scammers tell their targets they can resolve their arrest by posting bail with gift cards or Bitcoin. Once the fear is in the victim and they're afraid to get off the phone because of whatever the scammer says, they have to stop. LA County Sheriff's Deputy Veronica Pham says the scammers often research their target social media accounts. The LA County Sheriff's Department says it would never ask for payments over the phone. In downtown LA, Blake Stroll of KFIU. SoCal Gas says it has $1 million to give to customers to help pay their bills. Customers can get up to $200 a year. SoCal Gas is colder temperatures, meaning people are using more gas to keep their homes warm. Eligibility is based on total household income and household size. Illinois Gas has pushed back on a motion filed by a group of business owners in downtown demanding the city face a nearly $6.4 million fine for its failure to reduce homeless camps. The motion filed last week in federal court by the LA Alliance for Human Rights alleges the city is not been transparent. Basted yesterday, the claims are baseless because LA has housed thousands more homeless people last year than the year before, and hearings been set for March 4th. Researchers in California have found that fitness trackers can detect depression through
people from 106 different countries wore the rings, tracked heart rate, body temperature, and oxygen levels. The research published last week shows participants with higher body temperatures reported higher rates of depression. The researchers say they're excited by the possibilities of a new avenue of treatment. Two airplanes have landed on the sand in Huntington Beach on purpose.
Today, you witnessed for the first time ever aircraft landing on the sand of Huntington Beach. Pacific Air Show director Kevin Elliott hopped out of one of the planes to announce the Airflow 2024 lineup. Plus, a way to bring planes closer to fans. This will be the first time in world history that a temporary runway was ever constructed on a beach to support an air show like this. He says U.S. Air Force Thunderbird, Raptor, and the A-10 demo team will return. And obviously, dozens and dozens of more military and civilian performers to be added. The Pacific Air Show will start the first weekend of October in Huntington Beach or in Carson or Pioneer.
And the White House has confirmed Russia is in possession of what it calls a troublesome emerging anti-satellite weapon.
This is not an active physical release in the court. Though Russia's pursuit of this particular capability is troubled, there is no immediate threat to anyone's safety.
National Security Council John Kerry said the White House plans to engage directly with Russia about the weapon. The House Committee Chairman yesterday released a statement about what he called a national security threat. Kerry said the White House did not give the green light for the info to be publicly released. The KFI financial update: the Dow closed out 349, S&P 500 up 29, Nasdaq up 47. Topland weather for KFI: partly cloudy tomorrow with highs around 70 for Metro LA and Inland OC. Upper 60s to mid 70s for the valley, mid 50s to low 60s in the high desert, 60s up to the beaches, upper 60s to low 70s in the IE. Right now 65 for the same in South Valley, 61 in Montana, 60 in Van Nuys. The weather will crash on the 60 in Jacksonville.
If a comet hit Los Angeles, and the comet known as Trump, it's hit the United States, and he's even got the hair. It's just the whole thing is, I mean, if the world was coming, boy, it's all on the wall. You know, the writing's all there. It's crazy. So what's the latest and the greatest? Well, the latest and the greatest is, I mean, last year when we sat down with you, I think it was last November, it was almost a year, got floated in the discussion here that this really important comet research that's going on, which is just checking our whole view of history and prehistory and of the future of humanity. It would be good to make a film about this and crowdfunding. We mentioned that to the scientists, and they said what we really need is more funding for our research. And so they've, basically by your show, they have put out a crowdfunding campaign, which is linked on my website. It's the Comet Research Group, and it's a big story, right?
So how can people find it really quickly? It's Indiegogo.
Well, no,
research.
much quicker way. Just go to my website, grahamhank.com, and there's a revolving banner which is the Comet Research Group. Click on that, and you're in this.
Beautiful. Okay, grahamhancock.com, and then crowdfunding for comet research. And so, what are they put into that?
Well, they're wanting to. You see, the thing is, they've actually not had any official funding. This is a group of major, highly credentialed scientists who, for the last decade, have been investigating the extraordinary story of a massive series of comet impacts in the American ice cap 12,800 years ago. That is the global cataclysm that wipes out a whole civilization from history. So that's why it's of interest to me. They're not coming at it from that point of view. They're coming at it from rediscovering that we lost about ourselves. Something that's really important to understand the role of cataclysms in the story of the Earth. And they need to do much more research. They need to go back to Greenland and look for the nanodiamonds in the Greenland ice cores. There's an ancient city which they're not feeling the name of, which they're pretty certain was wiped out by a comet impact about 4,500 years ago. They want to go there and investigate that field work they need to do to drive home this hypothesis, to frankly put down the opposition, because there's been so much opposition to this idea from people with vested interest in other theories
and that's why these guys have not got funding. So the only place they're going to get funding to do this research is from members of the general public, and that's what we're hoping that will happen. It's called the Comet Research Group. There's a banner on my site. All the links are there to their crowdfunding, to their website, which is full of masses of information, and to their Facebook page.
It is a very unusual thing, the fact that we know that comets and all sorts of various large objects have impacted Earth. We see the craters, we know they exist, but it's so rarely discussed. It's so strange. If it wasn't for this article in the New York Times, I can't remember when the last time that even came up. And it's such a huge issue.
It's a massive issue. It's a massive issue. Both Rabbi and I have really given a great deal of thought to this. And I think Rabbi, the point is that catastrophe is the untold story of our past.
We're given a little hint of it. February of 2015, Chelyabinsk in Siberia. Remember the event?
Yeah.
That was just a little cosmic speck. Came in, it was about 15 diameter, which is about, and it came in at a fairly low angle, flew up nearly 18.
Get the thing right in front of you.
Right in front of me, like this.
Yeah, if you flatten it out, it's usually easier.
Oh, just yeah. Sorry. So it came in, I think it exploded 12 miles, about 20 kilometers up in the atmosphere, but it was still enough to damage thousands of buildings and injure 1,500 people. Now, the thing about that one is if it had been slightly larger, if it had come in at a slightly steeper angle, a little bit higher velocity, you could have had thousands of fatalities rather than just injuries. And that would have been heavyweight news at that point. As it was, it's already forgotten. But you do remember?
Yes.
That
Oh, yeah.
we may even have talked about that.
We did.
We did.
I think we showed videos of it. Well, what's fascinating is that Russia has so many of those not trail cam, the dash cam cameras. That's right. Because they have so much insurance fraud apparently over there. People slam into each other all the time and they want to record it. So we're fortunate enough to have so many of those videos because of that.
Which puts it on the record, whereas otherwise it would not be. I think people don't like to talk about cataclysms and catastrophes, and actually nor do I. Nobody wants a horrible cataclysm to occur, but this is the point, which is that the prospect of a comet or asteroid cataclysm on the Earth is actually much higher than has been told to us up till now, and something can be done about it. It doesn't have to be the end of the world. We don't have to, say, okay, it's all over, forget about it. Quite the contrary. This is just something that would be prudent and rational for the human species to do, and amongst many other imprudent and irrational things that we focus on instead, we should be focusing on a bit of this.
Well, at least just to heighten awareness of it, and also the possibility that we've been nailed a bunch of times and we forgot about it. And this is the big thing that you've been dealing with your entire career. This skepticism about past civilizations. I mean, I got with Michael Shermer, a friend of mine, who's a famous skeptic. Him with it yesterday. Because I understood that you were going to be on, and he started chirping something about civilizations 12,000 years ago. Where's the evidence? I'm like, dude, you don't even saying this, and you don't even know about Göbekli Tepe. So I sent him Göbekli, and literally like 5 hours later, he wrote something claiming that, well, that was made by hunter-gatherers. It was all just really to sort of suit his narrative. He doesn't know that. No one knows that.
Nobody knows that. They're so determined to keep the existing model, and when new evidence comes in, which can't be explained by the existing model, they just try to explain away the new evidence, not think maybe it's time to change our theory. This is the unfortunate thing. But cataclysms, a global cataclysm, the massive event that happened 12,800 years ago, the Younger Dryas impacts, which were a series of comet impacts on the North American ice cap. This accounts why we don't have a lot of evidence, hard evidence of a 12,000 plus year old civilization, because it went down in that catastrophe. It was went down.
I've been trying to amass the evidence actually that complements what Graham is doing, and it really answers that question that Shermer brought up. And it's a legitimate question. Where's the evidence? But I'm quite sure that Shermer is not really educated in the extreme events that have really taken place on this planet in the last 10 to 1,000 years. And what that would do to any kind of evidence. And we have some time here today. I brought a few things to try to convey some sense of how extreme some of these changes been, and how one would actually be quite shocked to find anything existing in the aftermath of these events.
Well, Michael Shermer's a brilliant actor. I don't mean to shit on it, but what is disturbing to me is that his knee-jerk reaction to this, without having any research at all, and not knowing at all about Göbekli Tepe, which was discovered in what, the 90s? Yeah, 96. So this is, to me, this is something that I've looked at because you guys, in great depth. When I read your book, I was just completely enthralled with this idea of history having some sort of a rise and fall, and civilization having these resets. So I've been absorbed in it for a long time. What's fascinating to me is people that consider themselves to be skeptical, or I mean, he's a skeptic professional, but many people who question anything that's outside of what they've been told. As soon as they hear any sort of a theory outside of what they've been told, they immediately agree. And this, but it's a weird knee-jerk reaction to something, especially when you talk about asteroids, that is a very real part of our past. We have a ton of evidence. I mean, there's actual craters that you can look at on Earth. The moon, which has no atmosphere, is littered with them. And if we look at the moon as a model for what possibly have happened to Earth, or at least, some of them, obviously, the moon having no atmosphere, it's going to get hit a lot more than we are. But still, this is a very real situation that this solar system, at least as far as we know, the solar system has to deal with this. But we know this is a real, we've seen impacts.
Well, it's like you just said. On the one hand, you have Earth scientists looking at the Earth, and what they're realizing is that the Earth is pockmarked with scars. And each of these scars represents a tremendously powerful catastrophe that happened in the history of the Earth. Now, that's accepted by mainstream science. Major catastrophes have happened in the history of the Earth. But where the thing now is about to come full circle is the recognition that these kinds of catastrophes have also influenced the rise and fall of civilization, and a lot more extremely than has been recognized at this point. And while geologists and earth scientists are looking at the surface and realizing that etched into the surface of the Earth, or imprinted into the surface of the Earth, are hundreds of scars, of which undoubtedly are only a small percentage of the total that exist. At the same time, astronomers are looking out into near Earth space and discovering that we cohabit space with a lot of stuff. It's not as empty as we thought. Last 6 or 7 weeks we've had 2 close flybys
Of previously undiscovered asteroids.
That's the point, because NASA, we've counted 1,650 asteroids, and none of them are going to hit the Earth in the next 100 years. Well, yeah, that's true. But what about all the ones they haven't counted, which are estimated to run into hundreds of thousands, and which haven't been seen yet? And what happens is we see them roughly 10 days before they pass the Earth. That is not enough time to do anything about them. We have time if we're prepared to be rational and reasonable as a civilization to take care of this issue. Now, when you're dealing with hundreds of thousands of near-Earth objects that are flying on the Earth, what are the things that could be done to protect Earth? You can paint, it's low tech actually. You can paint one side of the asteroid, affect its albedo so that the sun rays push differentially on one side rather than the other. That will shift it slightly. It has to be calculated. You can give it a little knock with a rocket, basically. You don't want to blow it up. You don't want to turn one big piece of artillery shell into buckshot. You don't want to do that. You want to move it into a safer orbit. You can mount jets on it. People are looking now to mining asteroids. Of course, our society always goes, our civilization always goes for where the money's to be made. Yeah. If we can mine asteroids, we can move asteroids, and the technology is there.
And ironically, the most dangerous asteroids are going to be the ones that are the closest to the Earth, which are the most accessible. And asteroids pretty much have unbelievable resources. Pretty much everything that is being mined on the Earth can be found on asteroids, from the hydrocarbons to precious metals, all these things. And we're not that far away from technologically being able to actually mount expeditions to asteroids and mine them. And that's the solution I kind of prefer, because again, these things are tremendous sources of all kinds of things that would be usable to an expanding civilization, and we could feasibly within a decade or two be mining the asteroid. The ones that are the easiest to access are also going to be the ones that are more dangerous because they're the ones that are coming the closest to the Earth. So,
And another point here is that there is one specific danger. There's one specific, if you like, region of the sky that really needs to be looked at. And this is the region of the sky. This is why I'm traditions of the gods, because of this discovery that there's a thing called the Taurine meteor stream, which is 30 million kilometers wide, which envelops the solar system, and the Earth on its orbit around it passes through the Taurine meteor stream twice a year. Turns out, Taurine meteor stream is the debris of a giant comet that came into the inner solar system about 20,000 years ago. That thing was at least 100 kilometers in diameter, according to their calculations. It may have been more so. And then, like other comets, like Levy 9, which spectacularly hit Jupiter in 1994, it began to break up into multiple fragments, and those carry on orbiting the original path, and as they break up more and more, they degrade, and small bits, large bits break off, and it gradually fills up a kind of huge group of debris that the Earth is passing through twice a year. It takes us 12 days to pass through it. We do 2.5 million kilometers a day on our orbit. 12 days to get through the Taurine meteor stream. And the scientists of the Comet Research Group have made the point that a big object out of the Taurine meteor stream, multiple objects as a matter of fact, hit the North American ice cap 12,800 years ago. It looks like there was a second series of impacts 11,600 years ago from the same source. It looks like there were other impacts in the Bronze Age. The most decent, almost definite impact out of the Taurine meteor stream was Tunguska in Siberia back in 1908. That hit on the 3rd of June 1908. That's at the peak of the Taurine June shower. We passed through the Taurids in June and in November. And what they're saying is we really need to focus on this Taurine meteor stream. Their calculations are that there are hundreds and hundreds of massive objects in that Taurine meteor stream. And as a comet breaks up into bits, the bits can become asteroids, and those asteroids are circling in the Taurine meteor stream. I likened it to strapping on a blindfold, crossing a lane interstate twice a year, and just hoping that we're not hit any heavy traffic, that would be bicycles or motorcycles rather than trucks. But the trucks are out there, and what the Comet Research Group scientists are saying is we need now to be in depth investigating the Taurine meteor stream, because it appears to be the hidden hand in human civilization. It has wiped out episodes of our history in the past, and it's to expect that it won't do so again unless we do something about it, because the remnants of that original giant comet are still circulating the meteor stream, and they are fucking dangerous.
Now, how has this been received in mainstream science? I mean, is there any resistance to this? Because it seems this is all pretty straightforward and traceable.
mostly being ignored.
Mostly being ignored.
Why do you think that is?
By scientists who have a vested interest in other ideas. First of all, there's a vested interest in not admitting that cataclysms are important. This goes back to the 19th century, when science began to take shape in the form that we know it now, and they wanted to separate themselves off from superstition. So they didn't want anything to do with something that sounded like a biblical flood, for example. They felt they would be contaminated with that. They preferred to explain any cataclysmic evidence as a result of a gradual process.
So you really think it's because of the reluctance to accept religion or religious ideas, or to separate themselves?
No, I think that's where it started. They wanted to separate themselves off from that. Now they've gone away from that. And many scientists have got a vested interest in what is called uniformitarianism or gradualism, and they don't like to hear about cataclysms having any major impact on the story of life on Earth.
So is it part of the momentum of these initial desires to escape religious influence that sort of led them down this path?
Yes. And then there are others vested interest in current accounts of global warming, others who have a vested interest in extinctions taking place now. They want to say that our ancestors were responsible for the extinction of all the mammoths and mastodons and so on and so forth. Whereas the Comet Research Group scientists are saying, no, those huge megafauna of North America were wiped out as a result of a massive series of impacts on the North American ice cap.
I'm reading a book right now by Dan Flores, really interesting book, Coyote America. He's a wildlife historian. He really an expert on all the different forms of wildlife in North America, where they originated, where they migrated to. And one of the more fascinating things about it is he's talking about all these animals that went extinct, 10,000 plus years ago, this mass extinction event, and never once does he bring up cataclysms. And there's all these different ideas, and one of the ones being that human beings with atlatls, which is like really a very weird sort of a spear throwing device, wiped out the woolly mammoths and all these other animals.
To me, it's so preposterous. It's a lunatic idea. Also, if you have contact with hunter-gatherers today, you find that hunter-gatherer people don't overkill their game. They hunt them respectfully. They take what they need and they leave the rest because it's a renewable resource for them. So I don't think hunter-gatherers wiped out the mammoths in North America. The evidence is compelling. It was the common.
Well, the evidence that you brought up when you were here the first time, when you showed the images of all those mammoths that had been literally knocked over with broken legs from the impact of something, and mass burial grounds, like these mass, not burial grounds, obviously, but mass casualties, mortality sites. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, in fact, Ray and I visited one of these hot springs where there's just several dozen. Nobody knows how many areas are there, but there's at least 7 dozen two species, woolly mammoths and Colombians. And while we were there, I was interested in the guy who toured there was kind of a gradualist explanation that well over long periods of time, these mammoths wandered into a sinkhole and were too dumb to get out. So they became entombed, and I asked the question, well, what studies have been done on the sedimentary matrix in which their remains are being found? Because as I'm looking at this sedimentary matrix, I'm seeing a massive deposit. In other words, a deposit that was instantaneous. And when I brought that up, she got very irritated and violent. Dismissed my question. Well, we've got it all worked out. We know about that. Well, what is it? Well, we've got it all worked out. And immediately went on. But yet I had an article that was actually written by one of the original scientists who worked on the site. His description was, well, it could have been that, but also an alternative, and used the term float and float. That what you had was woolly mammoths that had been caught in a flood, drowned, and their floated carcasses floated into a depression in the landscape, and that's where they were entombed. And that makes a whole lot more sense to me. Individually, over several thousand years, these mammoths wandered into the sinkhole and they couldn't get out. But you got to bear in mind, we're talking about the end of the last ice age. 20 roughly species of megafauna disappeared, which is about equivalent to the same number of megafauna species that have theory. It was a short period of time, something like 65% of the North American mammoths, 75%. Very short period of time, very short. Pretty much totally coincident with that period. And so there's nothing resembling what we're capable of doing today. I mean, when you look at human extinction events, human cause extinction events, it's very logical. What we're doing today with pollution and the expanse of civilization and weapons are sophisticated. If we wanted to, we could wipe out a lot of different species. Yeah, but what we're actually seeing is that at the end of what's called the just the gradual warming at the end of the last ice age, which preceded the sudden catastrophic change in 12,100, was the Clovis culture that existed for 500 years.
Yes.
But they suddenly were gone, right? Exactly simultaneous with the mammoths. And then there are interesting studies that are coming out now showing that at least continental-wide, there was apparently a population crash exactly coincident with the megafaunal extinctions, because you had quarries that had been mined centuries that are suddenly abandoned. You have campsites that had been that had generations of debris and hits accumulating and so on, debris from the fluting of the spear points and so on that are suddenly abandoned. Right? So the evidence actually suggests that the human population crashed, which would
certainly imply that they would have been far less capable of wiping out all of these species of megafauna. Also, the studies of their diet and their life ways suggest that they were very quite diverse, that they were hunter-gatherers. And they focused mostly on small game. They ate a lot of fish, a lot of shellfish. They gathered food. And why would they go after the biggest, most dangerous animal, in the whole array of animals?
And with incredible efficiency, hunted to extinction in 100 years. It doesn't make sense.
No, it makes no sense.
It seems pretty silly.
And
Something
especially
else from that time, if I may say, Rabbi mentioned the cloak culture. This is for a very long time, really until just a couple of years ago. All of the mainstream academics in fields of archaeology and anthropology were saying there were no human beings in North America before, let's say, 13,000 years ago, give or take 500 years. They came across the Bering Land Bridge. The Bering Strait at that time was above water, sea level was lower. They entered the Americas then, they weren't here then. But now in the last 2 to 3 years, there's just been a whole raft of new scientific research, and no scientist today is prepared to defend this model anymore. It's accepted, of course, that there have been human beings in America 50,000, 60,000 years, and there's weird genetic links. Like, for example, there's a trace that connects Aboriginal Australians with North Americans. They had a common ancestor. It's a very peculiar thing that's going on. And so what happens is that actually these scientific models, which constrain and restrict research for so long, do get overthrown. And that Clovis model is being overthrown. And what the missing piece of the puzzle, I think, for everybody working in this field is the cataclysm, the comet, what between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago.
Is it bizarre to you guys or frustrating in any way? This is not a mainstream idea. This is very much French, but yet it's not something that we don't have any.
Whenever I put out a book, I immediately there's this huge hostile reaction,
Like the Michael Shermer thing.
like the Michael Shermer thing. I mean, I would say Magicians of the Gods, which I published in 2015, which did build this whole comic issue, is actually the most thoroughly documented, the most thoroughly referenced book that I've ever written. It's calm, it's measured. They actually don't read it. They just say, "Oh, Hancock's brought out another book. He's a pseudoscientist," as they always call me, or a pseudo-archaeologist, and it's obviously rubbish because it disagrees with everything that we know. Well, that's the point of the heretic in this is to offer an alternative view and well-documented evidence, but it seems that we're dealing with such a deeply ingrained mindset, which is connected in curious ways to power structures. It's very difficult to change.
Absolutely. And like you mentioned earlier, there's kind of it went from a religious motive, I think, in the 19th century. Now it's more political. And again, the idea that every day you'll find something coming from various factions that we're destroying the earth, that the earth has never suffered this kind of assault on its core, and we're causing the 6th great mass extinction, that we're going to cause catastrophic global warming if we put another 50 or 100 parts per billion of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. And so what that has done is, like, I won't say many, but several of the scientists now that have been in the forefront of criticizing the Younger Dryas impact on humans are also very much involved in the global warming movement and the idea that we are now precipitating this great mass extinction. Having looked now at mass extinctions and been really an obsession of mine for about 30 years now, and looked at everything from the Cretaceous right on down the line to the most recent one, which to me is really in some ways the most interesting, because the most recent mass extinction that we're talking about is the one place while we humans were part of the story. And
Between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago, the Younger Dryas.
the Younger Dryas, which is still an unexplained climate anomaly that happened. Is, I think, in the previous broadcast, that what you have is you have this spasm of extreme warming followed by rapid extreme cold. literally within a matter of a few years, we're talking about climate changes that are up to 15 degrees Fahrenheit within perhaps 1 to 5 years, which utterly dwarfs anything that we've experienced in the last the Industrial Revolution. And we still don't really understand. And that's why this research is so important, because now we understand that there was something caused that happened. It's left its imprint in the landscape over, what, 4 continents, 5 continents?
Yeah, over 50 million square kilometers of the Earth's surface, just a giant debris field of this stuff that is only produced by massive impacts. These things come in at 70,000 miles an hour. And, you know, if they have any diameter at all, if they're meters or more in diameter, they're hitting the Earth really hard. They're not going to burn up in the atmosphere. And when they do, they pack a huge amount of kinetic energy, a huge amount of heat, and that creates very definite chemical products. So naphtha, so carbon spherules, so melt glass, that's like the type that was produced in nuclear explosions. All of these, when they're all found together in the same layer of soil, and when you can put a date on the layer of soil, and when it's all over the world, there's only one thing that can explain a massive cosmic impact.
I don't understand why this is controversial. I really don't. I mean, I do. I understand it because I know that once people start teaching things, once people start doing lectures, giving speeches, they want to stick to the guns. They want to somehow or another avoid anything that's going to contradict what they've been espousing.
It's a game. This is a change. This information, it changes everything. It changes the way we look at the past. It changes the whole story of archaeology, and it changes the way we're going to look at the future. I think that people in academia are reluctant to embrace that change, and they're afraid of being called pseudoscientists, because there's a whole lobby of skeptics who use this word pseudoscientist or pseudo-archaeologist as an instant dismissal of other ideas. And those who are in the profession, they don't want to get tarred with that brush. They want to keep themselves clean and
I understand that, but you're talking about hard evidence. You're talking about this nuclear glass. You're talking about nanodiamonds. You're talking about core samples. This massive shift when you do the ice core samples, massive temperature. And you're talking about very clear evidence of impacts that we know exists. It's not like the comets of theory. It's not like it's big first. We're looking for the final piece of evidence that shows that the comet is a real thing. It's real.
It's totally real. But it's so difficult for those who are invested in other models to accept. And unfortunately, they have the ear of the media. There are, by the way, all the scientists in the comet research group are absolutely mainstream scientists, and they have taken a lot of flack from their colleagues for even daring to investigate this area. That's why they've had no funding. They had to fund themselves all the way along.
That is so crazy, because this is a controversial thing in my mind. It should not be. It should not be. This is not an area. We're not talking about psychics. We're not talking about UFOs. We're talking about something that we know exists. So to bury your head in the sand over something like this seems to me
Vested interest. Right now, NASA is spending the equivalent of one attack helicopter a year on investigating the comet and asteroid danger. $50 million. That's not that much. It's peanuts. It's tiny. It's a minute or something. Hundreds of millions of dollars on massive, sophisticated military equipment, which we can use to slaughter one another in ever more sophisticated ways. But just $50 million a year on saving the from a potential cataclysm that could put our civilization back into the same age tomorrow.
And I don't mean to keep harping on Michael Shermer, but that he highlights this sort of natural inclination to poke fun at something that he has done no research on whatsoever. When I pointed out Göbekli Tepe and I sent articles to National Geographic, he went radio silent. I mean,
he should know about it. It's astonishing the number of people
mocking it.
Yeah,
If you're going to mock it, you should actually know what you're mocking.
to say that Göbekli Tepe was created by hunter-gatherers. Well, I'm sorry, that's just a thing. That's not a fact. I mean, you have a sophisticated site with astronomical alignments with hundreds and hundreds of megalithic pillars weighing 20 tons each, the world's first perfectly aligned north-south building, which you can only do with astronomy. It's not enough. They're just hunter-gatherers. There was something extraordinary.
From a half mile away.
mean, there's some serious sophistication. I mean, how big are these stones?
Well, the biggest one actually still in the quarry. They left it because it had a in it. They clearly intended to go in 50 tons. You're looking at 25 inches, and then it's the putting together of them. See, here's the problem. Hunter-gatherer societies are not the kinds of societies that produce large-scale fixed commodities. Why? Because they don't generate a surplus. You can't pay for an architect of those times, somebody to come in. You're busy hunting and gathering, and that's what you do. Agriculture generates surplus, and that is the problem at Göbekli Tepe, because there is no background. This site just appears out of nowhere amidst what appeared to be a hunter-gathering community, but what they're not considering is the possibility we're looking at technology transfer, that the survivors of a lost civilization who already had all that knowledge came to Göbekli Tepe and used that site as a center of initiation to teach the local hunter-gatherers to do agriculture, and that's now taken as the beginnings of civilization. I say it is the reinvention or the remaking of civilization.
So when we're looking back at Sumer and any artifacts we find in ancient Mesopotamia in that area, Iraq, those are the people that are sort of reinventing, relearning.
Well, that's the thing. Actually, when we talk of Mesopotamia, which means between two rivers, the Tigris and the Euphrates, Göbekli Tepe is sitting right there in the headwaters between the Tigris and the Euphrates, and we cannot separate that from the later cultures that enter history 5,000, 6,000 years ago. They're part of the lineage that descended from Göbekli Tepe times. And what's fascinating about Göbekli Tepe is the way it doesn't fit, the way there's no background to it, that you would expect to see them practicing, learning architectural skills. The oldest stuff should be the worst, and as they carry on, it gets better. That site ran for 1,000 years. The best stuff is the oldest. 1,000 years later, what they were producing wasn't so good. This is a real anomaly that needs to be investigated, not mocked by skeptics, but actually explored to consider maybe this does rock the paradigm.
It's kind of ironic that in their desire to get away from the ancient myths and tales of the Bible, they've ignored those ancient myths and tales which all talk about cataclysms. Well, our modern psychology is to imagine that we are so far advanced from our predecessors that we now represent the pinnacle of civilization, and anything that preceded us has to be looked upon almost as if the world is a joke. It requires a major psychological shift to admit or accept that our ancestors may have been far, far more sophisticated than we had imagined in our 19th century populations, which basically still dominate thinking today. And, in Graham's book, he devotes several chapters to the story of 20th century heretic J. Harlan Bretz. His story, to me, kind of encapsulates the whole process of forcing his paradigm shift. And for years, he was exploring this evidence that there had been this tremendous flooding in Washington State. And all of his critics were dismissive of everything going out and looking at the evidence firsthand in the field. But he did was he stuck to his guns for 3 decades and mass evidence to the point where they couldn't dismiss it anymore. And finally, the group of them went out and began to explore the landscapes for themselves. And one of the leaders, I think you talked about maybe your book, James Kaluli, who was sort of the leader of the skeptic batch that had set out, their sole purpose was to discredit and lay this whole flood heresy to rest once and for all. But he went out in the field, and he spent about 8 days in the field, where he's seeing this evidence for himself over and over again. When you look just one piece of it, you might be able to say, okay, there's some other explanations for it. But what happens is when you get multiple lines of evidence all converging, and there's no way to individually explain away each one of those things other than just saying, oh, it's all coincidence. Well, James Kaluli was honest, so that after a week out there, they were in a place called Loose Falls in southern Washington, which was one of these areas where these tremendous inland tsunamis swept across the land. And I actually just visited there about 8 weeks ago. And took them to Loose Falls to show them right by
Michael James Coogan was standing with 5 hands of this.
Do you have any images of that?
I have images. I can dig them up. Yeah, I sure do. Yeah, I've got some really interesting images to show. Which relates, because see, this flooding stuff relates directly to the idea. We can get into a little bit of that, explaining how these parallel lines of evidence are now converging. But the interesting thing about what Lee was in the description of the trip, he wandered off by himself for a long time, away from the group, and was standing there looking at this massive panorama with 400-foot cliffs and this little tiny ribbon of water flowing over it, and this huge canyon below it, and these big boulders, and he'd seen for a whole week, he'd been seeing this stuff. Finally got to the point where it was undeniable, and he walked back to the group, and the words out of his mouth verbatim were, "How could I have been so wrong?" And he finally admitted, and that was like a turning point. And now, again, Graham describes this very effective book, how, in a way, the flooding phenomenon was hijacked and then placed within this more gradualistic context. To really to avoid the fact that something so anomalous and such a departure from our modern experience that we had to look outside of our modern experience to find an explanation. What they wanted to do was find something within our modern experience, and this is the cornerstone of the uniformitarian approach. That we look for a modern example and then we extrapolate backwards from that. And so what they did was they saw, well, in the modern term, in the modern world, we have pro-glacial lakes, that form in front of glaciers, and sometimes these pro-glacial lakes might be held by an ice dam or another glacier. These dams will give way and they will cause pretty catastrophic flooding. They're very common up in Iceland because you've got several volcanoes under the Icelandic ice sheets, and up there they use the term yokamoks to describe these burst floods. But here's the thing, the modern versions of it, you basically are looking at floods that are less than 1,000th of one single flow from these floods we're talking about that happened, 12 to 13,000, 1,000, less than 1,000 heat discharge and in total volume. And so it has been admitted in several places. I've extracted the quote saying, well, we do admit that this is a major extrapolation upwards, but
we're going to have a lot of sort of see, Colin Bretz, for 30 years, was walking the walk in that what he saw was evidence for, I think, humongous flood, which actually rose and formed within 3 weeks. And he went through decades of being put aside by his colleagues, insulted, they mocked him, they laughed at him, just as the skeptics do today. But gradually the evidence began, they couldn't deny it anymore, that there had been flooding, and actually eventually they gave Harlan Bretz the Penrose Medal, which is the ultimate, the ultimate bestowal of geology in America. He got the accolade. And he said at that, he was more than 90 years old at the time. He said at that time, he said, all my enemies are dead, so I have no one to gloat over. But the point is, there was nothing to gloat about, because what they did was they separated him from his central idea. Instead of accepting that there had been one human blood, and that was always his view, they said, oh, there must have been 70 or 80 floods that caused all this damage, and that's what we are seriously challenging right now.
It's so ironic in a way that human desire for knowledge is what has led us to where we are. We have this insatiable desire for knowledge and for innovation, but that same human desire to achieve is also what's the ego's responsible for that. And the ego blocks anything that's contrary to what you've already established with practice. As soon as you see something that might throw a monkey wrench into the gears of what you've been teaching and practicing your whole life, and I know you've gone
through this with Egypt, your whole issue with space, and with Dr. Shock and John Anthony West, who was on the podcast. Yeah, he's amazing.
By the way, I'm going to be doing an event in New York, John, on the 29th of November.
Where?
It's again, it's linked on my website.
Okay.
The details are on the talks and events, but it's in some church somewhere. But I'm going to give a presentation, and then I'm going to interview John on stage. First time I've ever done that. I'm kind of podcasting. He's an amazing.
I love that dude. And Magic Egypt is, I think, one of the most important things anybody can ever watch. I think that DVD series is just insane. It's so spectacular. It's so fantastic. And next to going to Egypt, which I have done, I think that's probably the second best.
And John is an example of why we need heretics. You see, the science today, yes, you're right. We have this thirst of knowledge and human characteristic, but also we get invested in particular positions. That people criticize those positions, we take it as an existential threat, and we get all angry and hot and bothered about it. If we allow that to happen to us, don't give place for heretics in our society, then we're never going to do anything novel. We're gradually going to get locked down, ossified into the existing system. We need heretics. John has been the leading heretic on ancient Egypt for decades, pointing out that we should listen to what the ancient Egyptians said, that their civilization was not a development, it was a legacy. It was a legacy from the time of the gods. And that cost me against the Polish lost civilization.
Now, when Gobekli Tepe was discovered, it vindicated you in so many ways. But what are the possibilities, if any, of more of these sites being explored? Are there more that people are looking at right now? Are there any that are under the radar?
Just a year ago, at the bottom of the Sicily Channel, at a depth of more than 120 feet, it's been underwater for at least 9,000 years, is a huge megalith site. Before the discovery of Gobekli Tepe, that site could never have been explained. The dating is absolutely definite. The seas rose and covered it at least 9,000 years ago. We don't know how long it stood there before it was covered by the rising sea. But there it sits underwater, and I think underwater discoveries, and I've had a part to play in this over the years, are one of the ways forward. We need to look at those areas because there was a 400-foot rise in sea level at the end of the Ice Age. You're looking at the amount of land that would be put together in, say, Europe and China, added together. That amount of land was swallowed by those rising seas. And archaeology has largely proceeded without taking account of those lost lands. I'm not saying they haven't looked at all, but they're primarily in marine archaeology interested in shipwrecks.
Now, this megalithic site, is there images of this that we can look at? Right here, right now.
I can probably find it. Monolith at the bottom of the Sicily Channel. Try that. Search on that.
Pull that up, Gene. But so what does this look like? Has this been clearly established that this actually is the work of man? Is this not some sort of Yarden or something?
Of course, there's dispute.
Right, of course.
The mainstream is not going to just accept this overnight, but again, it's mainstream scientists who found it. They're absolutely certain that they're dealing with a man-made site. There are holes drilled through these megaliths. One of them is very, very large. There's a series of other megaliths around about. It's not a natural.
So here we're looking at some of them.
Yeah, so there's that big megalith broken into two parts.
Oh, wow.
And this, we could say, often with archaeological sites, the problem is dating them. For example, there are incredible megalithic temples all over the island of Malta, not far away from this place. Incredible megalithic temples. But they can't date the stone directly. They have to date organic material associated with the stone. And that can give them misleadingly young dates. In the case of a site that's been covered by sea level rise, there can be no argument. He went down there and built that 9,000 years ago. It had to be built before the seas rose, and that puts a minimum age on it of 9,000 years.
What are the best images that we can look at? Because right now I'm just seeing rocks. It's very difficult because I'm looking at something.
Well, and I'm afraid that's all you're going to see. Those are the best images of it that exist. But that's in your that's not in the Sicily Channel.
So, what are the biggest pieces down there? Is it here?
Yeah, that big thing there, about 30 feet long.
And is it what leads you to believe that this is man-made?
The scientists who worked on it, the fact that there are holes still through the stone, the fact that you can go to neighboring areas like Armenia and find really very ancient megalithic sites where they have exactly the same kind of holes drilled through the stone, and the holes seem to have been used for astronomical sightings. Now this site's a mess, it's been knocked into the sea, it's fallen down, but we're seeing the same thing, big megaliths with holes.
And you're also dealing with 9,000 plus years of erosion,
all of that. And the ocean is a difficult place to work. Yeah. It's not easy. Visibility can be bad. You're dealing with currents. There's all kinds of problems.
This is important. James Cameron, this crazy little submarine rig that Jamestown.
Well, I spent 7 years scuba diving all around. It's pretty convincing.
Well, it does make sense that if we do know for a fact and we do sea level rose dramatically at the end of the ice age, it makes sense that some things would be buried underwater.
Well, and during the Ice Age, they were, you don't have to talk about advanced civilizations or anything, but during the Ice Age, living on the coastlines, establishing those communities on the coastlines would have been probably one of the most benign places to get, because for one thing, you're down here in the sea, you have a presence in the seas is going to fly and so forth. So, you're going to have most cultural development during the Ice Age is going to be close to the sea. So it's going to be underwater, just like we were talking. And so this to me is probably the future of archaeology, where a lot of discoveries are. And in that particular thing, there's a lot of megalithic pictures around the world. That if you set that thing up, there's sighting very slow. Would look precisely straight from the barnacles off. But, and no one's saying, oh, it's perfect. But what it is we have to keep an open mind and say, well, there are some very strong similarities here, so let's investigate this thing further. And that's the whole point of all this. Is all of this stuff needs more research. It doesn't need some cavalier dismissal by somebody who's protecting their own paradigm. It needs more research on all fronts. I mean, because I think that there's enough evidence that now accumulated to suggest that there is a deep connection in this species. And we're just beginning to really appreciate how much deeper it really is than the conventional models of history. And rather than just waving an arm and dismissing this
with a skeptical sneer.
Exactly.
What's interesting is that there is accepted scientific models of humanity when you're talking about supervolcanoes, right? Like the supervolcano of 60, 70,000 years ago. Yeah, I mean, they pretty much accept that wiped out of the vast majority of human beings on Earth. And why is the supervolcano hypothesis so easily accepted, but yet the asteroidal impact, both of them are real events, both of them are historically documented. In fact, we've never watched a supervolcano take over. We've seen asteroids hit other planets. We've actually watched Shoemaker Movie, which we were talking about before.
Bombarding Jupiter, unbelievable.
Bigger impact than the planet Earth itself.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. And actually, more than 20 impacts. Each one of them would have wiped out all life on Earth if that object had hit. So it's strange. Another thing to we talk about underwater structures, but let's also consider the possibility. And again, John Anthony Woodward is important here. Let's also consider the possibility that we have misidentified a number of structures that are standing in plain view, like the Great Sphinx. Egyptology, read any Egyptological text, any encyclopedia, actually, they will tell you that thing was put there by a specific pharaoh, Pharaoh Khafre of the 4th dynasty, around about 2,500 BC. That is not a fact. That's an opinion. But it's presented as a fact. There is not a single inscription that relates the Sphinx to that pharaoh, not a contemporary inscription, not one dating from 2,500 BC. In fact, there's nothing at all. It's just the assumption, because it's close to a pyramid, which they assume the same pharaoh built, again on the absence of evidence that the Sphinx was to be built by them. But John Anthony West was the first to see that actually when we look at the Sphinx, we're looking at a highly eroded stone object. That erosion is very odd, and that's why he brought Professor Robert Schoch from geology at Boston University to Giza in 1992 to look at the Sphinx and say, what actually caused this weathering on the Sphinx? And immediately saw it. What caused it was exposure to a very long, heavy rainfall. And those trades have fallen in Egypt in the last 5,000 years, but they did fall during the Younger Dryas. We had a prolonged rainout from this comet cloud. The ice cap was pulverized. A massive amount of water was thrown up into the upper atmosphere. A prolonged rainout, which could have been caused the erosion of the atmosphere.
Now, what has occurred? What discoveries have been discovered in the last week? What is new that we can look at?
In terms of archaeology, there's not much new. Göbekli Tepe at the moment is in deep freeze. It's right 30 miles from the Syrian border. There's been massive unrest under the Shanghai, which is the main town. Archaeology is very difficult for them to carry on there. It's basically just frozen. Just sort of stopped. They've just kind of stopped. In fact, there's an amazing number of these sites. Another site I visited from Magicians of the Gods was Baalbek in Lebanon. Absolutely stunning site. And again, I'm convinced that that's nuanced. It is, yes, there is a Roman temple there, but they put that temple there because the site was sacred long before, and there's this incredible U-shaped megalithic wall which surrounds Baalbek, which does not appear to have any connection to the Roman structure at all. Again, that's an area which is subject to tremendous unrest and difficulty. It's difficult for archaeologists to proceed. But just in 2014, they made a huge new discovery at Baalbek of a buried block which weighed 1,460 tons, which was down the site. They've been working that site for 100 years. They only found it in 2014.
1,000 tons.
1,460.
That 2 million pounds? Is that what that is?
I don't know. How's that work? Math better than mine. Comparing it to pounds.
1 ton is 2,000 pounds. Yeah.
Pounds to a ton. Doing imperial ton. So whatever had 3 zeros on it, double it.
It's a horrendous amount of pounds. Put it that way. There's a single large block of stone ever cut and quarried in Egypt.
And they found this just in 2014.
2014. Now there's another big one right beside it, which has been in plain view for about the last 100 years. And it's astonishing to me that this one, which is below it, was covered by sediment. But
You have an actual calculator? You might be the person on the list.
I never go anywhere without my
You have a
calculator.
real calculator. Nobody has one of those. We were just talking about that yesterday. They're like,
It's not an iPhone, it's an actual phone.
I'm the last guy.
wow. So Baalbek is also to the site of, there's any amount of monoliths that have been discovered. It's a really fascinating site that many people have sort of overlooked when you talk about the structure of the past.
I have to resist. I'm not against aliens, but I don't need aliens to explain. I think a much leaner, more elegant explanation for these huge archaeological anomalies is a lost civilization.
Much better.
Yeah. That's been the case that I've been making for 25 years. I think that the alien thing is a bit of a distraction. Of course, the universe is full of life, but the ancient sites are not good evidence for that idea. They're very good, unless you massage them. So they're not good evidence. So I think we are dealing with a lost human civilization at the Baalbek, 20 feet above the ground. We have 3 blocks of stone joined so closely together that you can't get an edge of it between them. Each one weighs more than 9 tons, and they are 20 feet above. It's a stunning achievement. It's just absolutely astonishing. How on earth?
And how does mainstream archaeology deal with that?
They say, the Romans built it. The Romans did. They did some awesome stuff. They absolutely did. But this site is separate from the Romans. It runs it, but it's not.
In terms of your question, what's happened in the last year, I would think that probably the most significant thing, or certainly right up there, would be the comet research. The discovery. This article I have right here came out in 2000. So it's not there. A nano diamond rich layer across 3 continents, consistent with the intercosmic impact in 12,800 years. And it's something like 24, 25 scientists.
So these are the comet research group. These are the scientists from the research group who have funded all their research themselves. They came out with a number in 2015.
Where was this published? If anybody wants to read this,
That's in the journal. But then there's the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, a lot of their work as well. And the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences get in trouble for posting their work, but they feel it's important, so they keep on posting.
This is so technically confusing to me because that's rock solid science.
Yeah.
This is evidence. This is actually the latest stuff. You can measure it. You can run tests on it and find out what its components are. This to me is so baffling.
It's very baffling. They brought out another paper in 2015. I won't go into some of the details are boring, but it's called a Bayesian chronological analysis. And what they were looking at is they asked themselves, is it possible that the incidents, these nanodiamonds, these melt glass, the carbon spherules, could that have been looked down gradually? And the chronological analysis that they've done absolutely answers that. No, it was not laid down gradually. Whole thing folded in about 24 hours.
Whoa. What a night. Yeah, and what had happened, Joe, was that for years, archaeologists had recognized this black mat layer and about 2 dozen or more of Clovis sites around America, which are over 50 physical study. And it was C. Vance Hayes who wrote an interesting paper saying that he was the one who noted that below this black mat, which is only 2 to 3 inches thick in most sites, he found evidence of the Clovis culture. He found their tool kits, their spear points, and so on. He found evidence of the extinct megafauna, but not above. You would find this evidence of this cultural activity and the megafauna right up to the bottom of the black mat layer, but not above. So what finally happened was in 2007, Richard Firestone and Alan West and some of their colleagues, and it was just basically a small group at that point, took a look at this closer look. And that's when they begin to discover these impact epoxies, usually right at the base of the lake. And the lake itself is carbonaceous, which suggests that there had been deposited, which would imply widespread wildfires. There's a study right off the coast of California, or the San Jose Islands, which concluded that it was just massive wildfires that annihilated everything. And then this was preceded by the deposition of this black mat layer. Right at the bottom of this black mat layer, the nanodiamonds, the magnetic grains, the microspherules, the carbonaceous spherules, fullerene. You find these impact rocks, and they're not all the same at all the sites. In fact, that's been one of the things that the critics have seized upon. But what they're doing is, I think, taking an oversimplified model. And when you look at a common fragmentation of it, you could be looking at the individual pieces, could be have very different compositions. And what we were talking about earlier, the torrent meteors, I'm not convinced at this point that it was necessarily just a single impact. It may have been a bombardment episode that may have lasted even several decades. It may have then ceased for a while. And we were talking about this tonight over dinner, that there seems to be a second spasm, 11,600. It's also associated with a massive rise in sea level. They call there's 2 meltwater spikes, meltwater spike 1A and meltwater spike 1B. I'm convinced that these meltwater spikes that have been documented by marine geologists and oceanographers are correlated with these melting events of the ice sheet that I've been looking at in terms of their geomorphic consequences. Because some of these events, I mean, the only way I can describe some of these meltwater events is that the only modern analog to this would be a tsunami. And we've seen some devastating tsunamis within the last decade or two, within Indonesia and in Japan. And I don't know if you've ever seen any of the videos of these tsunamis. Anybody listening, it's definitely worthwhile to go on and look at some of these videos.
Yo, how are you?
You see the powerful effects of a 30 or 40
What's new?
Right now, some of the landscapes, and I have some images.
How are you?
Places in Montana, Idaho, Washington, where you look at a tsunami sweeping over the land that was over 1,000 feet.
And that tsunami came off the ice. That's not an organic tsunami. That's
right. It's a freshwater tsunami. It's meltwater coming off this catastrophic melting of the ice sheet.
And I've traced the sources of some of these meltwater. I've made 2 trips now. I've been to the Plateau country, British Columbia, looking for the source of this meltwater. Because in the conventional models of these flood, that goes back to Harlan Brents, and basically what they've done is they said initially there's no flood because Harlan Brents didn't provide a source for the water. They said, the critics said, well, you're saying that all of this evidence in the landscape, evidence to the flood, but what was the source of the flood? And he didn't have a source. So the critics then said, well, you don't have a source for the flood water, therefore the flood didn't take place. Then as research evolved, you had independent evidence accumulating in western Montana by J.T. Pardee, who was with the U.S. Geological Survey. And he was investigating evidence that the mountain valleys of western Montana had been filled up with an enormous volume of water. And this volume of water seemed to be exactly the same time as Brent's floods. He did assume that this was a giant because you can see, I think we have some images, I think Jamie has some images, we'll pull them up shortly. We're on the mountainside, you see the shoreline, etched 1,000 feet above the valley floor. And what he then decided was that based upon an old 19th century interpretation by T.C. Chamberlain that there had been an ice dam, he said, well, there must have been an ice dam west of here somewhere, the Clark Fork Valley. A giant lake backed up, burst through the ice dam, and this is what would have caused Harlan Brents' floods. Now the geological community is shifting because the evidence is overwhelming, and they can't deny it anymore, but what they're doing is looking for a gradualist or a more uniform explanation, so they immediately latched onto this. Well, there's a giant road glacial or in front of a glacial lake in western Montana. Well, you're talking about somewhere between 520 and 550 cubic miles of water. That's a lot of water, right? And normally when you have a large lake, you have a huge catchment base. Lots of streams and rivers that are feeding into that lake. Look at any of the big lakes around North America. You have the lake, big old catchment base, and all of that's feeding. And Lake was the whole lake fills almost the whole catchment base. To me, what they did was they said, okay, we're just going to push the source of the water from here over to here, but let's not go into the question of where did the water come from that's filling these mountain valleys of western Montana. And this is what I spent a couple of weeks in September going up into some of these, following these valleys into British Columbia. And they're spectacular. It's almost like the American geologists at the 49th parallel. They say, well, that's Canadian preserve up there. We'll let them, they've got their own course, we've got ours. Interestingly, the Canadians are saying that we think that the water for these floods came from up here. They don't like that because, you see, one of the leading geologists who was saying that these floods came from is John Shaw, who basically came up with the idea of the drumlins, which are these inverted bowl-shaped liquids that are found by hundreds of thousands in regions where glaciers were. That they were formed not by the glaciers grinding over the landscape, but they were actually formed by massive subglacial flows of water. And his critics have all been saying, here's the problem. What's the source of your water? Before it wasn't water, it wasn't subglacial floods. It parallels the Harlan Brents story very closely. Here's the thing. Shaw and his colleagues couldn't really come up with a collective explanation for how you could form these massive subglacial rivers. In fact, what they call the Livingstone Lake event required 84,000 cubic kilometers of water. And 84,000 kilometers, if I do it really quickly here, we divide that by 36, that's about 2,300 cubic miles of water. That's more than all of the Great Lakes combined. Than all of the Great Lakes combined. It's probably every lake in North America combined. And he said this one event required over 2,000 cubic miles of water. Well, where did that water come from? Well, he basically said, well, there must have been a reservoir somehow that formed. Critics have said, that's impossible. You couldn't form that water under the ice sheet. Well, what's happened now is the idea of a major cosmic impact into the ice sheet has completely obviated the need for a subglacial reservoir, because now we have a way of instantaneously melting enormous quantities of ice.
It's no longer a mystery where the water came from. It's fully the missing piece of the puzzle until the comet researcher began to identify it.
Well, it's baffling to me that this is a source of controversy. We know that the Great Lakes were created by melting glaciers. We also know that there's vast areas in North America that are flattened by these glaciers. You know, a buddy of mine, my friend Doug, lives in Cazenovia, Wisconsin, which is a driftless area where the glaciers didn't go through.
I just was in May.
It's beautiful, right? It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. Rolling hills, and it wasn't crushed flat like other parts of North America. Right. So we know those glaciers melted and they created the Great Lakes. I mean, the Great Lakes were from glaciers. We know that. That's an established fact. So why is all this confusing? I just don't understand why they wouldn't just add that to it. They're just going to accept that Great Glaciers somehow or another in the last 10,000 years, the glaciers just stop smashing North America flat and melt and create oceans of fresh water. Bizarre.
It's very bizarre. Ultimately, a lot of ideology is involved in this. There's this desire, also, I mean, in the modern world, the desire not to panic the public, not to say things that are going to cause panic.
With Donald Trump being president, I think people are ready now.
I think people are ready for panic.
Has anybody debated you on this? Either one of you on this?
Well, you know, I tried to, but not specifically on this. I tried to do a debate with Zahid Hawass, who's the guy who runs the Giza pyramids, and total. I mean, very crazy event.
There's a video of it online.
There's a video.
The debate lasts 30 seconds.
It's something like that. Yeah. And then later on, when he finally agreed to come back into the room because he was so angry with me and walked out. When he finally came back into the room, he was asked a question about the Göbekli Tepe, and just like your skeptic, he didn't know anything about the Göbekli Tepe. So he claimed not to know about it. This is supposed to be the world's most famous Egyptologist, and he knew nothing about this incredible site in a neighboring country. At one point, Randall was talking about the second event, 11,600 years ago, dealing with an episode of cataclysm which begins 12,800 years ago and ends 11,600 years ago. Both episodes accompanied by massive floods, and the 11,600 years ago date, I may have mentioned this last year, it's in Magicians of the Gulf. But what's interesting about that is the exact date that Plato observes for the destruction of the lost civilization of Atlantis. That's the only source we have for Atlantis. It comes to us, many people think all over the world, but it's not. Atlantis comes to us from the Greek philosopher Plato, about 340 BC. And he got this through his family line from his ancestor Solon, who had visited Egypt in 600.
Hey, Sam.
And there Solon was told of great civilization that
How are you?
existed on Earth that was the progenitor civilization of Egypt, but that was
I'm well,
destroyed
thank you.
in the terrible cataclysm.
We're watching Joe Rogan Experience.
A gigantic flood
872, Graham Hancock and Randall Carlson. They talk about Göbekli Tepe and all kinds of esoteric things.
They said 9,000 years ago. That was in 600 BC, so that's 9,600 BC. That's 11,600 years ago. That's not what a pulse 1B. How could we know? Yeah, how could we have to start taking this stuff more seriously? Instead of sneering at it and skepticizing it out of existence, we need to leave a little bit of room for extraordinary ideas possibly being right. That's the main thing I have with the skeptics, is that they want to throw the baby out with the bathwater.
I want to add something. In the Tomatoes, Plato discusses Atlantis in two timelines. And in the Tomatoes, he prefaces the story of Atlantis by recounting the myth of fate. Now, the fate is a very interesting story. And basically what it is fate was the offspring of Helios, the sun god, who was raised, didn't know who his father was. His mother kept it a secret from him, and then one day he was being taunted at school because all of his schoolmates had recounting the great deeds of their father and everything. So he went distraught. Finally, his mother said, "Well, actually, your father is the big great Eddie of all. Helios, the sun god." So Satan decides he's going to go and find his father. And eventually does, and he goes to some, celestial realm where his father is located. And the way it is with the Greek gods, they have unlimited powers, that they also have certain restrictions. For example, if a god makes a promise, he or she cannot go back on it, right? So Helios stated his lost son becomes so overjoyed, he says, I'm happy to steal, I will grant you any boon you want. And Phaeton said, I want to drive the chariot to the sun. I want to drive your chariot. And Helios says, well, I meant anything except that. So it goes back and forth, back and forth. Finally, Phaeton convinces his father to let he do it. His father says, look, you got to hang on to those reins tight because those steeds are going to pull away from you. He gets in there, the gates of the sun open. Described in the myth. You can go, you can read Edith, Goldfinch, or any of the tellings of the Greek myth. Private in there. It goes through the signs of the zodiac, and then all of a sudden it reams off and heads down to Earth. And then it describes this whole thing, setting the Earth on fire. And finally, the teaching of Poseidon, who's afraid that the oceans are going to boil away, gets Zeus to mount his Mount Olympus, knocks Phaeton from the sky, he falls into the river Eridanus, which is a metaphor from the Milky Way, and his sisters, the Heliades, weep over their brother, and their tears fall to earth because they were Plato then, after referencing that myth, he then says, now this has the form of a myth, but what it really represents is the declination, the crunching of the bodies in space orbiting around the Earth, eventually falling to Earth or one of those bodies, and the conflagration of things triggered by the fall of that body.
It's intriguing that you mentioned the zodiac, because the Taurian meteor stream is so cold because it compass from the direction of the constellation of Taurus, the zodiac constellation. That's where those shooting stars, amongst which are some large objects that have hit us in the past and hit us in the future. That's where it's coming from, that area.
But to the actual conclusion, it appears that they're not actually coming from Taurus.
It looks like that, from that area of the sky.
They come from that area of the sky. So anybody in ancient times who was witnessing it, and according to the Mr. Club and William Napier and those guys, have been doing all of this work for decades on the Taurian meteor shower, have concluded that, in times past, it's an extremely active shower. It would have created some pretty impressive light shows, even if it wasn't causing catastrophes down here below. But what they've conjectured is that there might be times of multiple Tunguska-like impact bombardment when, because there could be thousands of objects within the Taurian meteor stream on the same scale as the Tunguska object. And that, if you go and read the account, that doesn't count over and over again. People are saying things like, well, it looked like it was being disgorged from the sun. It looked like it was being born out of the sun, right? It looked like a second sun in the sky. Like, for a short period of time, the sun has been twin, right? Well, the summertime torrents are coming from their perihelion, passing around the sun. So you, like Graham was saying, they make a elliptical orbit out to Jupiter and back around the sun. It is stream, right? Earth crosses that stream twice each year. One time, late June, early July, cross, but at that, they're coming from the direction of the sun. So their arrival to Earth is going to be very difficult to see because they're coming from the direction of the sun, right? But that's exactly where, on June 30th, the Taurian meteor would be coming from. And then also the fact that it's the perfect day for the peak of the shower and the correct placement in the sky, to me, is pretty convincing evidence that it was most likely a remnant of that Taurian stream. The other time, Earth frost. It's late October, early November. In fact, we just passed out the last week, basically. But it peaks coincidentally between like October 30th and November 4th and 5th. So it's peaking right around Halloween time. In fact, they call it the Halloween eclipse, and there's some very
Halloween fireworks.
Halloween fireworks, yeah. But there's some very interesting work done by a researcher back around the early 20th century named Callum. Spent about 15 years researching the connections between ancient calendars. And he concluded one thing very interesting was that a lot of these ancient calendars were being synchronized by people's observations of the rising and fall of the Pleiades, which is the shoulder of the bow. The Pleiades comprise basically part of that the shoulder of the bow. And what he came up with was that in his research, he discovered that many of these stories that were associated with the celestial bull, Gilgamesh and Enkidu, the earliest known story, they fight the celestial bull. There's many counterparts and variants of that in stories. And so what he then found out was that in many cases, our goes back thousands of years to an ancient Day of the Dead that was observed all over the earth every year, even in the southern hemisphere. And it usually revolved around a commemoration of the culmination of the Pleiades, which is when the Pleiades crosses the local meridian. In other words, it reaches the keystone of the royal arch, so to speak. So if you go out on Halloween now and face the south, you'll see the Pleiades right and big nice neighborhood. You think of the arch of the zodiac as being right here. Right? Well, here's the interesting thing is that in all of these myths, what Halliburton discovered over and over again was the Day of the Dead ultimately went back to of the destruction of the world by a great flood and fire.
It's fascinating that it's all coming out of the constellation Taurus, and it's a celestial bull that they're fighting in these ancient myths. All these cultures around the world are celebrating the Day of the Dead at the exact same time. It's amazing stuff.
And right now our science is focused on to this. I think it's fair to say with the Tory meeting, which is a very big issue in this whole discussion, that we are dealing with a hidden hand in the human history. It's something that is going to ultimately require us to really explain almost everything that the skeptics hate. They can't bear it. Because, first of all, it involves panic. And secondly, it involves the possibility of losing all civilization. It's really interesting when you look at the dates of this cluster, this episode of bombardment between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago. That's the period that immediately precedes what mainstream academia think of as their period of civilization. Just them, maybe it's not even their fault. This is so recent, this time is so new that they've not had time to adapt to it. But if they had to take this into account, then suddenly what was an extraordinary, absurd, but impossible idea, that there was a lost civilization 12,000 years ago, becomes a very plausible and reasonable idea. Once we take that on board, then we can start opening eyes to archaeological anomalies, like the Great Sphinx, like Baalbek, like submerged ruins, like Göbekli Tepe, and begin to consider what does all this mean? Are we in fact a species with amnesia? Are we forgetful of the truth of ourselves? Maybe that's why we're so fucked up, because we just actually don't made up a story about where we came from.
I certainly think it plays a part, and I also think that conservative skepticism is probably proven when you're dealing with most scientific issues, most things that come up that people are claiming, and there's so many charlatans out there, crazy people that are claiming new discoveries. But in some cases, they examine these discoveries as long as they're far enough away from us or weird enough, like this planet. They have a 90+%. They're pretty sure there's something outside past the Kuiper Belt, and they think it's massive. They think it's at least 4 times, maybe larger. than the United States, or than, excuse me, the world.
Done the world. They've got an orbit of about 10,000.
Yeah.
And that's interesting with comets because this massive object circulating in the outer solar system through the comet belt, which is the source of many of the comets that hit the Earth, is destabilizing comets from safe orbits, putting them into really dangerous orbits that come our way.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but what is the source of these near-Earth objects? Does it have anything to do with Earth 1 and Earth 2? Anything to do with the initial impact that created the moon? Is that we were hit by another planet, right, during the formation of the Earth? And this is all scientifically established. Astroscientists, or astrophysicists rather, and astronomers all agree on that, right?
There's a lot of debris that would go back to that time. But they're another story because they're coming in from the far reaches of outer space. They're coming in from the Oort cloud and the Kuiper cloud, just vast distances away. And they're voyagers. They're kind of messengers from the distant reaches of the cosmos. Come in an unpredictable way because their orbits are destabilized by something like that.
There's something called Bode's law, where you can measure the mass of the orbit of a certain planet and accurately predict where the next planet's going to be. And doesn't that fall apart somewhere between
The asteroid belt.
Yeah, which would indicate this the probably there.
That's in the theory of the asteroid belt that it was an exploded planet. Of course, there's a lot of opposition to that theory too. You know, you're right. Skepticism really has an important role to play. It's really essential that we are skeptical.
Otherwise, we'd all be following Zachariah Titchin
Well,
waiting for the Anunnaki to land.
Exactly.
We sold our houses for 21st, 2012, and we'd all be going, what the fuck, now I'm homeless.
Exactly.
Years
And
later.
I have to say, there's a skeptic called Michael Heiser who's done really an excellent job of thoroughly, debunking those translations of Zachariah Sitchin.
Is sitchinswrong.com?
Sitchinswrong.com.
Yeah,
It's a very useful site. So
I hate him and loved him at the same time.
I
So
feel-
so sad. I love the idea of the aliens coming down and manipulating the monkeys and making us to mine gold. It's a wonderful story.
But unfortunately, it's a work of science fiction. It's not a work of fact. I knew him. He was a fascinating man. I once drove him from Stonehenge to London. We had many conversations. He was a deep and serious researcher, but I think he got carried away with it. In fact,
They also think that fantasy became very lucrative and it also became a source of identity. And I followed him pretty closely. Well, I've read The 12th Planet, and I got really into his research. And this is in my early pot smoking days. When I first started smoking pot, so I was all in. I was all in. And then as I got wiser, and then as I got, I don't know, maybe not wiser, just I started recognizing objectively why these things are so attractive. The fantastical is more attractive than so.
something else. Again, I don't want to put Sitchin down, and I'm here also to say that Sitchin did a lot of really good work. He's certainly just a clever guy. He did a lot of very, very, very thorough research. I just lost my track actually smoking too much dope. Where was I going?
We're talking about all the difference between the fantastical and the practical, that there's this inclination to accept things that are fun. That's what I was going to say, is that you start talking about the Anunnaki, those from heaven to earth came, these fantastic creatures from...
Thank you. You brought my memory back. I remember what I was going to say. What's interesting? Could be good. What's interesting is that the level of technology that Zachariah attributes to the Anunnaki of Lake Nephilim, that level of technology is the level of technology that we had in the 1970s when we were, NASA was doing its stuff. So it's NASA technology from the 1970s that is projected onto that is projected out onto his theory of the past. It seems to be very unlikely that the Nephilim or the Anunnaki have had over 400,000 years, which is what he's saying. The same technology that NASA had in the 1970s. It's much more likely that he's projecting that onto the Anunnaki rather than that it's actually inherent.
There was also some interesting ideas that he had that turned out to be ideas that scientists had also proposed about preserving our atmosphere by levitating or by suspending reflective particles in our atmosphere. That is something that the Anunnaki, in his books, were going to use gold for, because gold has such unique properties, which is why they use gold to plate things. You can take a little tiny
there's a lot of really good material in Sitchin, but unfortunately, the translations of the texts are not translations of the text. They misrepresent the text. Often, what he did was he took a 19th century translation of that passage so that it would fit his philosophy. So we need skeptics, and they help us to separate the wheat from the chaff. But occasionally, what the skeptics do with this drive to criticize anything that seems to be occasionally what they do is they let go of the really good evidence, which deserves investigation and which the human species could benefit from. That's my feeling is this amazing species. We've developed all this science. Why are we so ready to let go of what the human is?
What's also fascinating to me that because of what Sitchin has been sort of criticized for, people now ignore the stuff that's absolutely undeniable, or the actual stone tablets themselves, the clay tablets, where you can see the depictions of the solar system. Somehow or another, these people from 6,000 plus years ago had a detailed map of the solar
There's a
system.
clear idea.
With the size and like a relatively correct curve, and the planets in the right place. Like they somehow or another knew that Jupiter was bigger than Mars. They knew these things in some weird way, and we don't know why. We don't know how. Also, the CPS representing the double helix of the DNA. That's a really fascinating concept too. That the caduceus is used for medicine. It's used to. It's just he has some really interesting points. Variety did. So it's kind of too bad there's so much crazy involved.
I think what any of us should do when we're experiencing is just go to the law. Just think about it. Don't but try to bring it all together. And in a way, that's what I'm doing with my books, except the skeptics still hate them.
It's so fun. The crazy story. Like the story is so compelling, so fun. If we found some sort of evidence of aliens, it would be so utterly spectacular. Even if it was a simple alien. Like we said, if we found a jellyfish on the moon, we would freak out. But there's really complex, bizarre things at the bottom of our ocean we never discovered because they're just not in the correct location for us to be excited.
And then the other issue, we're getting slightly off our flood, but the other issue of entities, if the encounters with entities, anybody who's smoked DMT will know that, as I have, as you have, that will know that you encounter entities in the DMT state, and they do come with us. And there's a lot of parallels with the ETs or the aliens that they've described in modern UFO abduction accounts. And Rick Strassman, have you ever heard one of your shows?
Rick got sick. He was supposed to be here a couple of times. We're trying to reschedule it now, but he had some really serious health issues. He had a date scheduled out, but I love that guy. We had a chance to sit down with him a couple of times and talk to him.
Yeah, but of course you presented DMT this morning.
Yeah, he's brilliant, and he's so important to me because I remember when we did it, I was so confused. I mean, to me, like my first DMT experience changed everything I thought about the world. I immediately didn't give a shit about aliens. Like it was almost instantaneous. Like before that, I was like, Roswell, they got the ship, man. It's in a hangar. But what I encountered doing DMT was so spectacularly alien. It was a pedestrian concept of something that looks like a person with a bigger head and large eyes
And higher tech.
Yeah. It was weird and cool as it would be if it was real. It was nothing. I mean, literally not one bit as interesting as what you absolutely can get with the DMT. That's the aliens.
That's the aliens. Up to the alien realm, filled with alien intelligences who communicate. Of course, again, the skeptics say, oh, it's just made up in your brain, but we don't know that. And Rick is open to the possibility that we are dealing with areas of reality that are not normally accessible to our senses, that become accessible to our senses by retuning the receiving wavelength of the brain. What he suggests DMT does, and I think that's very plausible. At the very least, those who are interested in UFOs and aliens should be also investigating this type of inquiry. Can we use changes in consciousness to understand the majestic complexity of the universe in which we live? And I think the answer is definitely yes. And many of those volunteers, but they came back with reports that the entities who'd encountered them, that we are so glad you've discovered this technology. we can communicate with you much more easily. You know, it's fascinating. So there's a technology for encountering other intelligence. Against that, this mechanistic, simplistic alien need that's going around now that they're a bit like us, but they came here in higher tech. It's dull by comparison.
It is dull by comparison. Reached it, but it's called DMT, the spirit molecule. It's like a book that he's putting out about
DMT and the spirit and the solar prophecy.
yeah, and he's just a really, really interesting guy. His experiments that he did were the first, I think, in many decades to get approved by the government. So he did anything above ground. He was above board. So,
and because it was government approved, his remit was that he had to find some therapeutic benefit. He couldn't actually. That's not the point. I'm sure actually there are therapeutic benefits, but that's not the point. The point is here is a tool for investigating the mystery of consciousness and the mysterious nature of reality. I mean, fuck me, if we get 5 or 6 volunteers who haven't compared notes, all coming back who met entities who said, there's something here, found this technology, it's hard to explain, just to reduce it to brain activity.
not only that, when we talk about things that are so big and are ignored by mainstream culture, that's just like that. You're talking about an endogenous human chemical that not only is in us, but is in thousands of different plants. How many different plants contain DMT? Huge.
I mean, very potent ones like peas and, you know.
Well, there's a Viking story.
That's what I was going to say. The Australian national tree is actually illegal.
Well, the Jerusalem, the professors from the University of Jerusalem, I believe,
Benny Shannon.
they were talking about, they believe that that's where the story of the bush of Moses is.
So that is mimosa with the DMT and Syrian root with the monoamine oxidase inhibitor. In other words, it's ayahuasca, but a Middle Eastern alternative that does the same thing molecularly.
And isn't it possible in some way that the idea of the burning bush was them figuring out how to dry or extract DMT? Very possibly, right? Because you're talking about the burning bush producing God, and it just happens that this bush is, the acacia tree is incredibly common and rich in DMT, and it's all over the area. Yeah. I should probably insert at this point that you're all familiar with the Masonic ritual. That's where you want to murder 1% of Mason.
Every now and then, I get accused of being a Freemason. Income is a Freemason. As though it explains everything. I know lots of Freemasons. I've spoken in Masonic lodges, but I'm an author and shouldn't belong to clubs.
I went to a wedding that my friend Don Trusser was performing at for these two Satanists in like 2003, and to this day, one of the LeVays, Anton LeVay or Stanton LeVay, whatever it is, his son, and his son got married to some young atheist, you know, and they called themselves Satanists. So Dr. performed at this wedding. I went there. To this day, I get fucking tweets about being a Satanist. So I can't join your little club, pal. I can't go to your Masons. I need to confess. You didn't realize this, but I secretly initiate. So you get in. You secretly initiate somebody. Can you do that? I sort of. So you could get him in if you wanted to, though, right? If you know. Oh, of course. Even you, Joe. I met a couple of Masons. They're very cool. Well, no, Masons don't really understand the corpus of symbols that they're sitting in times. I gotta say, not to get off on the Freemasons, but right. There's a mass of symbols, and that's the whole. That's the thing that they're custodians of. Most of them don't include what it means, but they're doing an important job by preserving this corpus of symbols through the layout of the lodge, the meaning of every component in the lodge. That's what the phenomenal element. And then you have the Masonic cardinals, and that's the whole story of the comet, the flood. It's all the acacia plant, it's all, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's all also an integral part of how Washington D.C. was designed. Is that true? I honestly haven't really studied that. Oh, okay. What I've seen is that there's a bunch of videos we can watch at least to describe how the layout, is in some way some sort of sacred geometry.
I think
What it's based on.
the Freemasons were massively involved in the construction of Washington, as they were of many great cities. The city I live in, England, has got major Masonic architecture.
So is it like people like me, like my initial prejudice? I hear something like the Masons, like, oh, fucking dudes in a cult, get out of here. Leave me alone. Like we assume that all groups of people that follow anything somehow or another are wacky.
Masons, in my opinion, they're largely a drinking club for men. Mainly that's what guys
Don't believe in it at all.
But you can make special arrangements to bring women into it. For example, when I'm given a talk in a lodge, I've given talks in 2 or 3 lodges, been asked to do so. Then they make a special ceremony to allow my wife Sandra to come in, because I won't go anywhere without Sandra. And so women can go in, but then there are others within Masonry who are pursuing deeply esoteric interests and exploring the mysteries. You can have incredible conversations. It's just another group of people who are doing their thing. It's not for me. I wouldn't join. I would lose. I think if I joined Freemasonry, it would weaken me as a believer. I think I'm better able to comment on these things by not being.
That's interesting. Why do you think that?
Well, because I think I have to be open to all possibilities, and if I commit myself to a particular life, I commit myself to a particular religion. I don't commit myself to a particular Ben's club either. Which is what Masonry is. I think if I commit, then ultimately I would become a spokesperson for that, and I don't want to do that.
It makes a lot of sense considering your occupation and how important being open-minded is to your life.
It's vital. It's absolutely.
How did you have ever done fingerprints?
I could not.
And the initial thing where you were telling me about Ethiopia, the place where they believe that the Ark of the Covenant lays, which is one of the most bizarre ideas ever. And
that was my first book on the historical mystery. Decided to
try and go into it. It's so interesting. But I've always imagined you as a young guy first to sort of reconcile with this bizarre piece of evidence. You've got these old men that have cataracts in their eyes, that they're on radiation sites, and no one's allowed to go inside and see this thing, and they claim they have the Ark of the Covenant in there. Like, what the fuck is in there?
It was the beginning of a magical journey.
It's been a magical journey for all you fans too. When I read Fingerprints of the Gods, to me it was one of those I just couldn't put down. It was so mind blowing, and this again was at the heart of the idea.
Fingerprints was published in 1995, and Magicians came out in 2015, and I would say at that time, the evidence, when I made the case for a lost civilization and global capitalism in Fingerprints of the Gods, I can't begin to count for the amount of hostility and anger and rage that operated in the academic community. The idea was considered to be absolutely absurd. 20 years later, with Magicians of the Gods, it's not so absurd anymore. The evidence is matching. We have incredible evidence now for the global capitalism movement, exactly the period that counts between 12,800 and 11,000 years ago. And we have sites like Göbekli Tepe, we have the redefinition of the Sphinx. The area is just about to explode on the edge, I believe, of a paradigm shift, and this comet with him.
What I really appreciate about your courage is that you've also had the courage to admit when you made mistakes. You don't in any way pretend to be some sort of bearer of secret knowledge that no one else possesses.
Absolutely not a good. I don't want to be anything like that. I'm a reporter. That's what I am. I'm a reporter who's reporting offbeat subjects, and to some extent, I'm an outsider. It's one of the books I do now. Is being an outsider. I think there is a place for outsiders.
I don't think you're an outsider. I think you're an outsider from the established mainstream ideas. I just think
me and Madeline are the same. We're both outsiders in that area, working in different fields.
But don't you think that these established channels that are so deeply in distributing information, those things have widened so wide, where you're getting, a professor can do a podcast, like he can teach a class, he can write a book, or he can podcast on a certain subject, and like, you're aware of Dan Carlin, that hardcore history podcast, which I just can't stop raving about. What he's done is brought historical, accurate, but dramatic stories of real events that took place millions. Like, that's just that no one's doing that. Like, this is, but it's not mainstream. Well, what's more mainstream than being number one on the iTunes podcast list, which he has already done? What is more mainstream? And he must be getting millions of downloads.
It's part of the big change that is taking place in our society. The old structures are being overthrown, they're being thrown away. It's a very uncomfortable time, it's a very uncertain time, it's a very exciting time. Because we can build out of this something amazing in the future. The internet's in the future part of life, and the fact that people can communicate more.
Well, since I've had a web presence in the last, I was late coming. I've been in contact with professionals from around the world. Geologists want to know more about the interesting you said earlier about debating. I'm always looking for something. Right. Because I have questions and I'm thinking maybe somebody disagree with me on something and still help. Right. But I try to associate as much as possible and hang out with professionals. And of course, what I discover is that a lot of them are working in these things part-time, almost clandestinely, without making it part of their, going on a field trip with geologists into the floodlands. None of them are really working on it full-time. It's all part-time. They're working for the government, they're working for the oil companies, or, exploration, mineral exploration, whatever. They're doing this research into geological on their own time. Right. But just last summer, I got invited to actually present some of my research to the Atlanta Geological Society, which is the society of professional geologists and scientists. So I jumped into gems rather than, and so presented it, hoping that I would get challenged and somebody would say, wait a second, here's a didn't happen.
So did you make friends with some of these mainstream geologists?
Oh, yeah. Well, I've been known to when I took a trip before in September to spend 10 days back on the floodlands. Yeah. Read a job in that trip. So, yeah, I'm getting to know more and more people who are working as, well, I majored in geology. So I still am in touch regularly with the head of the geology department. I see her pretty much on a regular basis. Advised like myself. And she has offered to sponsor whatever point I think that I can pull it together as a dissertation. We'll see how that goes. I mean, my objective was to learn geology, not to become a professional geologist. I wasn't interested in working for the government or working for, the energy industry. I had geological questions, and that's why I majored in geology.
And you walk the walk, and in my opinion, you've done more about this stuff than 10 fully PhD geologists.
That goes right now. So what's fascinating to me about all of this is that I think what you've done has been very measured. Everything you back up with facts and photographs and descriptions and disclaimers. When you say, well, it is possible, you will go down other various paths. You're not dogmatic about these ideas. You've spent so much time going over this. I don't know if there's a commensurate guy in mainstream archaeology that has been public about what happened. Because if there is, I feel like we probably would have heard about him. Your podcast, the ones that we've done, they've been seen by millions of people. They've been listened to by millions of people. I mean, the information's getting out there.
Making a real difference.
You're always going to have the guys like, I think Michael Sherman, that knee-jerk reaction to do something, to mock something or put down something that's not mainstream. And one of his tweets, he said, "Do you know what archaeology with evidence is?" Wrote archaeology. Like, why would you tweet that? That doesn't make any sense. Like, that's someone who's not paying attention to your work. All you do is focus on
I'm reminded of the Shakespearean line, methinks the lady doth protest too much. Why does he need to say that it's got the evidence? It's like Fox being fair and balanced.
He's tweeting at you.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, our entire book is based on photographic evidence and all the other various pieces of evidence. I mean, your whole thing
Documents.
it's examining all these pieces of evidence. These aren't things that you invented. These are actual real sites that you can look at.
I'm drawing inferences from them that they don't like. That's the thing.
Well, Robert it's shocking. Guys like him are so important. Guys who have courage. He was a Boston University professor.
Absolutely.
The courage to look at the stones and say, this is a product of water.
Kudos to Robert Shaw as a geologist, as a career academic geologist who's taken that risk and put himself out there. Evidence where it leads. Another one is Danny Hillman, anatomy judge in Indonesia, who's been responsible for the investigation of this extraordinary site, Gunung Padang, where work has been stopped since 2014. And again, he's a highly credentialed geologist. He's Indonesia's leading mega thrust earthquakes, but he's been looking at archaeology, bringing his geological expertise to that. So things are changing. We are finding academics who are willing to engage and willing to discuss. I got into a very interesting email correspondence by called Daniel Lohmann in Malmö from the German Archaeological Institute, who's an architect and an archaeologist, and he was very civil with me. He answered my question. We went into it in depth. We had quite a long debate. That's very refreshing. That kind of thing wasn't happening 20 years ago.
Yeah, that is very refreshing. Now, what about those pyramids in Bosnia? Has that been, what is the deal with that? Are those things?
I've been there. Sam was personally, Sam is the guy who's promoted the site. I like Sam very much. I must say, when I'm in his aura, I'm extremely convinced. But when I look rationally at the so-called pyramids, I don't think they're pyramids. I think they're things. I did spend, with Sam showing me around, I did spend 3 weeks in Bosnia looking at the so-called pyramid of Sun, pyramid, and so on and so forth. I do see that the tourist industry is built up around this, and it's a fabulously beautiful, intriguing site. Massive, beautiful mountainous place, but they are hills. They are not pyramids. The impression is given that there are tunnels, passageways inside the pyramids. That is not true. The passageways are about 2.5 kilometers away. They're very low tech. I just don't see it, and for that reason, I did not cover the Bosnian pyramids and traditions of them. I'm not going to say they're not pyramids. I'm not going to write a book saying that they're wrong. But they didn't excite me to justify giving a challenge to them. There's much more exciting and important archaeological discoveries that are being made, like the Lake, which need more space.
And there's some pyramid-like structures or hills in China as well, right?
Thousands of pyramids in China. Siam province is just the mother of the land. Aircraft, you see pyramids everywhere. I've been there. There are certainly hundreds of them distributed across fields, vanishing off into the distance in all directions. They've been terraced and used as agriculture. The local farmers grow crops on them. When the Chinese archaeologists, they haven't excavated a single one. Not they said, we don't have this nearly 10 years ago, I was there, they probably got the money now, but they said then they didn't have the money. They said, we're an old country, we don't mind if we wait 200 years to get to grips with this.
Jesus Christ.
And the famous tomb of the first emperor is part of this pattern. It is also a pyramid. It has also not been excavated. The terracotta army around it has been found.
The terracotta army is amazing. It was on display somewhere, wasn't it? Where you can go and see it live.
Yeah, they did.
I'd want to see that thing. I'd want to look at those things. What is our concept? Now, these pyramids, so this one that this emperor was buried in that had the terracotta army, was that a pyramid as well?
It is a pyramid.
It is.
Absolutely. It's a man-made pyramid. The terracotta army was buried around its edges, not in the pyramid itself.
So the army was there to protect him?
Yeah, to protect his soul into the afterlife seems to be the idea. And then the mythology that's come down, that within the pyramid is a lake of mercury, that there are mechanical devices in there which will fire arrows at you if you go in. That there's a whole story about how intensively protected it is, and up to this day it's not been
That's crazy. How can someone leave that alone?
And you know, even major archaeological sites like Tiwanaku in Bolivia, for example, you'll find that only about 2% of the site has been excavated. I don't know how we can draw inferences about the whole site, the kind of a fraction like that, and that's the problem, I think, with archaeology, and it's why we have to, consider it.
We're looking at an image of the terracotta army now. of this pyramid, and it is spectacular. Now that I think, I don't think that was on display anywhere. I think maybe they had a couple of them.
They brought some of them. They came to the British Museum. There were a number of museums.
But it's so much bigger than I thought it was. How many? There's thousands. There's thousands of these terracotta figures. And this pyramid is made out of what? Stone?
Round earth, mainly.
Okay. So they just sort of shaped the ground, just dug around.
Yeah, they brought in them and turned it into a pyramidal mound.
But it wasn't just
It's not massive stone blocks. It's not massive stone. That's why they can grow crops on the sides of some of these pyramids.
wow, how weird. Yeah. So they would build these giant mountains of dirt and then dig holes in them and support them. And
Well, they probably created the interior, subterranean as they.
and they just stack dirt on top of it. Oh, what a weird way to make a house.
And the way to consider this with archaeological sites all around the world is that any site may actually not be the product of just one culture, but may have been worked over in various ways by different cultures.
This
Many
is
different periods.
stunning to me. I found out about this because of a friend, John Anthony West, who's here with me. He showed me some video of it. And I was like, how do I not know about this? I had no idea there was this many. So here's one that's exposed.
Controversial ancient pyramids in China.
That one looks exposed. It's
That one
stuff.
was blocked.
Well, another thing about China that we just don't have a clue when we think about the age and scale of things. We're so silly. We've only been around since 1376 when the country was established. It's not really that long ago. Dealing with China, you're dealing with literally thousands of years of civilization, all rising and falling and taking place and adapting and growing, all in this one area. That's still, in our eyes, in a lot of ways, it's kind of behind, right? I mean, they're behind environmentally, they're behind when it comes to human rights.
Consider this. The Portuguese
Oh, yeah, baby.
in the late
Hi.
1400s
Yes.
have rounded the Cape of Good Hope. They've entered the Indian Ocean. Their little ships. They've entered the Indian Ocean and they actually establish a huge empire. They go to Malacca. They go all up north.
Hi.
The seas are open to them. If they had come 40 years earlier, they would have encountered the Chinese treasure ships. Ships that were 50 times larger than the little caravels that the Portuguese were sailing. But you know what the Chinese did at that time? They went through a period where they felt just wanted to give gifts to people. And they put together these huge fleets carrying incredibly precious gifts, silks and ceramics. And they took them all around the Indian Ocean and they just gave them. So on the coast of East Africa and in East Africa, you can find remains of this pot from this episode. But then a Chinese emperor came along. He closed the doors, burned all the boats, shut everything down, didn't let anybody speak to China for 200 years. What a dick.
Well, he felt that it was time for the Chinese culture to turn in.
Yeah.
And they were afraid that they were ancient culture. On one hand, there might have been maybe a laudable motive in that they were concerned that ancient culture would get contaminated by different contact with degenerate cultures from other places, and that was a bad thing.
That constant desire to maintain the current situation.
Human, we have to say it's some kind of human nature.
Yeah, for sure.
I'd love to see some of these.
Yeah.
Let's look at the drone stuff from the Camas Prairie.
Yeah, but at least
And let's have a look at it. You got that? They blow my mind as well. It's an eerie, spooky scene, but I recommend anybody to see it. It's incredible how many of them there are, and how unexplained it is. So this again, it fits into my general point.
What are we looking at here? Yeah, you look at this one.
Okay, this is the beginning. Okay, what we're
Get that mic right.
We're looking at a place in western Montana called Camas Prairie. You see some hills in the foreground, and you see a basin in the back. Right? Okay. Right here on top of this hill and down beside it, you see that there are some quarrying operations. Those are quarrying gravel. Because everything you're looking at here, this whole landscape between the hills are these large masses of gravel, trillions of tons of gravel. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to start sweeping around the plays. You're going to notice down here a series of ripples.
Oh, okay, I see that.
Okay, and I'm going to have to pause just a second, but let's keep coming around. You start seeing the ripple landscape. Let's pause right there. Right there, let's pause. Now, I wish I had a point, but if you look up, you're going to see a flat piece of land like a tongue coming out, bound down. Jamie's,
That's how you get your laser.
that's a delta. A delta. You know what a delta is? You ever heard of the delta? When a river comes into a body of water, it's carrying sediment. Because the river is moving along swiftly, it's carrying the sediment. But when it comes into the standing body of water, it slows down and it drops its sediment and builds a delta. The whole city of Portland, for example, is built on a John delta. Right? New Orleans is built on a delta. Right? Okay, so what we're seeing here is a delta. And then in front of it, the rippled landscape. Let's go around.
Rippled landscape that looks exactly like the beach looks.
Yeah, keep coming around.
That's the thing, it's fractal, because this is the whole bit that this happens on the scale of inches on beaches at the scale of hundreds of feet.
Stop here. Okay. Now, right here is available. It's a delta. It's like a big tongue splayed out. Right down here, you start seeing the ripples. There's a farmhouse. See the farmhouse there? Now, those ripples are the tallest ones are about the height of a 5-story building.
How bizarre.
Okay, let's keep swinging around.
Just stop this for a second. No, I see these things, they're the size of a 5-story building. What is that? Like 20 feet or something like that? 50 feet? Okay. So those are 50 feet high. And how much water?
We'll get to that. Let's see the rest of it.
These are just dirt, right?
They're well. If you dig into one, what you're going to find is they're a massive. Let's pause again. Look at this. This is crazy. This is totally crazy. This is one of the craziest things you'll ever see.
These ripples, repeated ripples, in an area where there's nothing else like it. This is the fingerprints of the flood. Wow. Where can someone look at this? How does someone look at this?
In real?
You know, this right now, this is what we're looking at.
Well, my colleague Brad did this with his drone. And I think he's put it on the website.
Is this being played in the YouTube video right now? All right. So the YouTube people are cool. If you're listening on iTunes, but it's worth looking at. It's what, like, this is mind-blowing shit.
And I think you made the crucial point, Joe, which is that we can understand what this is because we can see it on any beach. We can see how water flows receding across a sandy beach will produce ripples. But here, they're on this unbelievable scale where they're hundreds of feet long and 50 feet high, where they dwarf out. They're lying all across, and what that tells us is that a huge water went across this plain and did this.
We're seeing it from this perspective. Wow, it's a rare perspective. Unless you're in a plane or a hug up or something, you get a chance to look at it this way. You really get a better sense of what it is on the ground there. You always say, "Oh, look at all the hills." It's hard to see.
You don't quite impression. We did visit this location, and to that day it was overcast, so you don't quite get the effect like you do when a low sun really helps you to see what's going on.
Can I ask you, is there a dispute to this? Is there
nobody disputes this is from a flood.
Wow.
No. In fact, it was this.
This was caused by massive water flows. Those same people would still not buy into the notion that there was this one.
Okay, so they think it's a cumulative effect, but this was all created by
Part of the thing.
Yeah, and this is supposed to actually represent it. Whereas I argue from a number of different reasons, this is the feeling.
I have a friend of mine. His friend lives in Montana, and they found a dinosaur on his beach. Yeah, really recently. I think that's
action.
Yeah, the Great Western Inland Sea, that area. This was a crazy place at one time.
Still is.
Yeah, but in a different way.
The water here, Joe, the way to visualize this is to begin to think tsunami. You have to think tsunami because tsunami is the closest scale of water flow that we've experienced in modern times. No river flood has even approached no flood in any floodplain thing that we can put into perspective. Right. The closest we can get to is the tsunami. But even here, you got to picture the tsunamis that we've experienced in the last decade and a half. You know, in Indonesia, Jamaica, when they had landfall, those tsunamis were roughly between 20 and 50 feet, depending on where you were relative to the oncoming wave and how far distant you were from it. Here, what you have to visualize is a tsunami sweeping over the land that's over 1,000 feet. That's what happened here. And we know that because we can trace the high water marks of the hillsides are clearly left. The high water marks are completely etched into the hillsides. So we now know, based upon the study of the ripples, and the water here was moving down, filling this basin. It's rushing in a great tsunami from the north of freshwater, meltwater coming off the ice sheet. And it's sweeping over this land at probably 200 or 300 million feet, which is an inconceivable amount. It's many times in excess of every river flowing on Earth flowing today all at once. It's beyond that many times, 10 or 20 times.
One of the trickier things about water in itself is kind of fractal in some sort of a weird way. When you look at the actual molecule of water, it's almost like we don't distinguish it as being a fractal thing because we see it as like this moving flow. But if you're looking at the actual molecules of water, the cup of water that you dip your fingers in, which is seemingly completely innocuous, becomes this massive element of change, and the volume is 1,000 feet high and just rolling over massive amounts of weight behind it. It's that same stuff.
Massive amounts of enough weight that it's actually causing significant responses.
Yeah, how much weight you talking about that can create these 50-foot high walls. But this is fascinating to me is that we don't have a scale like in our minds as a reference. It's like the difference between that little cup and these gigantic waves that you see that surfers travel by jet ski to get to. You know, off I believe it's Mexico. Right. You've seen those massive waves go way out miles out to get to these crazy waves and ride them into like 60, 70 knots. Like that's the comparison, almost like a glass of water to those waves, and then that to
It
this.
scales up, it scales up, and at a certain point it can change the whole story of civilization.
It almost doesn't compute. Like you can intellectualize it, but it's almost not.
One of these flood flows here is 3 orders of magnitude greater than the largest measured water flow. In other words, over 1,000 times greater. In terms of the discharge or volume, you would have to scale up at least 1,000 times greater than any modern measured flood. The smallest, really, of these flows here. This is just one place, one locale on 5 states where you can trace the literally an ocean of fresh water sweeping across the entire state, north and west, pretty much washing away anything in the state.
It's like we have a defense mechanism built in where we know how vulnerable we really are. Like we put it, maybe that's one of the reasons why we're so reluctant to really go deep into studying asteroidal impacts or even to pay attention to this stuff. Like this could happen.
And this is, I mean, those are not two separate subjects. This is the result of the comet impact on the ice cap. This is why I feel that the research in this field is so vital.
That here, notice,
It's a beach.
yeah, but it's a beach. It's a beach for giant monsters.
Yeah.
What it is. You can see in this here that you've got 3 massive currents converging here. You see that over on the right, you've got a massive current coming in. It would be from the west. And then we're standing looking down current. Of course, the drone I'm using here is about 200 feet in elevation. So the top of the water was another 800 to 900 feet above this perspective right here. And it's moving very, very fast. And it's sweeping down into a river valley, down those mountains you see in the distance. And from there, it's being kicked down and joining up other equally as large floods coming in from that. And all of this is happening at once, and it's covering the state, basically. And that's just one region that's being affected by this sudden catastrophic melting.
Dealing with the largest flood that ever existed. It's as simple as that.
It's insane to look at.
And it happened here in North America, and it happened 12,800 years ago, and its story has to be fully told.
Isn't it possible there's something larger for like a 5 million year ago one that hit the Yucatan? Like, what, impact that one?
Well, it actually would, because if that had happened 12,000 years ago, we wouldn't have.
None of us would be here. Yeah, that was a single large object, about 6 miles wide. That was a much more devastating impact than the impact of 12,800 years ago. But nevertheless, those impacts of 12,800 years ago were really, really bad. And they hit like this. So anything that was in the way of this, of these massive flows of water, would have been rubbed completely from the storage.
See, here's the thing that the Michael Shermer's doing. When you understand the extent of this, the scale of this phenomenon, and the severity, the inconceivable severity of this, after an event like this, what would remain of a city, a village, a refrigerator? No, not a goddamn thing. Nothing would exist in the aftermath.
And most things wouldn't exist. I mean, you find like an old refrigerator or cooktop on the blocks in someone's backyard in the South, and it's like the 1970s, and the rot has gotten into the frame. The
Nature's going to eat it up.
Nature's heated up just in a couple of decades.
Right.
What are you going to do like in a couple thousand years?
We should not be surprised about how little we know about our past. This is also a comfort game with archaeology. We've got the past all worked out. We understand it here it is. It's what we teach in schools. What our friends in the media report. This is the facts, not the facts. We know nothing. There's been so much lost, so many missing pieces of the puzzle that we are desperately trying to stitch together. And it's important that we actually do get some clarity on things like this, because we still live on this planet. We have kids, and we have a future. We want to hopefully
One of those big boys comes our way.
well, that's right. And again, I come down to this, which is that we are not dealing with gloom and doom at the end of the world. We're dealing with a problem that humanity should be confronting. We should not be sticking our heads in the sand. We should be confronting this problem. And that's why I support the work of the common researcher, because they are the only people right now who are confronting this problem, really getting to grips with it.
We should all confront that. We should absolutely support that confronting, because if something like this can happen once, what really makes sense is how many stories of floods there are in ancient times, and how many parallels there are,
And how many there are from North America?
Dozens and dozens. Yeah, it was the Indian Constitution spent 30 years or so pre-Civil War, a decade after the Civil War, painting Indians of different tribes. Wrote a book, The Last Rambles Among the North American Indians. Very, very good. What really is interesting to me when I read the book years ago was the conclusion of the book. He says, after all of these different customs and traditions out amongst these tribes, they all have one thing in common. They all have a memory or a story of the gigantic destroying flood. And this is included tribes down in Central America.
I believe the Americans are the repository, the Native American people have been subjected to so much destruction over the years. They, in their mythology, their traditions, their memories, they keep more of this than almost anybody else. It's really tragic what has happened in the Americas from the time of the Spanish conquest, the destruction of knowledge, the terrible, horrendous abuses that the Native American people suffered. They are our wisdom keepers. They are the people who passed down the oral tradition and remember the past. So not only do we have cataclysms wiping the human memory, but we ourselves actively get involved in the human memory and wipe it. We rub it out. The burning of the codices by the Spanish friars, thousands and thousands. God knows what was in those documents. You know, we might have had a whole other story about ourselves. We could have had access to those, but instead we're this destructive, cannibalistic species that goes and smashes everything to bits.
It's a weird impulse that human beings have is when they move to an area and take over. One of the things they like to do is destroy their economies, destroy everything. What's going on with ISIS and all these ancient Buddhist structures, these 1,000-plus-year-old beautiful sculptures, they're blowing them up, yelling praise God what we're doing. It's really very bizarre. It's a very bizarre inclination. It's almost like we don't want people to know. You know, it's this bizarre, almost human instinct to wipe out the past. Just tons of moving
Or
forward.
is there some trauma? Is there some collective trauma, the suppressed memory that we can't quite confront?
That's exactly the thought I have, because I think that's the one way, one of those areas where that would pass. Then somehow we carry this the trauma, because once you begin to get a handle, you get the picture of the events as they occur and did occur and would have been experienced by our ancestors. You've got to understand what would it be like to see your entire world completely obliterated, starting over again from basically a barren life. You know, that's essentially what these people are faced
If they lived at all.
so obviously it could, because here we are, but you know, it can't be evidence of emerging major cultural claims.
If you had a guess, what percentage of the population is human beings? Just as obvious, it's just a guess, but how many people wiped out? Half of them? Three-quarters of them? I don't think that would be realistic. It doesn't seem like it would be. And if it was that number, and those people, that's enough for people to survive. And if it was that number, boy, what a strange, fucking mythical past they would have.
The other thing to bear in mind, the world is really powerful. We have an advanced civilization. Industrialized technology. We have coexisted with in South America, in the Union Desert. We have hunter-gatherers. So the notion that hunter-gatherers and advanced civilization might coexist in the same in what the Constitution would be strange to us, because we're doing that today. And that's what I believe happened before 12,800 years ago, before the cataclysm of 12,800 years ago, that there was a fairly advanced civilization that was still mapping and exploring the world, creating gigantic works of architecture. They coexisted with hunter-gatherers. And who were the ones who survived the cataclysm? The answer is the ones who survived the cataclysm were the hunter-gatherers, not the sophisticated species. Few of them survived, and they then settled amongst the hunter-gatherers and tried to transfer some of their knowledge and skills to them. And it's the same today. If we were to have a repeat of the Younger Dryas cataclysm today, I don't think that people from Los Angeles or London would amongst the leading survivors. I think the survivors would be people like the hunter-gatherers of the Amazon rainforest, because they're in the business of surviving. That's what they do. It's a mystery to them. It's not even a problem. They do it all the time. They would carry the human story forward. And 10,000 years from now, their descendants would be telling a myth about how there was once a great civilization. One another on other sides of the earth. They come out of that's actually a lot so the differential survival rate, those who were, I would say that those who were more technologically advanced are less likely to survive, because they depend on a complex interrelated network of skills, and any individual one is on their own. Most of them, well, you can just do that, but a lot of people don't know how to survive.
out more points. It's not that shit. You're gonna knock it die out.
I'm not that good.
Start getting knocked
Most of
out.
us people work that
Or,
in
the president stopping it because, he doesn't want somebody to, like, get seriously injured. You know what I mean? Like, but these guys are legit, and it's just this high-energy all day. It's something unlike anything, even if you've been to a UFC event, it's just a different animal. And, yeah, I'm like super pumped. I don't know if this is going to be the only time I ever do this. I don't know if I like it so much. I really start training beyond COVID. I try to do whatever. We'll see what happens, but I'm just super excited to be a part of it, throw through, and I think everybody that's on this fight card deserves a lot of fucking credit for stepping up, overcoming any doubts, self-fear, insecurities, whatever, and putting it all on the line for the benefit of crypto, for the benefit of the Fraudian.com app, and just the support overall. So I commend everybody that has involved, especially the guys that have never done it before. I'm telling you folks, if you've never done anything like this, get no fight in a bar, call your mom and fat, win one day, and you're throwing punches. There's nothing to think about, right? When you've got weeks and weeks or months to think about a guy that is your size, your skill level, training to just knock the shit out of you in front of millions of people ultimately. There's something to be said about having the balls to step up and do that against all odds, and like it's doing to prove that not everybody on this card is we're not just a bunch of crypto nerds. We can throw down with the rough and tumble out there too. So we'll see what we're seeing this.
They're fucking everywhere. There's all these giant ears.
Daddy's here. Daddy, I know that you're in Brazil. Very training hard. So why don't you share a little bit about your training experience so far and everything else that you've been doing for this fight? Oh yeah, no.
So let's imagine the situation where all the resources are all the immunities, all the check most of us will fight. I would say radically, I would take back our civilization, which is so strong, is actually very, very fragile. Extreme. Just like it's like when you look out the window, you're like, wow, that's the outside. Oh, that's a piece of glass outside. It's not that piece of glass on the outside. It's just shape tight. So your alarm clock won't sleep. You're sleeping next to glass. Like, it's hilarious. You feel confident you're sleeping next to a piece of glass. That's just incredible. Yeah. The apex and pinnacle story the best that's ever come. That's a danger. Mythological. It's a very dangerous place to be. When you start imagining yourself as the pinnacle of everything, look at how things are right now. No matter what, so breaks your leg. Also,
we all know why you went to Brazil. Maybe you went down there to get your
reality.
This reality. There is
Yellowstone volcano was freaking in most of the last few years.
Did you wait before when we were playing NFL or no? Oh yeah, I was about 315 and I'm about 225. Keep in mind, he was 240 when he signed up for this. This bastard's losing weight on me. He's going to disappear. I'm going to be fighting a guy that's 150 pounds here in about 8 days. Starving Marvin over here.
Did heroic things.
Spontaneous. All right. So we have one matchup between Crypto Pro and Moon Daddy. Let's move on to another matchup. Latecomer. More light from Harry Potter. I don't know if I can get this right. Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, Tech, joining us late, last minute. To play Red Armstrong. Unfortunately, had two opponents that dropped out. One just decided to drop out. Another due to injury, unfortunately. But more light, this is the first time you joined us on a Spaces. Welcome. could you share a little bit about yourself and how you're training to get ready to fight an arms race? I kind of relegated and last meeting with I think it's a great event I've been training marathon just the past like 3 weeks or so. Because I've been training a little bit like I'm a novice. I think that there was a high probability of Thursday last year took like a month or so.
It depends on your details. It also depends if it's a 10-day lead time. Just go hard to the end.
Yeah.
What I use is that
It's too scary. One, if you're
most times a week, not really taking anything.
you really do survive, you'll jack and also feeling that max type of reality. We're starving to death, they're very desperate, they become almost like animals. That's entirely unknown possibility. Or the other terrifying possibility is that they have kids, their kids survive, and somewhere along the line, we get better and better at understanding and all it would take is one as much as we want to train right now, as much as
I gotta tell you that Harry Potter, Obama's Sonic and New Infinity has been out there representing Florida.
Knowledge, access to information, each other. I don't think it's ever been better. As far as the ones we know,
we have everything at home. There's the but the problem is that there's also very rigid market. The way that our societies work is it's generally grown. People brought up to a week ago, resistance is production and as they people forced to fit into a sort of balance of messages out to others all the time. The concept of democracy, when you don't have complete transparency, when there are secrets clear mind, a lot is being taken from them. That's not democracy.
Yeah, so just so people know, I don't think it's a secret, but normally the karate combat fights are 3 rounds for 3 minutes, I believe, but for the IFC, it's going to be 2 rounds and 2 minutes. So part of the reason for short rounds is because everyone fighting is not professional, so this is going to be no one's a spring chicken. So this will help, and obviously the elevation is going to, it's going to play a big part in terms of it's just going to be really hard to create. So it's 2 rounds, 2 minutes. It's with the elevation being putting other contact on the old guys from the interweb. Okay. We did have a spring chicken crypto sets, but unfortunately it's not fighting 2019, but I don't think anyone else is below 30 birthday. I don't think so. But anyways,
it's one of those
but thanks for sharing. Looking forward to you and Bad for Life. I think it's going to be an awesome fight. Are you in Mexico? You're not in Mexico City, right?
This is like Al Jolson with Black Eyes on or something. And in a way, it's like a cultural time machine. You get to go for a brief moment, see what this comic came out in 2001, which is so recent. But in that film, you get evidence of this culture change, massive culture change happened as far as what we're allowed to joke about.
You don't have a vantage, right, where you're at? Is it's not a $7 feet above ground, is it?
Violent, in your face and shit. Like, are you just crazy? Getting hit by a rock, blowing ourselves up, yellow stuff blowing up in our face. If we can keep going, I think we're on a great path. Regardless of what people think about the president-elect.
I think we're on a great path. It's a hazardous path. It's a path where the future is not at all certain. But humanity is at one of those moments, one of those crossroads where you kind of stand on the edge of the abyss and you don't quite know what lies ahead. And we can take a great big part out of this, or we can take a big I think the key issue is that we do actually have to be that way. I see a lot of positive there out there in the world. I do think people are waking up. I think they are questioning all the structures. They're refusing to put up with the bullshit.
I just want to give a shout out. I see All Point Dailies in here. I don't know if it's Aaron or Austin or both. Hey guys, thanks for tuning in. You guys want to say a few words?
Not being told what to think anymore. That's encouraging, but then on the other side, there are huge efforts being put precisely into making these
now, like hardly ever do this,
the advertising industry,
Brady
messages.
commented under one of my tweets earlier today saying it was going to be there in Mexico. He said, download the app, you get 88 free trial tokens. Then, I hardly ever do this, but I downloaded the app, instantly got 88 tokens. But I still have yet to declare
go down
to bet
an
on.
expansion of
So I'm just
consciousness
sort of
and
wondering,
the
do we know
realization of the
odds
incredible
yet, like who is the best?
I also feel like that's where it's going. I honestly,
I'm optimistic. I'm very optimistic.
so that's beautiful to hear because this is a time, right? I was watching the John
So I
Oliver show.
think,
Great show.
I think we should ask you, we learned here, what's cool about the odds of that app is I think it's all based on how much people voted. So if you look right now, everybody shows 50-50, everybody has nothing. So the last two times that I voted, I noticed that the odds shift as people are like allocating their tokens.
There's a lot of fantastic discoveries, a lot of interesting observations. There's a lot of
Odds, right? It's dependent on how much it's been actively like voted.
And I think that
And quite a number of American states have made cannabis legal.
that's it's also a big, it's going to be a big factor in cultural evolution. It really will. Well, it was a big factor. It's a huge factor. In effect, what happened in medicine, that very closed conservative society, you had an outside shot. Psychedelic drugs that came in and completely stirred up everything in art, music, and fashion, and even into the concepts of your place in the universe, in time and space. In so many ways, that had just a major impact on the society. And what reminds me of what we did were in our terms of an outside shop. Exciting. Wait, based upon everything that I said, things like that are probably especially if right now, cryptocurrency is probably going to be the first time aware that there is this potential paradigm shift.
Actually, no, I'm actually just a dealer of herbal remedies in Denver, Colorado. I've never actually been in Web3 Jason.
Some of the things that shot into space. What effect would that on the plant consciousness?
Which with this latest exercise, NASA and what happened in LA? What happened in LA? They did far 300 kilometers diameter. Bit of a comment.
Speaking of smoking a lot of weed, we have Keith Berry here. Hey Keith, what's going on?
Determined that it was like something that happened once a millennium, once a couple of millennia, and it sort of got contracted
I saw Barry. I saw you train a little bit in Vegas. Oh, no, it was Miami. I turned to Adam after watching you do a few kicks. I'm like, Adam, you sure you want to fight this guy? Like, I don't want to see you get hurt. And Adam took offense to that. But he's not here to say anything. But how have you been training, or have you not been training? Do you take Adam seriously as a contender?
Would have a major effect, I think, on
No, I mean, it's going to be a fun fight. I take everyone serious. And I know he's got more wrestler. That's kind of weird to start comments striking, So, I saw him train as well. So,
it's like there's a massive impact versus slow trickle effect. My friend Sancho, or he gets out there one gigantic swoop because of that, like a asteroidal impact where it kills a bunch of people. We wake up in the fragility of our existence.
But either way, it's a waking up of humanity, and that is a process. That is happening. That process. Look, as a Brit, observing what's been happening right there from the outside, I'm enormously impressed by the legalization of this. Sure, I like smoke joints, but this is not about this. It's not recreation. What this is about is recognizing the sovereignty of animals to make decisions over their own bodies, their own health, and their consciousness while doing no harm to others. That's what it's about, and that's a really fucking important issue. That is, for me, that is the most important issue, because if we, in a society that is not prepared to recognize adult sovereignty over one's own body and one's own consciousness, then that cannot be a free society in any meaningful way. And so I applaud the people of America in those states who have voted for full legalization. That's a brilliant thing to do, and that's have an impact around the world, because the war on drugs, all the ideology and lies about cannabis are all going to be proved wrong. We're going to put that the emperor wears no clothes, that you can legalize cannabis and civilization does not fall apart, as the war on drugs lobby have been telling us for ages. It's going to change everything, and it's a beautiful thing, because it's the American people, whereas the American state, America as a governmental state presence on the world stage, has been the dark force behind the war on drugs. So it's for me a beautiful thing. It's the American people, state by state, who are winding that back and saying, we'll not put up with this shit anymore.
The thing what you were talking about earlier is really important too. We were talking about different factions of our civilization creating to this day. They're still creating disinformation, still trying to mislead people. But I think that to what we were talking about before, where it's a system and systems protect themselves. I think
they've got almost a consciousness of their own. It's scary.
Yeah.
Big bureaucracies, armed bureaucracies, they've got a kind of personality.
There's a financial stake, there's a social stake. Like what you're reading right now, the left versus the right. Like there's some people, like my friend Wanda Sykes just got moved off stage at something last night, apparently, which went on some anti-Trump rant, and people got super canceled, etc. There's these systems that are in place. This almost like wanting to fight. Like it's not. It sets us up in this bizarre team mentality where this left protects its ideas of the future and the right protects its ideas. And I'm watching these people go at it back and forth on social media, and it's toxic. And I don't like to use that term because it's so compromised by, toxic sexuality or toxic masculinity. There's deep uses of that word in our culture. But I think that this desire to fight people better,
being deeply unpleasant, saying really horrible, hurtful, ghastly. You see it so often. It's really, vile.
And from the left too, both the right, the left is
toxic. Toxic's the right word.
Exactly. And that we have to resist the urge to fight. I think when people push too far on the left, that's when the alt-right emerges. When people push too far on the right, that's when the left comes out. And that's where Kent State emerges. You have all these weird factions duking it out that have so much in common. And a lot of times, the things that they don't have in common, it's either because of ignorance, or it's because of an ideological dispute or a lack of communication. And I think if those three things are in place, at least these open lines of communication, which is also fostered by marijuana. Get these people talking openly and vulnerably about these things, and you find out that a lot of our misinformation misunderstandings about each other, just misconceptions, miscommunications. If we disagree on things, I have friends that are just a lot of stuff with, but we're very close. Yeah, because you're allowed to have different opinions. Of course, that's what makes the world interesting. It doesn't have to be. And then each other, because we can listen to somebody else's opinion with empathy rather than with anger. It's too attractive to be on. Fucking yeah, it is, man. It's too attractive. It's too attractive. I mean, we love city versus city. We love that. We love when, Chicago's going to take on Cleveland. Fuck you.
It's the tribal thing. We've not really evolved out of that. We've chipped our social structures, but we're still tribal mentality. Nationalism and tribalism is writ large.
Yes, it really is. It's just like just a cult.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Should we look at more? Yeah, we look at as many as we want. Roll a party. Let's see the next.
Back to the front.
This is the place that I didn't get really.
Okay.
Really wanted to take.
Let's do.
So you're going to see it in a second. This is the potholes. Holy shit. This is crazy. What we're looking at, folks, and people who are just listening in, you have to do now, because this is insanity. This is as close to for a dummy like me to look at something like that. Oh, fuck, that's definitely a river. The river carved that. Okay, what you're looking at there is a gigantic extending set of cataracts, like you would find in Niagara Falls, but to use Graham's term, writ large. We're looking at a ridge. We're looking east. The tsunami wave that swept down over these 4 states. One branch of it swept off to the west. This particular branch of it was 400 feet when it hit this ridge. What it did was it spilled over the ridge. Out here in the foreground, you see the modern day Columbia River. From the top of the ridge, you see the agriculture and the landscape depth there's about 1,000 feet. Wow. So basically, you've got this huge sheet of water, 3 to 4 feet, rushing over. It finds the lowest spot in this ridge. That's where it starts going. And as it does, it begins to just slip away. Now, what you're looking at here is this cataract complex. It's about 5 miles. And the water came, and you see you've got those kind of curved legs at the top, and there's tunnels. Those are potholes. Potholes are formed by underwater turbulence. And in a flood this swiftly moving with this much turbulence, you literally have particular eddies, high intensity, high amplitude, high energy underwater tornadoes, literally underwater tornadoes. Now, these underwater tornadoes are typically, in this case, about a half a mile wide. Oh my God! And they're spinning at a high rate of speed, and right there, they're probably 600 feet deep. Because the water pouring over the ridge is at least 200. And you can see what it's done to the bedrock. Anybody listen? You gotta look at this. You have to look at this and then listen to the scale. This is a gigantic scar in the landscape, of which there are hundreds around this.
I mean, the exact location, right?
This is Potholes Cataract.
Right.
Exact location.
Somebody wants to get to it, which we're in Washington State still.
Yes, we're in Washington State, Central Washington State, right on the Columbia River, just below Wenatchee.
Okay, where we saw that huge erratic, giant 18,000-ton boulder brought there a chained an iceberg floating on the flood, carrying an iceberg the size of an oil tanker, carrying an 18,000-ton boulder, carried on the ground 700 feet up a valley side, rests as the flood waters recede, the ice melts away, and the boulder is left.
We're going to look at a picture of that boulder in a second. What do the people back in this part of the country, what do they think about this? Well, they're only just catching on to what they're sitting on top of. The first time I went out here in '98, there was the Ice Age Floods Institute, and I went to their only location, which was in the Better Business Bureau in Moses Lake, Washington, and they had one room in the back of this Better Business Bureau, Chamber of Commerce, and there was 2 elderly ladies in there who were basically the overseers of the group.
Now there's about 24 chapters, and every year there's several guided field trips by geologists who are studying this in their off time. And I've been out for just to participate and get the access to the geologists in order to pick their brains. But this is very close to Wenatchee, Washington. So if anybody's wanting to find this on Google Earth, this is a Google Earth image. Now what we're going to do, before we do the Google Earth image, I was going to explain that you got those, see those lakes, those meandering lakes up there. What you got to picture is you've got a sheet of water, and as it's coming over this ridge, it's being selective or road into fault lines and cracks within the bed. The water's going to naturally try to go into those low spots or those cracks and fissures, and it'll start going from a sheet to channel. What goes from sheet to a channel, then spills over the ridge. And in the middle, you see this, it's called rock blade. You see that the rock blade is yes, that's it right there, separating the two alcoves. If flooding continued for another few days, that rock blade would have, and you would have had a single alcove up there. Now, in the next, as this proceeds, what we're going to do is we're going to go down, we're going to be right at the head of the rock blade. Right there, yeah, right there. We're standing right there. So now you're going to get to see the drone is about to take off. You're seeing the landscape look to the east in the direction of those finger lakes. Soundtrack.
Is it not playing the sound?
Oh, there we go. Here, a little kind of
Okay, and the landscape opens up. See on that rock blade.
We're on the rock blade right there. So now you can see the scale of this thing that we were just seeing.
Wait, can you describe it? I mean, I would have just looked at it and go, oh, wow, that's kind of cool. I would never have thought, oh, that was obviously created by water pouring through.
That's the problem, is because we haven't had the scale of perception. It took breaths, 5 years to put the pieces together.
Well, also, we haven't been able to take these sort of high resolution photographs with drones of it until recently.
Yeah, it gives us a whole other insight. It used to be $1,000 an hour to get up there in a helicopter. Now you can fly a drone around, with a yeah, exactly.
GoPro on it. Right here in the middle ground. That big hole, that's about 200 feet diameter. That pothole was created by this swirling vortex of massively turbulent water.
In other words, the evidence is all over the landscape, staring us in the eyes. It's only in the recent years that it's started to make sense.
We've evolved the eyes to be able to see these. And so now by going out here with the drone, I've been over this landscape several times in a small plane, so you can see it from that perspective. But now, like you just said, now we've got a drone that can go up and see it from a whole different perspective. And now you can see the man standing down there on the rock.
Oh, that little dude? Yeah. Yeah.
That little dude is 6 feet tall. He's not that big.
I mean, on the picture.
No, in real life, he's actually 4 inches. It's an
What's to me stunning, I mean, this is really beautiful and cool and everything. That what's really stunning is the initial picture, where it becomes so obvious. It's above the picture, you see the farmland, and that just so obviously
Slice out.
So let's see the rest. The drone flies over. Yeah. So, and then we have what's called classic scab. You see all these mounds, these kind of lumps. What are the scabs on the scab? That's why it's called scab.
Yes, flooding. Plucking. Differentially plucking. Very often.
Wow.
This is incredible. This water remaining.
Yeah, that fill the pothole. There you get a sense. There you get a sense of the rock.
There you get a sense of what the volume of water is like.
Right, and see, this is just, I mean, we've looked at 2 features now, Camas Prairie and Potholes, Canada. We could sit here for the next 10 hours looking at dozens and dozens of these mega pictures. When you look at, there's a whole bar
Over there.
See those? Yeah. I've never seen those reported in the literature. It may be that nobody's ever really seen them before.
or no one ever paid attention. Nobody's ever paid attention. There they are. So how was mainstream science used to describe this sort of mainstream art? Used to describe these features. Simply geology. Well, catastrophic. Yeah. So they believe this is catastrophic. So I just think it's a slower.
They think it's lots of small catastrophic events. Not one big catastrophic.
And what kind of timeline are these geologists putting on this? Oh, 2,000 or 3,000 years. Why? Well, because of the ice dam bomb and how much time it would take. See, it gets complicated.
And because until the comet research, there was no credible source of heat that could melt that amount of ice and cause that. Now that's the new factor that's come into the equation.
Now you look at the people standing on the cliff edge there, the edge of the rock. You see them down there? Yeah. So now the sense of scale. What would survive again in the aftermath? Not that too. No, not that too. Or his buddies. Yeah.
This is a crazy place. It's crazy to look at. It's just so, when you're looking above it, even here, I mean, you get a sense of it, but if you would just show this, quite honestly, I probably wouldn't have pieced that together. But when you look at it, the original image, it's so blatantly obvious.
Right. That's the thing now, is we are in this position where we can see it. And I take people out in the field. What I do is I prep, of course, by showing these images from NASA, satellite photography, Google Earth imagery, aerial photography, and ground photography, and then you go out in the landscape. And at that point, you can start having this framework for understanding what you're seeing. Otherwise, you just don't. The scale of it is too fast.
It's really amazing.
So this is an adventure of exploration that we're just getting launched on. This is recovering the lost past of humanity. And if I may, I want to make a picture for the comic research group. If anybody, I think it's really important. It's not just a matter of funding their research. It's also a matter of sending a message that we, the people, are prepared to take matters into our own hands and support those scientists who are working with open minds, inquiring into the past. And whether you give $1 or $100 or whatever, any little counts. It says it's the voice of the people as much as the money that really matters. These guys, the Comet Research Group, they need their research funding. They have an Indiegogo crowdfunding campaign. You can go to my website, press the Comet Research Group banner, the page with all the relevant links. Please consider supporting it. It's worthwhile, it's worthy work, and it has the potential to change the whole story of our past and our future.
And it's a story that would be incredibly exciting to be a part of. I'm trying to get people to think, look, there's this thing happening, and it really is democratic in its own way. You don't have to be some specialist or a particular authority in some branch of academically improved science to begin to appreciate and understand. It just takes getting out into the field and seeing this kind of stuff first, getting it into the discussion and the debate, and spending more time on it because it's such an interesting story.
And that's what the scientists in the Comet Research Group are offering, that the people who contribute will participate in these organizations.
That's awesome. What I was going to say is we're human beings. We're a part of this planet. We are pedestrians walking along. We're carried by this planet. And all this stuff is our right. It's your right to understand what the history of this crazy rock has gone through. Absolutely. This is amazing. It's amazing stuff. From the perspective to understand, this is like this. For 12,000 years, this story has been written into the landscape of Earth. And only now are we able to step back and to see the big picture in tandem with ever greater detail. And what's emerging is it's a really wild tale, but the evidence is there to support it.
And this is the story I'm telling to magicians of the world. This is recovering this lost.
It really is wild. And our time here on this planet has been confusing for so many reasons. One of the big ones is not understanding how we got here, and that's one of the reasons why your book, I think, is so important to me, is give you this perspective of how this sort of civilization emerged. Another problem I think we deal with all the time is like pollution. light pollution.
You never see the stuff.
I think it's really the perspective block in a big way.
No, it absolutely is. Randall and I were having a discussion earlier about how ancient cultures related to the cosmos. As above, so below. They felt themselves connected with the cosmos. They made their monuments in alignment with the celestial world. They did it very carefully. There was a sense of bringing the enchantment of the heavens onto earth. Modern societies, we can't even see the stars in the middle of a big city. The stars are gone. The light pollution just blots them out. You never think they're there. Forget, actually, that we're part of a majestic cosmos, and that everything about it is mystery. We are immersed in mystery from the moment we die, and yet our society is telling us it's all very prosaic and it's just about pollution.
Everything's all explained. You don't really need to worry yourself about it. Because some authority somewhere has it all figured out.
No one has all figured it out. It's not possible. I think everybody owes it to themselves to go out into the desert in the middle of when you know there's a stretch where the moon's going to be out and there's going to be clear skies, especially if you live in Southern California. You can get out to the desert easily. Just get out away from all the cities. They'll freak you out. They'll freak you out because it's one of those things that you kind of really take for granted. Because most of the time the sky is just a dark black, featureless thing with a couple little white dots, hellfire. When you get out there and see the actual Milky Way itself, you go, oh, shit, yeah.
Well, see, now you can have, every year there's probably a dozen high altitude events that could have been witnessed by ancient peoples that we are completely unwitnessed because of our urban existence, because of light pollution, because nobody would be looking at it's high altitude events. But essentially the equivalent to like Hiroshima-sized bombs going off 20 miles up. Just outside of in time, and you're looking right up there, so you're not going to see it. And at night, if you're living in the city, if you're inside, the light pollution, by the time it happens, it's over. But if you're out in a completely wilderness area, you've got visual access to the stuff, and you're aware of that, and you're constantly aware of the presence of the sky, you're going to see much more of that. But then the cosmos decides to get a little bit more active, which it apparently does from time to time. Suddenly the sky becomes a major factor in your existence, your tribal existence, your cultural existence. Especially if in those episodes you have multiple fireball type events that could be on the scale of anywhere from Chelyabinsk up to that's what Bloom and Nate do. That's their sphere. These clusters of
we enter episodes of when we are passing through a filament of the Taurine meteor stream thick with heavy asteroids of a kilometer or more in diameter. When we enter those filaments, we are entering a period of episodic bombardment when human civilization is at risk. And according to their contracts, we are entering those filaments in the next 30 years.
Jesus.
And that's why we need to pay attention to this, because 30 years is enough time to do something about it. If we apply the resources of our civilization to this, we can solve it.
Let's look at a couple more pictures. Because I'd like to get the picture right now.
People are too busy making new things. They don't have time to fix the asteroid thing.
Exactly.
You need a photo.
Well,
This image is holograms.
that's my contention. It's going to be
Well, but then again, the serious commercial talk of that is the way into this. That if they can get an economic return for them, then maybe they'll do the good thing actually for the human race.
To be a manned expedition like Bruce Willis and asteroid body.
Not necessarily.
What's the image that we're showing?
Well, Jamie, why don't you go to the folder of when we open the
Folder of awesomeness.
folder of awesomeness. Yeah, just start with 1007. Well, we're going to look at some NASA stuff, and then we'll look at a couple of New Earth things, and then we will look at a couple of U.S. Geological Survey things, and then we'll look at some photographs. Let's do it. Okay, let's do it. We got it. Okay. This is one of the early NASA photographs taken from 500 miles back in the late 70s. And what we got here is the two big scam tracks that show two of the big meltwater streams that left their scars in the landscape. So each one of those varies roughly between 10 and 20 miles wide. And the bigger one on the right is probably 50 to 60 miles long. Actually a little bit longer. But you can actually see that the water swept down from the north out of British Columbia and washed away 200 feet roughly, 1 to 200 feet of the existing topsoil that had covered the basalt bedrock. Right? Basalt bedrock, by the way, that was originally formed by the remnants of the Yellowstone caldera. Interesting. But so water came down, swept away the topsoil and left bare dark basalt exposed down below. The feature that we just looked at is not even really in this map photograph. It's over to the west. But let's go ahead to the next one, Jamie.
It's the Snake River down there, which is where's the Snake River?
Snake River comes up out of Idaho.
I stepped in this bar, I was not ready. I didn't know what I didn't know. And when I got to the end of the second round, I wanted to dive. But this was just sparring my trainer. So we tried to go a little bit easier on me. Let me, kind of stand him up for a minute, if you will. I've been training for 3 rounds. I didn't realize until today actually it was only 2 rounds. So I'm actually really excited about that. Offset some of the Mexico altitude and whatnot. But the second time I got into spar, I fought 2 different people, 2 different rounds. And one was a young kid, he was 18 years old. He goes to my boxing gym. And he's a tough kid. My trainer told me to go easy on him. And he punched me in the face right away. He's young, but he's whatever. And it went well. And I gave him a blind nose. It didn't hurt him. He's a scrappy kid. And then the second guy I fought is a Hispanic guy. And he's been boxing for a while. And he's young too. He's in his early 20s. And, he gave me the business a little bit, but I definitely gave him some shots.
Right.
But after that second round, I was done. I couldn't go another round after that. And that was just about a week and a half ago. And I realized what I had to do. And that's when everybody's in their fighting training, when you're really taking this seriously and zoning in, you see what you have to overcome. And it's so funny now actually going through this. I'm not comparing this to water, but watching movie Rocky. And every single one of those Rocky films, there's a point where he has to break through. And the person that's just watching the film don't really understand exactly what that means. When you train for a fight, you understand exactly what that means in real time when you're watching it. And it's a pretty cool feeling to see that and know that you see what you have to do and what you have to push through. You see the wall and you have to do it. So that's what I've been doing. And I've been off for a few days. I'm going to stay off tour and talk about my fight. I guess I'll do some bases and some things like that. But still, work on the channel, have some videos for people. But the fight is my main focus right now. And it has been just the main thing I've been focused on.
It's called War. And you can see it's circular where the glacier came. And then coming right off the snout of the glacier, do you see kind of a ribbony? That's the giant scar in the landscape that was formed by a meltwater stream coming off of that ice sheet. It's close at the Zuli.
Hey, Randall, I think we should keep in mind a lot of the audience aren't actually seeing the visuals on this.
They're not.
I mean, the takeaway is that all across the Pacific Northwest is a landscape that has been utterly scarred and devastated. Gigantic flood that took place 12,000 and left its mark everywhere.
And this is right near Coeur d'Alene. So Coeur d'Alene is from that. That's the residue of this Coeur d'Alene right now. If people go to the Geocosmic Rex website or the Sacred Geometry International website, they can see most of the images that we're showing.
Well, they'll see it if they watch the YouTube video. They can watch it and hear you talk about it at the same time. It's just the vast majority, probably 90% of our
Are not
just
seeing
seeing
the visuals right now.
but they can. And so they probably will.
So they can go to that and watch it. You can look down, way down on the lower left is the pothole. Right. Go up a little along the river, come down south, coming, stop. Look to the right of the river. That's what we were just.
This man knows his landscape.
To the right, to the right.
Yeah, this whole area. So we get it. This whole area has been absolutely unequivocally
Right.
undeniable.
You see this, Joe, when you realize the scale of what you just looked at, and now you're seeing that within this whole landscape.
Yeah.
That was essentially inundated. You'll start to get the scale of the thing, and that's what I'm trying to do. If you, Joe, can get the scale of this in your mind,
Yeah, I think I got it from that one image. That was a real mind blower. The ripples, yeah, the ripples. Yeah. Well, the ripples were real mind blower. Then the other one with the farmland, and then there's massive channel cut into it. You kind of get it.
Yeah, the ripples aren't even on this. They're the way to the.
Has anybody sat down with you and tried to dispute this? I mean, the people that believe that this was a slow and gradual effect, has anybody sat down and tried to debate you on this? It's like something that would be really interesting to debate. I mean, I would love to see someone, who's a geologist, that, I'm sure there's someone out there that may have a dispute with it. And I'm sure, but I'd love to see them talk to you about it and go over all the various things. The nuclear lab that they find, all of it, all the
Right,
top to
but
bottom.
the thing, Joe, at this point, nobody is connecting the work of the Common Research Group with the Missoula flood effects that we're looking for.
Except us.
Except us.
Yeah, that's crazy. Most people are like, that's crazy. How's it possible?
Because it's the missing link. It's such an obvious connection that it really merits
It
exploration.
scares the shit out of me. What if you guys didn't exist? What if you guys were never born? What if you never wrote that book? What if you never been freaking out about this shit your whole life? How would I know
How
about
many
this? I wouldn't
times
know
in the human story has happened where stuff has just not been explored? That really needed to be.
That's crazy to something like a Michael Sherman, to a skeptical person.
Well, I'd say, sure, come on, man, let's go spend a week out in that landscape.
Well, he does want to he wants to sit down and debate you, Graham. Can we set that up? I would love it.
That sounds like fun.
Yes, it would be a good time.
In my mind, there's really no argument with this evidence. I mean, it's too overwhelming. And the question really comes down to, at this point, nobody disputes that there were catastrophic floods. The question is, what was the mechanism? How many were there? How long did it take? Was it a bunch of catastrophic but smaller floods, or was it back to this original model of one giant flood? And I think the truth actually lies somewhere between. And again, the geology gets complicated, but I'm writing it up. So I will explain in detail what my thoughts are, and after having crisscrossed thousands of miles of this landscape repeatedly and basically absorbed every piece of scientific literature ever written on it, I've evolved some ideas about what could have happened here and how it happened.
Well, I've grown adult, and I found out that North America, most of it was by, what was it, 10, 12,000 years ago, was covered by a mile-high sheet of ice. I was a grown adult, and I went,
North America, roughly north of Minneapolis.
Yeah.
and that was common knowledge, right? I mean, everybody knew that. Anybody who's actually studied the history of it, it never made it to my dopey head until I was a grown adult. And then I went, wait a minute, what? The idea in my mind that this whole thing was covered just 12,000 years ago, that seems so incredibly recent.
And by the way, that ice was more like 2 miles. Consider the weight of those ice masses pressing down. I mean, everything was there before the ice came down, would have been ground to powder. And then as the ice melts, everything below it is walked away from it.
It's like an eraser for the world.
An eraser, that's exactly a great phrase, an eraser for the world. And that is the thing that so many of this, you haven't factored into their thinking when you're going, well, where's the evidence? The evidence, as you've got to understand, is that we have to rethink the possibility of evidence once we know that there has been these erasers of the world that have transpired. And not just once, but I mean, what I'm looking at here is probably the most severe events in the last 5 million. And I have a reason for using that number 5 million. What's the reason? Well, the reason is based upon the severity of the mass extinction. We have to go back 5 million years to find an extinct event of an equivalent level as what occurred in the underground.
It's funny because what I would call a knee-jerk skeptical person would always say that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Is there anything more extraordinary in that image of those farmlands and that giant swath? Is that the land
That is the extraordinary evidence.
That is it, yes.
That's pretty right. It's pretty extraordinary. And then the core samples. The core samples show this massive fluctuation in temperature.
Yeah, that we've looked at.
Yeah, that coincides with the
coincides?
Yes. It's obviously all leads, even to someone like me, in the an event.
And this cataclysmic episode immediately precedes the time when we've been told that civilization began.
Yeah.
That's the other point, which will reach this huge punctuation mark, and then civilization, they start to evolve. No, it was there before. This is a reinvention.
Those hunters, like people who watch one of those shows where they survive in Alaska. You ever watch those shows? Yes, the shows are great. Like Life Below Zero, it's crazy assholes. Yeah. Those people would make it. Those people would make it, and they would breed, and they would carry on. Yeah. What is that? What does it say? 1,000. Well, next. I don't want to interrupt you, Joe. No worries. Look at this. Wow. Okay, so that's me. I'm looking at this after what you told me. That looks like water that is sort of like receded and left these lines. Yeah. And it's still something. Think of a bathtub, right? After Joe, you get in there and you take a bath, and the water is basically dropping set up. What kind of finds a way after you take it to the brains? You leave in sediment in your tub, and then
The aquatic genesis and the waters prevailed exceedingly upon the earth. The old
not because I'm trying to pump the biblical flood bottle. I'm far from it. When I try to drop pictures whenever I realize here's a great one, it doesn't matter what's from because there's so many flood legends you can pull from.
Well, the biblical flood model is it is one of those myths, is one of those traditions that have come to one of thousands of traditions that speak of this. The whole ancestral memory of the human race is telling us that something terrible happened.
It's also very unfortunate that that's all connected with an ideology that a lot of people find problematic. Like that there's this issues with that being religion or a cult or this faith-based belief
Well,
system.
we must immediately realize the flood is not the property of the monotheistic religion. The flood is found in every culture on earth.
Also, in that a lot of these stories, you're talking about massive translations from ancient Hebrew to Latin to Greek, and a lot is lost in the process. And you're dealing with a lot of these stories were handed down from generation to generation for like 1,000 years before the first version was ever written. So all that is unbelievably fascinating. Go to 1,000. 1014. And we'll see it. Whoa. No, it's like something just like you had a sand castle, some flat sand set up, and a wave came in and through it and then pulled back. The wave came from the north and swept down over the landscape, basically carved and plucked, buried and gouged and gashed that landscape. This is one of the places Graham and I went. If you look right in there, you'll see where it's Grand, part of Grand Coulee, Grand. Right there where the D is, we have a great video clip online of me and Graham looking at this actual topo map right here. And it's surveying the cataract around us. You'll also notice that there's a rock plate. Just like similar to the one that we saw in the drone footage. See the rock plate? You recognize the alcoves there? Yeah. And if we go to next one, we have a Google Earth image of 1015. There's the Earth image, and for scale, for left hand, I superimposed Niagara Falls at the same scale, so you can see by comparison. Wow. Have you seen the Niagara Falls, Joe? I went when I was a little kid, but I honestly don't remember. I think I went when I was a little kid. I'll have to check with my mom. It's impressive. Yeah. See, but the point here is that anybody looking at this, if the folks look at the imagery of
Is that one of the biggest waterfalls in the world?
What, Niagara? No. Not in terms of volume. No, what's the biggest? Africa or something. Yeah, or South America. Victoria Falls. You know, the highest or the greatest volume. It's about 200,000, between 150 and 200,000 cubic feet per second going over those falls to hit the flow of the river. But the flow that came through here was 350 million cubic feet per second. It led to this. And yeah, if you go online, the Geocosmic Red website, there's a video clip of me and Graham down there just by Perch Lake. Can I ask you a question? Yeah.
Now, if the water that was creating Grand Canyon or the Niagara Falls, rather, if that all receded and we could see the bottom, wouldn't it look similar
to what you're seeing here? The one in Grand Canyon?
No,
Excuse me,
Niagara
with
Falls.
Niagara Falls, right there, right above it, right there. Yes, it would, but a smaller scale. On a smaller scale, but like on a smaller scale, like some of the features that you see right there, right? Yeah, and that's the thing you were saying earlier. It's fractal. The interesting thing about water erosion and sedimentation is its scale and infinity. So you can look at features and coming up in the pictures here. I've got a beautiful example of scale invariance where you see the small version and the large version. It's exactly the same thing. That's why if you go into any geology camps, they put something in the photographs like a rock pick or a person standing there. Otherwise, it's hard to get a sense of the scale of what you're looking at, right?
So my question though was that if that's the case, if you could drain Niagara Falls and it would have a similar feature set to what you're seeing on the ground there, well, we know that Niagara Falls has been doing that for a long, long time.
12,000 years of work of the river at Niagara
Right.
Falls. Here you're looking at a moment in time that unfolded in a few weeks.
Right, but how do we know that?
Well, for one thing, the scale of it, because because how long would it take Niagara to do something on this scale? If it's taken Niagara 10,000 years, say, to carve that, how long would it take an equivalent flow to carve this? But
What would Niagara look like if you drained it though? What would it look like?
Well, for one thing, it's not basalt bedrock, so you're not going to see quite the same type of erosion because really what you consider is that all different rock types erode differently. Also, what happens is you have regimes of flow. So that what you have in Niagara today is a lower flow regime, which doesn't have anywhere near the type of turbulence or corrosive potential is when you get water moving at 50 or 60 miles an hour. One reason we definitely can know that this is the case is because we see the association with the giant current ripples. We see boulders that have been plucked and quarried, and some of them are 40 and 50 feet diameter. You see, and we'll look at some of those. Next picture.
Do you have that image that you were talking about before? That one gigantic boulder that was carried on?
Yes, it's coming up. Okay, quickly through here. So go to 1017, and that will be from again with Niagara Falls superimposed for scale. The Horseshoe Falls, the Canadian Falls, superimposed for scale. Now, basically, that Horseshoe Falls is about 120 feet in height. The cliff wall of this giant cataract is about 400 feet high, and it laid rock out there, and the full extent of the thing actually goes all the way to the horizon. But we can see that beyond there, but this erosion goes all the way to the
And
horizon.
that's cut into stone.
That's cut into basalt, hard columnar basalt. That was extruded basically with the eruption of the Yellowstone caldera long 15 million years ago. But then covered up by a couple of hundred feet of lost topsoil, and then that was exposed when the floods came. Go to the next 1018. You'll see an example of some of the debris that was left behind by the floodwaters when they finally ceased. There's the stuff that you're looking at now. The bigger stuff there is 30 and 40 feet. Those would be like 4-story buildings now.
Those are just washed away by this gigantic river.
That's just this vast, gigantic river moving 50, 60 miles an hour, sweeps through there, plucks and tears the bedrock, and then when the big gets finally get turned off, the water starts subsiding, and this being carried in there just gets left in the wake, just like you're going to see any modern smaller flood is going to leave material in its wake. The difference in this material is piles of boulders the size of houses, gravel bars 200 and 300 feet thick and 3 miles long, and they're all going to see. Here's the answer to your question. This is what Rex finally did. It was by showing that it was the full suite of evidence taken integrally that created a picture that was undeniable to the skeptics. It was overwhelming because every piece fit together too perfectly. No other explanation other than gigantic hydraulic event. And now it's a question of the detail. What caused them? How long did it take? And that's where the controversy is now.
This is amazing. It's amazing and terrifying. But what's cool about it is it's terrifying
but everything's okay.
Everything's okay right now.
So it's like you feel like but maybe not.
If something like this happens,
Yeah.
well, you have to. It's what can be the change in in human orientation to life on this planet. Like, for example, I remember the first Earth in 1970, right? When this consciousness about, hey, what our existence on this planet is having an effect on this planet, right? And at that point, you see this whole environmental consciousness surge that didn't exist before, right? Well, I think maybe in the next decade or two, we're going to see a new environmental consciousness that involves the recognition that this planet is on a very dynamic place and has been so. It is key to deciphering a lot of mysteries, geological, cultural, historical, and paleontological, biological. This has been a dominant factor in the evolution of basically everything that's been going on this planet, whether you're looking at billions or thousands of years.
It's just such a strange time to be alive, where all this stuff is coming together. All this information is being exposed.
So as though a hidden archive has been broken open and stuff is spilling out. You don't know. You've opened Pandora's box by letting it out.
It's all logical. It's
all logical.
so easy to follow. It's all. I mean, it seems like when it comes to like step by step. 1029 coming up. 1029. Bingo.
Now, this road about 500 miles south out on Utah. Canyon is beautiful. And what you're seeing there is basically dry cataracts. Now that you've seen these cataracts, you can begin to recognize them all over the place. Now, this has not been acknowledged as being a cataract. But what you actually see when you look at the modern erosion is that these features are being slowly eroded and eaten away by the modern erosion. The different erosional regime altogether that creates features like this. And this is a vast scale of erosion here. You travel over the southwest, that is the most striking thing that you're going to experience. If you're empathic with the landscape, which is that there's been this enormous amount of erosion. Now, I'm not saying that the enormous amount of erosion was all created by one flood, but I think it is possibly saying is that when we go back over several million years, gigantic floods on this scale aren't that exception. That there's something that from time to time, see, this completely removed from glaciers. Any water that would have eroded it's not coming from glaciers, it had to be coming from ground. Well, if you go to the next slide,
which is not a disconnected element because of the massive rainout that was resulted from the impact on the ice cap.
This follows calderas. This is the largest volcanic caldera in North America. It's 11 miles across, and here's what's it was born out of a catastrophe, right? And subsequent eruptions over hundreds of thousands of years have left this feature. But what's interesting to us here is what happened around 12,000 years ago. The entire caldera filled up suddenly. And if you look at if you look at it as a clock, a weighted clock, you can see a breach, a valley coming off. You see that? Jamie, yeah, right there. That's the sweet dome. So at the same time, now get this, same window of time that these flood events are happening up in Washington and Idaho and Montana, this caldera suddenly fills up with water. And the water spills over the rim, cuts a canyon hundreds of feet. Now, what could cause that to suddenly fill up with water? And it's completely removed. It's not receiving, well, there's only one thing by default, and that would be rainfall. A lot of rainfall falling over days and days. So if you go to the next slide, we'll see what sits down in the bottom of this valley is thousands of these gigantic boulders. And you know that they're water transported because they're round, rolled. That's what water does. It rolls things. Now this is in New Mexico. So this is related to the spillway, the overflow of caldera, which has been dated to that same interval when the flood were happening up north, the same interval that now the common data. Is this coincidence, or are the two related? I would say it would be very premature to dismiss it and say that they're not related. Because as Graham just said, one of the consequences of an impact, whether it's into the ocean or the ice sheet, is you're going to have extreme amounts of water vapor injected catastrophically into the atmosphere, which is then going to rain out in incredible torrential downpours that might last for days at a time. And along with that water vapor is a tremendous amount of particulate mass.
And it's that rain out that I would say caused the erosion on the Sphinx and tell us that the Sphinx is 12,000 years old, not 2,500 BC.
This is amazing. This is the most convincing argument ever that you guys have ever made. It's all convincing. This is more compelling than all the pieces.
Let's go together. Yeah. Go to the next slide. Which is, to me, a beautiful example of variance. Here we have the modern Snake River flowing in the modern channel, and then we have the ancient flood sheet. And what you can see there, the average annual discharge of the Snake, 56,900 cubic feet. But the estimated flood that created the big channel is 40 million cubic feet. And now this flood actually was coming up, get this, out of Utah. It was coming up, was part of the giant lake, Bonneville, of which the Great Salt Lake is but the tributary.
So the Bonneville Salt Flats.
The Bonneville Salt Flats were the bottom of this gigantic lake that filled the basins northeastern Utah. And at the end of the last ice age, it suddenly filled up very rapidly and spilled over a mountain pass in the north. And then flooded the Snake River, southern Idaho. Anybody can see the Snake River plain if you go to Google Earth or any topographic map. And it cut channels like this that ultimately led to the Columbia River. But interestingly, the dating again right in that window. So
A window of 12,800 to 11,600 years ago when everything changes.
yes, everything changes. And so what I'm showing you is just a little bit selecting randomized dots to show you that no matter where you look, you're going to see evidence of these events imprinted into the landscape. Go 1,030. And if you go down and you stand down the next floodplain down there, you'll see the kind of stuff that got left behind. This is the sediment being created in the flood. So you got what powerful currents are necessary to transport. And I'm standing in the canyon that was cut by the flood. Those walls are 400 feet high.
So what we would think of as being like little pebbles at the bottom of a stream that gets moved around.
Yes.
In this grand scale.
This is like sand grains on the bottom of a modern little creek or river.
Except they're humongous boulders.
Yes. And this is what a geologist or geomorphologist would call the pendulum. The stuff being swept along in the flood waters. Being rolled and tumbled.
And geologists recognize this, and they mainstream geologists think it took a long period
No,
of
I
time.
mean, the geological papers that have been written on this admit that it was one catastrophic flood.
And what is there?
Oh shit.
Well, that somehow Lake Bonneville rose up and reached a pass on its northern rim. But,
Is that possible in any way?
yeah, if enough rain prolonged over a period of time, days or weeks, the whole body of water could raise like 300 feet roughly.
But you would need something like the comet impact to provide you with a source for that rain.
Because otherwise, there's no other explanation for that kind of rainfall. We didn't know from the modeling of oceanic impacts that yes, there would be unbelievable rain out in the aftermath of an oceanic impact. Clearly, the same thing would follow in the wake of an ice impact.
What oceanic impacts?
Only a few of them. Probably Sweden,
We're discussing also the possible Indian Ocean impact.
possibly one in the Indian Ocean.
5,000 years ago, which creates tsunamis on both sides of the Indian Ocean. Massive tsunamis. And again, this whole argument of the Younger Dryas category 11,800 and 11,600 years ago. The strongest case is the focus of the science has been on 12,800 years ago, but there's a lot of interest in the 11,600 years ago as well. And the strongest suggestion of what caused that sudden rise in temperatures accompanied by meltwater pulse world 150 was a second encounter with more fragments of the debris of the comet. This time, the impact not being on the North American ice cap, but in a major ocean, probably the Pacific. And that then puts a huge plume of water vapor into the upper atmosphere and drowns the Earth and creates the greenhouse effect that accounts for the radical rise in temperature that occurred 11,600 years ago. What science needs to be done on that is another reason why I want to see the comet research funded, because this is important work.
God damn, this is an awesome podcast. This might be my own time. Okay, we'll look at about half a dozen. Yeah, for sure. Let's roll. Okay, 1,039. And this is here now you'll be able to see actually in person. The giant current. There's a giant. That's a giant current. We did see this one, right? This is the west bar. If you go back one slide, it's aerial photo I took years ago. It's 3 miles long. There it is. And there's an airport. Now, the lighter colored bumps up is a landing strip. And the airport building there is 3 stories. So this whole feature is 3 miles long. And the ripples here are on the same scale as the Campus Prairie ripple that we just looked at. Of course, this is in central Washington. The other one was in Montana. So again, as we begin to place these event nodes around on the map, we can begin to see the applications that really huge event. And all of this is going on at the same time. So all this is dated at the same time. All this is dated to the same time that you think the impact took place. And it's all over. There he goes. The only dates that we have that are hard dates are the volcano ash primarily from Mount St. Helens that date 8,000 years. But they use that as a baseline and then assume that there was multiple floods, and each flood was separated by 50 to 100 years. And what they've done is they've gone from Chris' original model of a single flood into a dozen floods, into 40 floods, and now up to 80 or 90 floods, which I disagree with. But on the other hand, there were, I think we have to understand this in 2 phases. Because in the impact phase, you melt a whole lot of ice all of a sudden, but it's not going to melt all of it. It's going to leave a huge amount of residual ice in the ice. Now, what we see is that particularly after the 11,600 year ago, at that point, the whole planet comes right out of the ice age. Inexplicably, that's the end of the ice. That's the end of the ice age. The beginning of the Holocene. It's over. And basically, what we're seeing here is that there's a great deal of somebody that's brought the planet on the ice. It does not convert back into the ice age like it did at the 12,900 event. See? So what we then have is that in the aftermath of the event, the whole climate of the Earth has been completely altered. The whole balance of nature has been completely altered from before these events to after these events. But what you have now is a lot of residual ice that takes about 2,000 or 3,000 years to melt away. So sea levels continue to rise. Sea levels continue to rise, and the melting of this ice produces some pretty big floods, but not on the scale of what we're looking at here. And I think it's my opinion that there's a confusion between the 2 different flood zones. And I'm going to document all that. I'm writing all this up in detail. As a thesis to explain my interpretation of the phenomenon over 20 years. Let's go to that would be so important. I would love to really go over this with a fine-tooth comb. It's so amazing. Like just this image itself is just wow. What kind of power
enforce and take those ripples as 50-foot high ripples all over the place, miles and miles and miles. Yeah, and see, nothing since that event is really effective. They're still sitting here as these gigantic, monstrous foster features in the landscape.
Now, when they do core samples on that stuff, what do they find out as far as the dating of it? If they can pull out one of those ripples.
Well, you gotta be able to find organic material,
Right.
And to the extent that there's organic material, it basically all the basics. The problem is when you have a flood like this coming through, it's sweeping up everything in its path, including forests and animals. So if you've got a bone in here or a piece of wood, isn't necessarily when the flood happened.
Right.
It's not a nice layers of sediment. It's a jumble, messed up
Chaotic
picture.
mess.
It's not like you can just go dig into the side of that hole at the same level and find something that's organic and absolutely dig, because that's all stone.
Right. It's boulders. If you saw a cross section of one of those ripples, it's just a jumbled, chaotic mess of everything. Finest sand and silt up to boulders the size of cars and houses. And stuff just,
That's so crazy.
Go to 1041 and you'll see an interesting artist rendition by Edward Yao, did all the illustrations for books. And he did a version for a geology text. But I thought it was an interesting image because it basically shows an event on the scale of what we're talking about. And what's interesting here is you see that the torrents are forming icebergs, and there's one iceberg in the foreground. I call it Bam's Rock from now on. I am fishing.
Because it's carrying a gigantic
Yeah, when Brad
boulder.
and I were talking about it.
Yeah, because I went and climbed that
It's
one.
no longer human action. It's the Graham around.
I'm on it.
Okay, so we got the Graham Array coming up in about 3 images. Let's go to the next one, 1042. And this is basically another key piece of evidence. It's strewn for thousands of square miles throughout the path of the flood. You have these gigantic boulders, and these are being carried aboard icebergs.
So let me describe what we're looking at right now. This is a person. Is that you there?
I took the pictures. There's two of my
Fellow travel. Okay, normal sized people. And, whatever, 6 feet tall, and bounce them on top of each other. 12, 18. You're looking at probably at least 35, 40 feet tall, right?
Yeah.
And wider than it is tall.
Oh yeah, 60 feet wide.
That's insane. And that was carried by water.
It was carried on icebergs in the water.
Oh my
And there
god.
are
So this flood is not just water. It's a huge thousands of icebergs. It's bris up by their roots. It's a jumbling mass of powerful erosive flow.
Thousands of megafauna are. In fact, there have been a lot of mammoth found in the Willamette Valley. Okay, let's go to the next image. And there we go. This side, like out in the middle of the prairie. Again, you got thousands of these things.
I'll tell you what, I'm a chicken. I wouldn't stand right there. I think that thing's gonna roll on top of you. That would be a rap song.
Yeah. This is not a Jaeger rock.
That thing's huge. Is that you on the
No, that's one of my. I took the picture.
Did you tell him stand there?
Yeah, I said stay there. Then I had the other guys go around the back, rock
And push up. This thing is kind of hanging off the side of that hill, the way some of the Hollywood Hills houses are. The ones that are on stilts.
See that rounded and acid stuff that it's sitting in is called a berg mound. And these icebergs are not clean ice; they're dirt and they're filled with gravel and debris. So when a berg is being carried in the flood waters subside, the bergs get stranded in the land. They melt. And if there's no boulder, there's just a mound. If there's no gigantic boulder, there's just a mound. But if there is a gigantic, carried aboard the iceberg. It will be sitting in a bird mouth like you see right now.
That's amazing. So that white line in the sea was where the iceberg was. And they deposited that thing, and it just melted from there.
No, that's actually a bedding plane between two different kinds of basalt.
Oh, okay. So the mound itself below it is what you're saying is the bird mound?
It's the bird mouth.
Oh,
And the boulder, the big boulder, was the cargo sitting on top of the iceberg.
okay. So the berg is not just water; it's water with a bunch of dirt and all kinds of other shit in it as well.
Yeah.
So when it falls up, it's at least behind.
That's what it is.
I see. That's
Okay, and the next image we have the Hancock Rabbi.
Is that you up there?
Well, that's me on top of that
Breaking the law.
18,000 ton bar.
Weren't you breaking the law?
Yeah, I was. I do that from time to time, but it's an amazing experience to stand there and to think what transported this. Well, we know it was transported in an iceberg, and it was dumped there on the side of that valley, and it's just the thousands of these things plowing along at 60 or 70 miles an hour, carried on a gigantic flood. How do we have anything left? No wonder we've forgotten our past.
And here's the thing. What we're doing here is we're looking where these flood events are preserved most spectacular. And the reason is because you had a very steep grade from the sheet elevation to the Pacific Ocean. But like Graham and I, we traveled across the continental plate and traveled from the Rocky Mountains to the Twin Cities, which is the Mississippi River. All the way across, we were crossing meltwater to the east. We crossed the Missouri River Valley, which is an undersea stream, just very similar to the Snake, where modern Missouri is just a little ribbon of river occupying this massive meltwater channel, of which there are hundreds across the plain. And then when we got to Minneapolis, we went up and we visited some of the largest known potholes.
Which, again, you're looking on the scale of giants. This is beyond imagination. Only the flood explanation makes sense of it.
Go to 1054. And see, there we go. I'm down inside the pothole, one of the potholes, looking up at grade.
So that's a pothole carved in stone by the world like this.
Yeah. Which rocks in them, and the rocks are the erosive agent that's cutting out the pothole.
Just think like a massive hydraulic drill. Just picking up, coarse rock and then just drilling, literally drilling holes 50, 60, 80 feet
Again,
into the
folks,
rock.
go to the YouTube. Please, if you're listening to this, just go. Just gotta fast forward to this. This is insane. The image is insane. Just thinking of watching rocks spin around, drilling into the ground, and you're talking about over a short period of time.
Yeah. Probably, I'm guessing, these giant meltwater floods, this is right along the St. Croix River, which forms the border between Minnesota and Wisconsin. It was probably of several weeks duration at its peak. And so the drilling of these bedrock probably was accomplished within that time.
I would give to know what that was like, just to see it.
It had to be in order to survive.
Right? Yeah, even if you're over in a plane, probably then just the atmospheric change. Listen,
On top of these flood sediments from documented from Ohio to Washington State, there are thick layers of loess. The loess is this strange topsoil that came down, and they've been arguing for generations is it wind deposited or water deposited. But the curious thing is it seems to be both wind and water deposited. But the obvious explanation for it is that when you see like the top layers of the flood sediments, particularly in the flood regions where the water was calm rather than so torrential, you see these layers, these beautiful, they're called rhythms. They're very rhythmic. On top of that is a layer of this lush topsoil with this vertical structure, right? Well, to me, and again, without getting into the technical background, I think the logical explanation, and most likely explanation, is that at the tail end of the 5 mil flood flows, what you're seeing is a rainfall of mud. And this rainfall of mud came down and
Which
affected
meant the ancient traditions, black bituminous rain, mud falling from the sky. darkness, a time of darkness. It's all described in the myths. Myths are the memory banks of humanity. We should not call them myths, we should call them memories.
And this muddy rainfall perfectly fits the whole lyric. And again, with mythology, it's right there. When we think of the idea of the tsunamis, we think of water that you can see. But we're most likely dealing with the entire air around you filled with torrential downpour, solid matter, everything's flying through the air, slurry, incredible winds, yes. So it's both wind, water, and just full-on chaos, super hurricanes, nature gone chaotic and crazy on ultimate steroids. This is what it is. So wild. And it's real. That's the thing. It happened while people were alive. Oh yeah, it happened while people were alive.
Absolutely. It happened at the blink of an eye. It happened when anatomically modern humans had already been around for 100,000 years. Well, no, not according to the Orthodox historians. But if we're dealing with a lost civilization, which I believe to be the case,
It's completely totally.
yeah. And it's time to get to grips with this. It's time to move forward to the next level and start recovering our memory.
And also start with this is a potential reality. Yeah, this is just like the past. This is also very possible.
And again, if I may say so, crowdfunding. It's the opportunity for the people to give their voice. Can you show that page? It's the crowdfunding page for the Comet Research Group. And it's on.
The link is on
There. So if you go to grahamhancock.com and click on the Comet Research Group banner, then you'll get taken immediately to the crowdfunding page. Please support it. Whatever you can give, it'll make all the difference. It's a message that we care about alternative research. And also, while you're at my website, I've put up there a lot of other follow-ups to this podcast. If people want to go places, I'm talking in America in the next weeks, and links and connections, a lot of stuff related to this podcast.
Yes, I'd like to plug my There's a lot of images on it. Okay, it's about 5 hours and stuff. Great. And if they go to the website, say the download. Do you have that available as a download? It's going to be if it's not already. Yeah, I think it is available for a download. My laptop doesn't even now. Nobody's does anymore. The answer is yes. Okay. If it's not now, it will. I think it is actually now. Yeah, it's still getting on iTunes or Amazon or something. And it's hours of stuff, but I get into a lot of other stuff. Some of the interesting sidelines, the archaeoeconomy, sacred geometry, and so forth, like associated with ancient culture.
What's the name of this again?
Cosmic patterns and signals of the cast. And it's in the older version. This is the newer upgraded version. Beautiful. There's the Blu-ray. Yeah, there's the Blu-ray. Okay, so and HD download. Excellent. There it is. Gentlemen, it's been a long podcast of awesomeness. Man, this cemented in my head. I mean, the idea was already cemented in my head, but these images, long, compelling narratives, cemented even further. It's amazing. Such a cool podcast. And managed to entertain and the shit out of me at the same time. So thank you for that. Graham, it's Graham_Hancock on Twitter.
Yeah, Graham _Hancock. But yeah, they made it really difficult to reach me on Twitter, but it is there. And then, I've got my Facebook page, and my website is the main portal, grahamhancock.com. Everything comes off there, my book, events, and all
Are
kinds
you
of
verified on Twitter so they know which one to follow?
I'm verified on Facebook, but they haven't verified me on Twitter. I'm over, I have 100,000 followers there, but they haven't verified me. But I may.
Randall, how much do you pay attention to social media at all? Yeah, from time to time I'll immerse myself into it for a few days, or as much as I can take. I gotta back off. Well, you're gonna get a flood of questions about this one, because this was awesome. Really, thank you so much. I'm so thankful and honored to know you guys. Because to me, this is, the ultimate thing for me on this podcast is to be able to have people on that are talking
things that I find absolutely captivating. You guys, what you're doing for software.
You're playing a huge role, Joe, in opening people's minds, unthinkable thoughts all around the world, stuff that people have been told they are not allowed to think about. Your show is opening doors to them in other worlds.
Stumbled into it. I don't know how it happened. I would like to get you out in the field, Joe. I would like to get out in the field too. I want to see that stuff. That's what I want to go to Washington State. Let's set something up. We'll make a video. I want to go there. I'll see that. Let's do it. That looks crazy. Yeah, Jamie, you in? Jamie's in. All right. Thank you so much, everybody. See you soon.
This weekend, head out to the marketplace for brunch. Oh, it's the best. Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. The best joint ever, man. It's right here in the Southland. Fall tonight, once you're driving, if you're out there, clear and a little bit warmer by midday tomorrow, and then that rain's coming.
Jim's wild.
This will be Amazon Fresh Grocery Store.
You are?
We're live. Got change subjects.
Okay.
Had abandoned all that crazy talk.
I thought it was good talk.
It was.
Yeah.
It was good talk. First of all, it's good to see you. I haven't seen you in a long time.
You look great.
I haven't seen you too. I haven't seen you since King in a long time. And I found out about the whole Scientology. I knew you were into it back then, but it was one of those things where I'd heard about it,
Yeah.
and then I met. I'm like, oh, this is pretty fucking normal.
For Scientology, right.
Well, I met Jim Waltz too, and I said the same thing. Like, it's pretty normal.
Nice guy.
Kelly Preston's pretty normal. She's normal.
Yes.
You know, it's, I guess you get deeper, get to know them really well, and it might get a little weird. But
Yes. Yeah, because the thing is, Scientologists are good people. They really, as I did, believed that we're amazing things for the world. So they go into it thinking I'm helping myself or I'm helping others. But then as you, like you said, as you get more and more, and by the way, you don't really get close to Scientologists when you're not Scientologist. Correct. Like everything that I did and they do is for the purpose of setting an example, being a good person, friend. So to get you in, there's a purpose in that. Like I would never tell when I was in a non-Scientologist my real problems. It would be kind of bad for church to ever appear to a non-Scientologist. It would be setting a bad example. Like it would actually be considered a transgression if I told you, Joe, you know, oh yeah, I'm fighting with my mother, or fighting with my husband, or I would never tell you those kinds of things because it would be bad PR for the church.
wow, so that's something that you're taught.
Correct.
Now you kind of grew up in it.
Yes.
How old were you when you? So you don't even remember pre-Scientology.
A little bit. You know, what I remember pre-Scientology was, you know, I had a very Catholic Sicilian father who, you know, believed in punishment, believed in not to, like, did I talk to you? I don't know why you're talking to me. Like that kind of guy, right? Like my dad's just at the head of the table, and then we don't talk back at all. You know, so that is kind of what I knew. And then we were baptized as Catholics because my mother wasn't really religious when I was Jewish. So she didn't have any kind of religion growing up. Father, of course, was Catholic. So we got baptized as Catholics, and the only time we really went to church was every now and then to visit her, you know, city. And my dad on holidays. So that's really kind of all I remember from Scientology. And my mother, meaning my stepdad, who was in Scientology, he got her in as well as
Like away.
right away. Yeah.
So that was like part of the deal.
Correct. Yeah, and by the way, Joe, like we went from like don't talk to hey, we see you as spiritual beings, we want you to talk to us, we want you to communicate, like just you're not children, you're you know, spirits and so immediately that kind of indoctrination begins.
that you're not a child. And so, as children, kids, they always want to be grown up. So that really starts to work with this kind of idea that you're an elitist, that your ego becomes kind of stroked as a kid, like you're very powerful, and you returned to being back, and you found yourself back. You picked your mother.
How you doing, Anatoly? Hope you live in the dream.
As a child, you want to be more important than you are. Kids are always trying to exercise their so that speaks to something inside of you that's like, oh, I'm bigger than a kid. I'm more than a kid. I'm a spiritual being in a little body. And so it sets up that kind of indoctrination very early on.
Did you like it because it made you, when you were young, it made you feel like, okay, now I can express myself better, I don't feel suppressed.
Yes,
feel
exactly. Because, I'm going with my dad, who tells me to, shut the F up and talk to you. And you sit in that chair and you don't have any thoughts of listening to, you're very much an important being. You're a big being. That's a word that's used a lot. This word, you're a big being. And so, yes, you start to feel very important. You start to feel that you're powerful. These are not bad things to make you feel, but this is like the pulse works. And you don't realize that, Joe, you don't realize any of this was really going on because I've been on a call throughout my 30 plus years, and I was offended. And I couldn't even allow myself to believe that I was downtown. And so all these epiphanies are only happening, after the fact.
Well, I was watching a scholarly documentary once on Christianity, and they were referring to it as the cult of Christianity. And that word is the correct word if you want to just get into the actual literal definition of it. But when it's automatically got this negative connotation. You say the word cult, you think brainwashed or lost. But there's the natural inclination that people have to be tribal. There's a natural inclination people have to be on a team. Like it, we're all together. I know you're a Scientologist, I'm a Scientologist, we're together in this day, everybody else is together.
Right.
That's a good feeling, right?
Yeah, and you're taught that.
Yeah.
It's not even just like you saying it, Joe. You are taught that for the world. And by the way, you're going in every single day. It's not like I'm going to Easter.
You still watching the same episode?
No, this one's on Leah Remini on Scientology.
So I go do King of Queens.
So far, so good. How about you? I like to hear.
Yeah, every minimum. Joe, no, minimum. And then if I couldn't, like, let's say on tape day, I couldn't, I was there from 9 to 10 I'd have to make up the time of the week.
Sounds good.
My hiatus. So I'd be there all day.
So if you went on Hawaii on vacation or something?
Very rare at the same time. I'd have to make up the time. I'd have to make up the time when I got back. And on weekends, like, let's say if my schedule was, 30 to go in, then I'd have to go in 1 to 6 or 1 to 10 or 9 to 10. So there's an everydayness of this indoctrination. It's not only that, there's it's policies, right? You're studying policies all day and all night. You're looking at words you don't understand. You're being tested. Like after you read like L1, those policies that you're testing, you go into another room and they go, what is the definition of this? What is the definition of that? So it's almost worse. They're called the best word. He said it's worse. I thought it's worse because you actually brainwash yourself because you have to study the policies of the church and then you get tested on it. And you have to look up that words you don't understand. You have to sentences, you have to write essays, you have to play demonstrations. So you're really brainwashing yourself and you're speaking the same language. You're all working towards one goal. And that is very interesting. Like it is to feel pursuing to be tribal, to be part of something. Imagine being part of something big and part of that. Every day is the most important thing to see. You're doing the work that no one else is doing. And so you want to believe.
Channel 7 News. What up, baby? How are you? I see you.
All the stuff you're doing, like going for 2.5 hours a day,
Channel 7 News is tight as fuck. It's my favorite news channel.
Your way up the ranking system, like
There's a chart,
right?
right? And everybody's
What does it
working
start off at?
well, there's like the little the what's up courses. These are the things that I would say. Like people would ask me about the money.
Right.
I think well, there's courses for $35, $65. You know, it's very affordable. Like these little lines that tell you what to say. It's not an outright lie. It's omitting a lot of it, right?
Right.
Because really, the follow up to that is, but when you're really a Scientologist, and of course you have these whatever it's going to be, but it's preset prices. So you start on the self-improvement courses, and then you get onto this actual chart called the bridge. And the bridge is very precise. Nobody's doing different things. You're all working at the bottom all the way up to the top, which was
How many people are OT?
not a lot anymore, because the people who were in Scientology in the 50s, 60s, and 70s got to OT. Well, I think this is some bullshit. It wasn't what I thought it was going to be until about at a time, I'm sure Scientology was big, because it almost spoke to the time that was, you know, where people wanted free thinking, but also wanted to be more early on the right path, not on drugs, and they were, you know, maybe not part of that, but they kind of didn't want to be held by, you know, certain religion, but they did still want spirituality in their life, and I think it spoke to these people of the time. So I don't think you're going to find new Scientologists, you know,
So do you think the internet took a big chunk out of that?
yes, because of the information. Information is very hard to get. For
Right.
example, let's say that you're a Scientologist, and one day I just want to see you. I said, hey, what happened to Joe? Where's Joe? Why is he not in Scientology anymore? Oh, well, they tell me whatever they want to tell me about it to discredit you. And they go to church and hear the reasons why, and they can say anything and do say things that immediately makes me not want to talk to you again.
Well, then it'll become an enemy.
You're
Really,
an enemy. Once you're an enemy, I can't actually talk to you. I can't actually talk to you. Policy says that once you're declared labeled as suppressive person, my association with you would then make me as possible that be an enemy. So I can't actually talk to you. But they tell me whatever they want to tell me about it. And so I couldn't actually find out what things is true about Joe. But now with the internet and social media, it's harder and harder to tell people whatever you want to tell them because the information is there. You have to want to seek it out. I couldn't seek it out. I didn't want to seek it out. And when I did seek it out, I go to church and they'd say, that's a lie. That's not true. Here's the real thing. And they actually doctor, they actually doctor things that make you believe that if they don't, you're going to go and take it to an analyst, you're not going to take it to somebody who goes, this is a real document. You tend to believe the truth, your ignorance.
Now, it had to have been positive in some way for you.
Of course.
It gave you some confidence, it gave you a true belief in yourself that you're on the right path. Because I'd seen some interviews with you where you talked about it when you were in it, and you genuinely seemed to believe that it was very beneficial to you.
Of course, they're basic morals and basic rules of your life. Remember, I wasn't educated. Most intelligence are not educated. And so,
As far as like college education. Really?
Yeah, Scientology does not value a traditional education. They value education.
So you never went to high school? Oh, how old? It's like 13. So when you were 13, you just stopped going to school?
I was in Scientology. I was working literally
You were working at 13?
And so was my sister.
Holy shit.
Yeah, but the people asked, well, how come nobody did anything for child protective services was calling them, saying, and not to mention, we're then lying, our parents are lying, saying we're getting a private education, we're getting tutor, or they're going to Scientology school, which is partially true, or I got my GED, so it's things to but the original question, what was the, because it was about me learning, what was your original question? Because I was answering
Well,
something.
saying that it had to be of some benefit to you. Because
Right,
it gave you
exactly. So
confidence.
it gave me confidence because I thought I was, I'm looking at these big words, I was in the dictionary, I'm like doing more school than you could have ever imagined.
Right.
And I started to feel like, oh, I'm really accomplishing something. So yes, there are benefits to it, but I didn't realize, because I was a kid, that the things you're talking about that were beneficial were in the real world. I think they were invented by Elmer Hubbard as opposed to believe them. So you're saying, were these things beneficial? I would have thought that things in Sunday school, I would learn these things about being a human being, around people. But regardless, if I was brainwashed believing that I was doing great things and learning great things, it doesn't work. You know what I mean? It doesn't work if they say, hey, Joe, if you do these steps, take these steps, you really truly believe it. You can then attribute it to Leah. You can say Leah's an amazing life coach. She told me to do these things, and without her, I can't. But not knowing that it was available to me in the real world. Because I thought, oh, no.
Now, when did it start to unravel for you?
Well, it's something like a law. It wasn't just one thing. I think you always think, what was the one? It wasn't just one thing.
It was a slow process.
It was 6 years of me basically, I was like begging them for these things not to be true. That I was hearing about. It was, for example, I went to Tom Cruise's wedding, and I saw the leader's wife was and David Miscavige. His wife wasn't there, and when I asked the question, he said, "Where is Shelley? Why is his assistant here?" Scattered. And I was told I didn't have the thing to ask him about the leader's wife. It wasn't that she was just an active person, that I didn't have the right to ask about.
You didn't have a plan.
The right. Wow. And so that was the beginning. But then when I went to my friends, when you're my friend, I consider you family. Like really do. I'll take my friends very seriously. And my friends of 35 looking at my sexy nails.
You what nails? Sexy nails? You do have very nice nails.
You didn't use the word sexy.
Wow, you know. Are they real?
Now, when you say real, what does that mean?
Are they glued on?
Yeah, they're not real.
Appreciate it.
I'm finding out a lot of value. I'd like to do a whole couple hours of talking about.
Do I have to hold on to cans?
You don't have to hold on. That's what you do for cologne. So hold down with your non-cologne wearing. Okay? So what was I saying?
David Miscavige,
Yeah, so
you
that-
have the right to question
Yeah, but that's my friend. That's reaction to it, where I said, wait, you need to be involved in this. I think there's something really off. With David Miscavige, well, I didn't know what was going on. I saw Tom have an executive role in our church. I had a problem with it. Remember, you learn very early on what L. Ron Hubbard says is the law. There's no, it's not up for interpretation. There's no assimilation of data. It's just what it says. It's not what Joe thinks L. Ron Hubbard said, what Leah thinks. It's what it says. And that's very strict. It's always, what does LRH say? Read it again. What does it say? And it's very tough. So I was very by the book person. I'm a by the book person. Okay. I have a recipe. I follow it exactly. I don't do pitches. I don't do that. I do exactly how it says in the recipe. And then it goes after that. Scientology is about word for word. What does it say? My understanding and the policy is there is no celebrity that we treat differently than any parishioner. And I was seeing behavior, and
and I was seeing things that wouldn't be that are not okay for the average person, but were being made to be okay to Tom. And it didn't matter to me that he was Tom. To me, I saw him as a team member in the Church of Scientology, and we were working on the same thing. I actually thought I was a better example of Scientology than he was, and I wrote reports on him, like internal reports on him, which I didn't realize were kind of getting me to be a target of the church. I didn't realize his position.
You wrote internal reports?
Yes, we were all required to write reports on each other.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, there's a policy. There's a policy about writing reports. So if let's say you and I are Scientologists. Okay, you and I go out one night, right? Like, not like that, Joe. So don't seem uncomfortable.
No.
You said nice.
Did I say that?
You said nice.
I don't know if you said nice.
You said
Jenny,
nice. Did you say nice? When I said,
Okay, I think I'm...
yeah, my second else, I said they're nice.
They're nice, yeah. They're beautiful. Is that better?
It's okay. If you were clone, I feel like you have better adjectives. Okay. Like, are you a fine guy? When your wife comes out and says, I don't look, Joe, do you say,
No, it's great.
you say great?
Beautiful, lovely.
Lovely? It's very clinical. Do you have kids?
That comes from growth. I think different adjectives, different words have different, depending on what person they come from, how the person, what the intent of things.
Well, beautiful. You're beautiful. I don't know. I guess, yeah. I mean, evangelist is beautiful.
Let's go back to internal.
Okay, good. So yeah, so let's say you and I went out. We just went out one night. We're going out for dinner.
Right.
A group of us.
And something.
And I saw you doing something that's not like for the book. I have to write a report on
Are you
it.
allowed to drink?
Not really.
No. Okay, what if I got lit up?
I'd probably write a report saying.
Shot over. Come on, fucking LRH would love it.
Let's
do it to LRH.
Okay, so then I write a report on you. And I said, Joe was acting inappropriate. He was making fun of Elmer Hubbard. You're not allowed to joke and degrade Hubbard. There's a policy called jokers and degraders. Degraders. Yes, you and I would be very much. I've been, yes.
You've been in trouble for that?
Many times. Okay, so I would have to write a report. It's called writing you up. I'd have to write you up. Let's say you went into like the next day for a second, and they said, they do the check. They do a check on you every day. Do you have an upset? Do you have a present time problem, or are you withholding anything? Now, if you were a real Scientologist, you would know that you probably shouldn't be drinking, carrying on, because it's a 24-hour rule. You can't drink 24 hours before you're going to do a service. Remember, you're required to go.
So, you never can drink.
Right. And if you do, consider it for the transgression. So, that's on your mind if you're withholding this information.
Now, if you went on a vacation and you knew that you could make it up when you got back,
yeah, that's okay.
Then
yeah, but you're not going to. You're not going to. Okay.
That's the only time.
Correct. Or if you're just not getting a service. But that's good. You're not getting a service. Correct. So you go in and you say, okay, so I went out last night. I a bunch of shots, and I made a comment about Elmer Hubbard or whatever. And they go, okay, great. When was it? Who did you do it with? Who was there? You write down all the names. It's also being recorded. And they're writing everything down. Who knew about it? Would be the next question. Who knew about it? You'd say, oh, Leah was there. They go, Leah was there. Okay, interesting. And then that person's going to write, Leah knew about it and didn't do anything about it. And I get pulled in. Why did you write a report on Joe? Because Joe just admitted that he was strictly carrying on and he didn't write you on. You see what I'm saying? So it creates that
So it's a rat environment.
Correct. So I was writing up Tom, and I was writing up people's stats.
So what did you write up Tom for?
Jumping couches and being inappropriate. I thought he was being inappropriate.
What jumping on couches for?
Well, you did Oprah.
Oh, you wrote him up for that.
I also wrote John for
the movie itself. First of all, that movie was awesome. It's a great. If you haven't seen Battlefield Earth, it's one of my favorite unintentional comedy. No, it's terrible.
Yeah.
But awesome because it's so terrible. It's so terrible. It's good. It crosses over that.
You're right. It
roadhouse.
does. After a while, you're right. It
Yeah.
does. Yeah.
It's like what's that movie with the dancing one?
Elizabeth Berkley. Showgirls.
Showgirls, yes.
That's the best one.
Yeah.
It's like a terrible movie that becomes awesome because it's so bad. You're like, what in the fuck were they doing?
Right, and it's fantastic.
Exactly.
You're like, this is, I get it.
Battlefield Earth is right up there.
Right, so I did things like that. Not that I was a great example, or am I a great example. But
So you wrote a whole thing about him jumping up on Oprah's couch.
yeah, but I also listen. I gave myself up. I was writing myself up. I was writing my mother up. I was writing my husband up.
He jumped up on Oprah's couch with love, right? Supposedly, he jumped up.
Well, that's what they told me. They pulled me in and they said, could it be that you're just not as high on a scale, like in life, like you're so basically they're saying like you're a bitch that you can't understand that kind of love. So I was like, right, I guess because I've been married 20 years, I don't understand jumping the couches. But I thought it wasn't a good example because I someone taught my church the work that we were doing, and I didn't want the church seen as a joke or one of the things considered a serious thing.
So you just thought it was inappropriate and it was out of line.
Yeah, I just wanted to
get an obligation.
Right. I'm not perfect. I mean, of course, there's many things that consider a bad example in my everyday. I'm not a great example. But at the time, I thought I was pretty risky.
But looking at it now, you feel like it's totally innocuous. He's just on a couch, jumping around, having a good time.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you knew how serious Scientology was about living the planet, it did not know.
What up, Joe Lombardo?
So anyway, I was writing up and I was writing.
How you living, baby?
I was writing up the wedding. I've seen decades that were, and I was like wiring them back from Italy from my hotel room, calling one of my closest friends who's a Scientologist, and then I write this. I need you to write this verbatim. I need you to write this verbatim, and I need you to get this to the watchdog for me. And I think I wrote frantic because I was frantic and I was heartbroken. It's like seeing if you believe the Sea Organization and the people at the higher, senior executive strata of the church are seeing sort of life that you're trying to aspire to, that you're spending your day and night and money, time, this is what I'm trying to be, and I'm seeing that great examples of what this is now, like it's seeing behind the curtain. I was like, I don't want to see it. And I really thought I was going to save the church. I thought I'm going to take over the church and I'm going to get it right. I really still believed in the policies of Elmo Hubbard. I just believed they were bending the rules for celebrities. And I was like, he's a celebrity, he's a shit what he's doing. Like, he's a Scientologist first, celebrities second, which is me. So that's why it's difficult. I don't want to talk shit about an actor, because we've all met asshole actors, and we're not really supposed to be talking about them. You know what I mean? It's just, you don't hear that. You don't hear a lot of actors doing that to other actors. For me, it was just a Scientologist.
Right. So you take these reports.
I write these reports. I'm sent to Florida, immediately the Mecca, the hub of Scientology. That's right. For interrogations. No, I mean, like interrogations.
So you have to fly out there.
Fly out there. I'm in the room. I'm in a room, with cameras, with my person who is armed with information unbeknownst to me. A stack of reports that were written on me by everybody who worked for Tom. A stack. Now,
because Tom found out about your report, so he decided that everyone who works for him has to take out a report.
I don't know what to do, but that is the church is very much involved with this. He's staffed by people who work for the church. No non-Scientologists work for him. But it was if you say something that this person is going to find out God. And I was asked, do you have sexual intentions towards him? What are your evil intentions towards him? What are your evil intentions towards Nathan? And what are your evil intentions towards over and over? And it was 3 months of this. And I had to retract everything I said. I said I really love that scene to get out of it. And so then when I came back to LA, they said they want to see you again here at the Celebrity Center. So I went to Celebrity Center. And they said, look, the thing that was done to you was wrong. I said, right, that. So I want to let it go. You need to let it go. This is the fact that you're not letting go means that you're guilty of the crimes that you're saying.
Because they're saying that everything was wrong was done to you in Florida. Why are they saying that?
Because they wanted me to come back, because I was kind of like, I'm not, when I came back from Florida, I was kind of not really a dedicated Scientologist. But I wasn't doing anything to rock the boat with my family.
How long were you in Florida for?
3 months.
3 of dealing with this? 3
Yeah.
months. Every day for 3 months?
Had to write an apology letter.
90 days. So you're there for 90 days. All you're
During
talking
my
about is
hiatus.
talking.
It was during my hiatus.
Holy shit.
Yeah. That's what I'm doing mostly. And
You have a family? You're married?
my mother was there, my daughter was there, my husband was there.
And how much of the day spending
All
on
day.
stuff?
All day.
All day, every day.
Did you see Defending Your Life?
No.
Oh, God,
What is it?
it's a movie where Meryl Streep, anyway, they die and they go into the holding cell, like where they're going to decide their fate. Are they going back to her birth, which is considered hell, or are they going on to heaven? And Meryl Streep lived a pristine life, and they review her life, right? They have judges and everything, right? So they review moments and bad moments in your life, and they decide where you're going to go with money, you're going to go back to hell. And Meryl Streep was, of course, with me, and the guy that used that to threaten me. But looking at the time for you to stick up for himself, or pushing out of something, right? And so they were judging him pretty harshly, right? They were needing to come back in the morning, like it was like an all day, like reviewing 120 days of your life, right? Meryl Streep, they lived there like 5 days. They're like, don't worry, just come back when you can. That was me. Like my mother was there to do some fluff thing, and she was like, oh, come have lunch with me. My person was like, be back in 10 minutes. They go get a sandwich and eat in the elevator. It was like, for me, it was like defending your life, because my mother was just like, she didn't know what was going on. You don't tell your family what you're doing. I would tell my husband there's nothing to me, because I didn't want to create. Can you imagine that?
Your husband in Scientology?
No, my husband was out. He was never in. But I made him a Scientologist.
You made him.
Made him a Scientologist. Which is good, because he was still kind of cool. You know what I'm saying? So he wasn't like, he was still kind of freaky a little bit, still slapping an ass once in a while. So kind of that, like,
Best of both worlds. You can't slap asses if you're in
no, it's
Scientology.
considered aberrated.
What about choking?
Absolutely not. It would be, honestly, you would be considered like you really do something really wrong. Yeah, but you're just like,
No. Anyway, so you're there for 90 days.
Yeah.
You're there for 90
And I'm not
days.
telling my family what I'm going on that, because I don't want to create a bad situation for the Like, how crazy is that?
So
I'm
all day
defending
you're
the
just
church.
like reviewing these papers.
I'm admitting my crimes. I'm saying maybe I didn't know people, and maybe I didn't see what I saw.
And you don't know these people, right? These people that you're meeting with in Florida?
They assign you a person.
You hadn't met them previously?
No.
So there's just some person with paperwork going over.
Well, they have you on the meter. They have you on the lie detector test. I mean, a lie, cans that you're talking about. Yeah. You're in a room that's locked.
Nothing doesn't do anything, right? The meter?
Well, it does something. I don't exactly. I mean, there is an actual explanation for it in the real world that I'm smart enough to retell it to you. But if I would have a meter here and you had a thought, I could show you that it does register that you thought something.
Right, but you can't really differentiate what those thoughts are.
No, but as someone who trains in Scientology, all you're trained to do, which what I was doing, I was training to administer Scientology to people, was learning to do that. And I would learn to say, Joe, what was that thought? What was that thought? I don't know what you're thinking. It was really kind of thought. Right. And so I ask you a question, and then I look at the people to see the register on the meter. And regardless of what you want to talk about, we're only going to talk about what I see on the meter.
Right. And then there's also, it's open suggestion, right? say, is this a moment where you have to, is this a moment where you're angry?
Yes.
And then the person has to think, wow, is it?
Yes.
Convincing you?
Correct. Well, the first thing you do is they evaluate some of your discussing foods on the line.
You like that?
Loved it. I didn't love it. I also didn't love your coffee, but I'm sure this monsters. I loved everything you had, Joe.
What that? This nitro stuff? You don't like the name? Look, it's all, everything
Baby,
you
you
drink
don't
is
there's no
horrendous.
cream, there's no sugar.
That was great. It's pure. It's bean.
You like pure.
It's something pure. So, after this 90 days, 90 days of being stuck in this, I mean, it must be like,
I started to believe that I messed up.
I would imagine too that they have probably a pretty grand establishment in Clearwater, right? It's probably intimidating. I think that's not a lot of like cults and religions like to rock it.
No,
We'll go to a pretty big place.
it's a huge place, but if you're raised in it, you're very familiar with it, but it is, when you realize your position in the church takes a back seat to the leader and talk through, you realize really that's scary to you.
Because it goes against everything you've been taught.
Everything.
Everything you've been taught about is that everyone is some sort of spiritual being and everyone's equal, and then your whole goal as Scientologists is to act for the greater good of mankind and sort of bring as many people into this as you can, as you're going to help.
Because it wasn't ever, I'm going to get somebody in. It was always, I want to get this person in.
Now, is the thought process that Tom Cruise be this huge celebrity, worldwide figure, that it's very important to keep him happy, and
He's probably the
what an ego boost that must be for him.
Oh, you see, that is something that you see on the
Where? Yeah, definitely.
Joe, do you know what I've noticed?
Oh, you should definitely try it right now. Well, I should be.
Why? What would
Because
happen?
you're going to start freaking out. They start stuff. Yeah, yeah.
And so you just do dirty up like the issue.
What do you mean?
Why don't you make it nice? Like, why don't you present it in a nice
I'm a
way?
man. This is my man cave. I don't give a fuck.
Really? Well, actually, I shouldn't have to find.
Pot's good for you.
Don't try to talk over the jokes, you know what I'm saying.
At pot,
No.
I would suggest like a little tiny amount for you. Like that's it.
Somebody said something about gummy bears.
Oh, this is tough. Those gummy bears.
Why is it so
Those are way too powerful.
Okay. What is,
Horrendous.
so what happened? Anything?
Yeah, you go on a journey into your life. It'll give you extreme paranoia. You'll
That's
start.
not fun.
It's not, but when you come out of it, it's very beneficial.
Why?
Because you realize you did all bullshit and that you were nervous about some things that it just highlights your vulnerability.
Oh, I don't need that.
It takes your blinders away.
That doesn't sound like fun.
Well, it's not necessarily that fun.
You would do it again. Or you
I
have.
do it all the time.
I didn't say not to go.
There's two I do it all the time.
Really? So you like that feeling of being?
Yeah. I think it's good for you. I think it's good to be vulnerable. It's good, it's good to understand
It is.
you're really just this
But I'm-
finite
but I'm-
organism
yes.
floating through infinity. You know, I think.
But I feel that way without it.
Okay. Well, then you don't need it. I mean, it's not for everybody.
Wow, I kind of wanted you to push it up a little bit. You just gave up.
I think it benefits a lot of people. It makes you more sensitive. It gives you a sense of community. Makes you kinder.
Oh, I definitely need that.
Yeah.
Okay.
It'll make you a more. I think it makes you a more loving person. Really do that. Yeah.
That's what you're saying. Oh,
Makes sex feel better.
Oh.
Makes food taste better. Like a lot better. You know?
That's a little shut up. That's a little shut up. They did have sex. Yeah. Well, I should say
To all of them.
I should say like go and have sex with one of them. The celebrity, we all know there's treatment, different treatment,
Right.
celebrities.
Well, especially for Scientology, right? It's highlighted.
It is like nothing ever. It is so when you say Tom doesn't need to have information on him, that's something. The amount of power they receive from this church is
Right, so it's super beneficial for them to be attached to it. But he has employees, they work for him, all these people take care of his every need.
Yes, and their policy on how to talk to someone. Like, you wouldn't say, like you said, go get me coffee and I wanted this temperature. There's no, I can't get it 5 miles from any, 30 miles. There would be none of that kind of, like not any kind. There's policy about don't talk back, like ever. You don't step out of line. You don't give an opinion. You don't make a face. You don't make a gesture. You don't sigh. If you step out of line in any way, you are dealt with by the church.
So Tarek essentially has servants.
Correct.
How many people?
A lot. And by the way, I don't begrudge somebody with staff. Like, if you can have it, I go do it all day, all night. Do it all day, all night. But when you believe, as a Scientologist, you are working for somebody who single-handedly is saving the planet, and you deserve that kind of punishment, that's something different. Like that's it's an abuse that is not justified, but it is justified.
What's going on, big dog? How are you? How you living? How are you?
So he's the main figurehead, right? He's the main guy. And then John Travolta is somewhere in there.
No, I'm not.
I think John is given
How are you?
designations where
I am creating accounts like there's no tomorrow.
Okay. He's given this and he was given that. He was given that by a Hubbard. Don't laugh. Please don't make me laugh. Don't laugh. Sometimes you work on a comedy all those years. Not very well. Do you know how many things I ruined because of that? Like Kevin was don't just take. I remember don't tell me you're gonna do this. I would ruin it. I would ruin a joke. He would do some stupid shit with his hands or something that he never rehearsed. That would make me cry from laughing. I would really like to get appropriate moments.
Okay. Yeah. So he's allowed to kill people. One or
I don't know. I should look at the policy again. I don't want to.
But you're supposed to look the other way. So like if somebody said something wrong to John, to his samurai sword, cut their head off, you just gotta clean up the body.
Because it's called ethics protection. Yeah.
Everyone would be responsible for
dealing with it. Yes, there's
you just
also
leave the room and you would know that you guys would take care of it.
correct. And there's also another policy. And by the way, the reason why I say these policies is because I don't like when people say I believe you. I don't want you to. I want you to look it up. I want you to look for yourself. It's your decision. So I keep quoting these policies because I want people to look at them so that they can say that shit's true. She's not talking shit. I mean, there's another policy called ethics protection. There's another policy called the responsibility of leaders, which actually says exactly what you just said. That basically, what you got to do to protect the leader, you got to do it. If you see a body, then you clean it up. And a leader should never know.
I read Going Clear by Lawrence Wright, and I watched the HBO special on it, and it's stunning.
Yeah,
like when
crazy accurate.
I was blown away. Yeah, especially the book goes into great depth about how bananas L. Ron Hubbard was.
Right.
And it's so odd to me that all this information is out there.
Remember, you're reading L. Ron Hubbard's words for dynamics.
Right.
First of all, we're all required to read. Everybody's required to read everything.
I read Dynex too. I ordered it. It was one of those late night infomercial things. The first move to LA. I've always been into stuff like Anthony Robbins. I bought all his tapes. I used to listen to it on a Walkman back in the day, and I read his books. Sometimes it's just more that. And I got put on a list, and I got 10 invitations for years.
I'm surprised you're off of it. I swear, I'm actually belong to pretty bad.
Well, I went went to one of those things where you sit down and you get an e-meter, and you hold the thing, and I ask you questions.
Yeah,
I was in San Diego and I was filming something.
Oh, so you saw so they did straight. Did you see it read on the meter? Like
Yeah.
the pitch test?
Well, I don't remember a pitch test, but I do remember holding on to these things. He was asking some questions. The guy was very uninterested or disinterested. He just seemed like he was kind of like being forced to do it.
And he was,
Like he was just going through the motions.
Well, that's right.
He seemed super bored. Yeah.
So I wonder, had he not been super bored, would he fall on right now?
No. I was doing it as a goof. It was only like 10 years ago.
Okay.
I thought it was ridiculous.
Okay.
I was in San Diego filming something, and they had this setup out
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
And I'm like, well, let me go in there.
Right.
And I was just, back on the people have a seat.
Right.
They know who I am.
Right.
I put on my cans.
Did they know?
No, I don't think so. I didn't give a fuck. Like,
Interesting.
he
I mean,
seemed,
they're very,
yeah.
welcoming and loving because they not really do what they're doing. I did.
Right.
But anyway, what I was saying to you is the Dianetics. Elmer Hubbard is writing. He's a scientist.
Right.
He is, a decorated war hero. That he was college educated, and so you're not using the information out there. A lot of information other than what we're reading is out there.
Well, I mean, now, like Lawrence writes a book.
But no scientologists will not.
Just not allowed to. So they do the next job of institute.
If you and I were big friends, right?
What'd you say? I am. I got into a better spot. If I move my computer here, I don't have to be all the way over there. Dude, I saw Channel 7 was checking out my stream. That's amazing. Yeah, I'm really privileged. It's like an overwhelming amount of people, but I did see Channel 7 was seeing.
So you feel like that happens pretty much across the board. Lives outside.
Yes, and when I
those
was, yes,
things.
well, that's pretty much.
So you're working constantly with people that are not in the church, right? You're on sets, doing
How many
TV
people
shows.
are going to come up to you and say,
Well, in your position, very few, right?
Right.
Because you're one of the stars of the show,
Right.
and everybody is kind of behind you.
Who would do that to Tom?
Very few, right?
Very few. None.
None.
Yeah, none.
So when he was set, is it all like he's doing Mission Impossible or something like that? Is it all Scientology employees that are constantly surrounding him?
Yes.
So he's got like this world installation.
Correct.
It's all Scientology.
Correct.
But the director, the writer, they don't have to be Scientology.
Not at all.
No.
No, but they're not invading Tom's space. They're not going to be disrespectful to the actor. They're not going to go up to Tom and go, hey, Tom, we don't know about our affiliation with you,
Right.
and what you're doing, the Scientology thing. They're not going to rock the boat. They hire him as an actor.
Right. And because of the way Tom Cruise is, I don't know him obviously, but what I get out of him is super focused, turned on,
Yes.
intense guy,
Yes.
and it benefits him having all these servants take care of all his every needs, focus, directly be on his thing, and just go for it. So for him, it's probably 100% beneficial to be
Yes.
involved.
Correct. Because it's a world that's tailor-made to.
It's so strange.
And that is Scientology.
A rare position
Yeah.
for any human to ever find themselves in without like being like the conqueror of truth or something like that.
Correct. Correct. I mean, again, I want to make this between, listen, when you gain some success in this business, thank God, you're able to surround yourself with assistants and people who help you to make life easier. But this is something totally different because behind closed doors, you are acting and being a different way. I know it, he knows it, and anybody in Scientology.
And how is he different?
It is about Scientology, so anything is justified.
So behind closed doors, though,
Is nothing else, nothing nothing that would send him. You have to act reasonably. You cannot, you just can't step out of the bounds of policies of the church. And before we dealt with swiftly within the church, and that seems quite abusive. I was punished for basically following my own policy about church defending the church. And I can't befriend somebody. You can't be that. You can't lie. You're getting punished by your church. But again, that wasn't really even the reason why I left. I mean, I was dealing with that. I was dealing with being interrogated at my expense to represent $1,000.
You've given them millions of dollars.
Millions. Yeah, millions.
That's insane.
But now they're turning around. You know, you have these fake websites they create on everybody within minutes.
Yeah, I saw it. It's adorable.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. They don't really think anything.
They can say a lot. Listen,
Yeah, but
listen, I said it, Joe. I said it in my book, okay? Yeah, all those things, okay? Even if you catch me, you know, in a situation, or my husband, it wouldn't change anything of what I'm saying. It wouldn't change any of that. It doesn't matter. If their intention is to try to, you know, my husband sometimes said to himself, it's like, you don't think they're going to catch him with girls somewhere dancing, innocent, you know what I'm saying? Yes, you can do all those things. You can dare PIs to follow us. You can get us in situations. But does that change anything?
They're trying to discredit you.
And it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter because what you're saying is true.
And it's not just me. I'm not saying it's the thing that bothers me is that it's become my thing. It's my responsibility. And I feel other people need to step up and take some responsibility. I don't want to be the only one saying it. I don't want to be other people, other actors, other officials, the media. They need to not make it about me. Get the balls and say what you really think. Like I was on 2020, right? We didn't have it. And it's the parent company too. A&E. And I did the show for somebody else. And Dan, I said, what do you think of it? Like, what do you think of it, Dan? And he said, I have to be impartial. And I said, would you be impartial about he said, you impartial about this? And I named the two things. And he went, well, no. And I said, right. Okay, you're being an asshole. And, you know, the matter is, I do think that of this industry. I think this is like the flawless industry. And there's people who have struggles, like you, like Adam Carolla. You know, there's a few people who are in the public eye, that have had the balls to have an opinion. Think about it. These things are screwed up. These people's lives are being hurt and damaged, and you're defrauding people out of millions of dollars by your abusive policies. You make things confidential. Then you say these policies don't exist. Why do you say they exist? You can Google them and see that they exist.
Well, in their defense, what you are is a magnet point because you are a famous person, and so it makes it much easier to concentrate on the whole situation through you.
Right.
You know, and because of the fact that you're a famous person, because of the fact that you lived most of your life in the church, it makes it very convenient to go through you. I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing.
No. Here's what I'm saying. If I say disconnection is a policy, right? And then the next headline is Leah Remini alleges that disconnection. No, I'm not alleging anything. Look it up.
I see what you're saying.
Look it up.
Right.
Don't say that I'm saying it.
They're protecting themselves legally, probably. That's
why it's available for anyone to see.
Well, because they probably don't want to get sued.
But why do they get sued? It's a policies.
That's a good question. Maybe they were interpreting it, or
interpreting it says disconnection and suppressive, and it says exactly what when the church labels a suppressive person, your only option is to disconnect. So you have children disconnecting from their own mothers and fathers.
One of the most disturbing aspects of your show,
right?
To see the damage that caused, to see how devastated these parents were and their family members were. That's horrible. That's really horrible.
And you know what people say? when you were in Scientology. So why you? We were taught a suppressive person is like an evil with horns.
Right.
They like Hitler. You know that you're not thinking it's my mother, my daughter. When you're pulled in for something like this, which is what they try to get me to disconnect from my stepfather. Then they try to get my stepfather to disconnect from my mother. So they did this whole thing with
Your stepfather who brought you in the first place.
No, this is another.
Just get crazy.
But she's been married to her husband. The other guy ended up leaving us. He got us into Scientology and then he left.
He took off. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
So, talk me through your return. So, you go to Florida, you spend 3 fucking months getting grilled every day, putting the pressure on you. And that's been a proven tactic of interrogations, and it's always questioned by people that really look at the ethical implications of interrogation. The problem is when you put so much attention on someone about a certain thing, it makes them so uncomfortable that it changes their perception of things to the point where they're willing to admit a lot of things that may or may not be true just to get interrogation over.
Well, that's what I did. Yeah, I just said, okay, I'm sorry.
So you come back.
I come back, I kind of take a little bit of a hiatus from Scientology, but I'm not creating weight.
When you say take a hiatus, you're not doing the daily thing.
I'm just not going in all the time.
How often are you going in there?
Maybe like once every month.
Once a month instead of every day. That's a big deal.
It was a big deal. Then they got me back. Then they have a big thing with me and they go, we want you to come back. We know you're upset, but the whole thing was just screwed up. Let's just come back. And I wanted specifics. What was messed up? I want you to tell me in writing. And then you should also read all my money that you spent, that I spent having to do this. Then they showed me the policy that there are no refunds. If I ask for a refund, then I'm going to get declared as a person labeled an enemy.
So the money that you spent going to Florida and spending 3 months down there, that's what you want.
Correct.
Not the millions that you gave
I said,
over the
no,
years.
because listen, in their defense, I don't think it's right to give you back to register as you receive.
Right.
The problem that I have is Scientology is a pay-for-you proposition. There are tens of thousands of people who have money sitting on an account that they can't get because they have a refund policy. I can't just call the church right now and say I want a refund. So it's a catch-22. So your only person that you can talk to in the church is the person who deals with refunds, but they can't talk to you because they're an ethnic church. So they're holding millions and millions of dollars of people's money that they can't get back. No lawyer is going to take on the Church of Scientology as a free. But you're talking to the average guy who has $50,000, $100,000 in an account, he or she is never going to see it.
So you come back, you get to them, they have this meeting with you, you say that you want to get your money back, they won't give you your money back. How does it go from there?
They say, you're going to be interrogated because you're now acting as an enemy of the church.
Because you're asking for your money back.
It's a bad sign. Then I said, okay, now you just open it up a little bit of a wound. Then I started saying, where's Shelley? Okay, now I want to answer where Shelley is, because I had been writing her.
Shelley Cabbage.
Correct, here's why. And I said, it's going to get bad for you guys, because now I started going on the internet, and I started seeing stories of senior executives getting beaten in the church, like and Mike Grinder, and Tom DeVocht, and I was seeing all these names. They were actually physically
For what reason?
for looking the wrong way, for science, for sighing, rolling their eyes, for being tired, for
yawning, like yawning in front of them or something.
Yes.
So someone beats you.
Right. And my last one were money of that senior executive strategy. And that's what so I started Googling it, I started going into church saying, I want to know why. You're saying that they're lying, but they're not lying about their doing it, but they're lying about having received it. Does that make sense to you? You know, over and over, these stories kept coming up, and they kept. When I would ask, they would put me in a room and go, "What are your crimes? Who are you talking to? Why are you talking to?" And these are your church, and it was never my questions were never answered. And I said, "Does this church ever do something wrong? Does this church ever do it wrong? Is everybody an evil asshole once they leave? Is that what you're telling me? So what would happen if you said that my mother was? Then I just gotta believe you that my mother is an evil person and all these horrible things you're saying about my mother. I'm supposed to believe you?" And the answer was, "Don't believe me, believe them." And then they have the policy out. What does Ellen Rage say? Read this aloud. What is this word? You haven't misunderstood word here. If you don't understand that anybody who attacks your church is a criminal. Like, this is the kind of thing you go through.
So this is what you're going through. Slowly started separating. Did ever give you one of those big gold pills?
I did get a huge award for donating another one to the church. And it's so crazy that everybody believes somebody was next going apostate that they get to be because they go to the one thing they can go to, which is don't disrespect my religion. Right? And then they I'm from religious freedom. Like that's what they're hiding behind. And I'm like, bullshit. Every celebrity who says that shit because they know what they're doing. I did it too, Joe, so I know what they're doing.
Right.
And they know that I know, which is even sicker.
The terror person to have against you is
why?
Because you're so fiery. You enjoy this combat. There's part of you that enjoys clearly.
Really?
Yeah, that's what I thought about this when the whole thing first started going. I was like, oh, she's like a terrible person to leave the church because she's gonna talk shit to the end of time.
No,
like, you're gonna go. I don't mean to back that.
Listen, Joe, you told me tomorrow, and I'm really just getting to know you today. I mean, I've known you, but we don't know each other, right? But I kind of like you, like you're cool. Okay? Oh, and you smile with your eyes, which is the thing that I love. What you doing? That was one thing.
Whatever you'd like to do, we'll watch whatever you want. Whatever you want. We will watch whatever you want, but you got to stay for it. If you're going to stay for it, we'll watch whatever you want. You tell me what you want.
Approaching on the property of my kids' swing set is like so like I would find every resource I could to help you. That is who I am. I not that I'm Mother Teresa. I will get upset about if I see anything on the street. I get involved in shit. I've always been involved in other people's business. Okay, always. If I can see into your house, I will spy on you. I will. If I go into your house, I'm looking in your doors. I'm in your shit. I'm in people's business all the time. And if I'm in a restaurant, I'll enter the room, speak to me because I want to hear what's going on next to me. I figure everything out. But if I see people being bullied, if I see people being unjustly hurt, yes, I do. I have always said that. People who know me know that's true.
Yeah, well, so this David Miscavige wife situation, did that get resolved?
No. I filed a missing person report. And then I found some pictures of the guy who was in charge of my case speaking at the scientific event of trafficking. Lieutenant Dawson, the
police officer.
Yeah,
that was in charge of the case.
He was being paid to speak to this police center at a human trafficking event. and celebrities with Scientology.
That seems like a massive conflict of interest.
You think? Okay, so then that's funny. So then, after that, I called Dawson, Lieutenant Dawson, and I said, so what's the deal? Because I had given a letter with the police report that said it was to Shelley if they found her. Shelley, go with this man now. I'm going to take care of you. I'll take you to legal fees. What's going on there is wrong. You have no idea because they have no telephone. They have no mail in or out. They are not a resident base. They leave that base in Riverside County. They are accompanied by security or handler.
So you think she's a prisoner?
If she's alive or alive, the second best case scenario would be yes, that she's being held prisoner by her own mom.
If she's alive and well.
Right.
So didn't she release some sort of statement or someone release some sort of statement
Someone did. I don't know who it was from.
to respond to your accusation?
That's right. They said that they had made contact with her and she didn't want to be found. I said, did you see her or was she speaking? Was somebody speaking on her behalf? You ready for the answer? That's classified.
This is what the police said.
And I said, are you sick? I said, sir, are you sick? There's something wrong with you? Am I doing something wrong? I filed the report. You know that, right? Like, you know that I filed the report. I thought maybe he was confused and he thought he was talking to my cousin. I said, no, I filed the report. Of course you're going to give me information. I need to know if you saw her or the officers that you sent there saw her. Did anybody give her my note? Was she okay? Did you take her off the base? Do you want to speak to her alone? He said, I can't give you any of that information. Then I had to spend more money, Joe, because this is not free. I had to spend more money on a lawyer to do a follow-up on the Public Information Act. I asked specific questions. Who did you see? Did you see her? Was she alone? Where did you see her? What did she look like? They didn't give me the information. They go, yeah, you can get the information if you pay $2 more. Okay, we paid the $2 more. And then the $1,000 it cost me to get a lawyer to draft up a letter. So it's still ongoing. I still don't have answers.
So she just sort of vanished. She stopped going to events. She
Right.
stopped being.
And by the way, it's called her official title is called COB communicator, chairman of the board communicator. She is by his side 24 hours a day. Imagine going from seeing somebody as a permanent, like it's not like, oh, sometimes her assistant or sometimes. This is a person who worked around the clock for him and was his wife.
What do you think?
I don't know. Which is why I filed this
Have you
report.
heard anything? So no one who used to be a part of the church has contacted you.
They would, okay, anybody who might need to talk to me is up behind gates in Riverside County at the school. Anybody that I would need to come out and talk to me, give me information, FBI information, would be behind those gates.
Where are they getting money from now? Because the Scientologists, because it seems like
You have people like Nancy Cartwright who give $10 million, $20 million for some oils and Scientology. You have Greta Van Susteren and her husband.
Van Susteren.
Oh, big time. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's on her Wikipedia page. Yes, and her husband too.
But it seems like they have a giant staff. They have a lot of people
Well,
working there.
those people work for free, baby. Those people sign billionaire contract and they get $15 a week. No, I'm not kidding. I'm not being
Billionaire
funny.
contracts.
I'm not being funny.
No, I know you're. No, I know you're
And
not.
they get paid $15 a week and they work from the moment they get up to midnight. They work astronomical hours. These are called Sea Org members. I'm not talking about average Scientologists.
And explain to me the Sea Org, because was that established when L. Ron Hubbard was evading taxes? So he
Yes,
got
he
a
was a
boat.
ship. He created this ship called the Free Winds, and whatever his ship. That's not called the Free Winds. It is called the Free Winds now, but that's where they deliver the highest level of Scientology. There, OTA.
So when you get to OTA, you gotta
You
get
gotta
out
go to Free Winds. But before that, I don't know the name of his boat, but I think it was called the Apollo.
That was a part of Going Clear that was hilarious when who was it? One of the writers or one of the yes,
Yeah.
when he received like the highest level shit.
That wasn't even the highest level.
Wasn't even?
That was OT3.
Really?
Yeah. And when I read it, I literally, you have to go into a secure.
Explain it. Talk us through that.
Okay,
What's
so
that
first
like?
of all, you have to get invited. You have to get an invitation.
So you've been in Scientology for years. You spent a ton of money
Ton
everybody.
of money,
You're
ton
like,
of
God
by the
damn
way,
it,
most
this is
sites.
it.
By the way, most sites
Most. Right. Yeah, because you have wealth to get this.
not only do you have to be wealthy, but a lot of times what they do, the news, you gotta go, you get to a level and they go, we messed that up, you have to go back down. You're expensive. You
Right.
have to redo that part.
You were talking about that on your show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
And then rewrite some new thing.
now if you have rewrites things, it says he found it in a vault somewhere. And like, we all believe it, baby. Honestly,
Right.
we all believe it because we want to.
So, talk me through.
So you go through this rigor,
Did you get it?
OT5.
Close.
I got to so when I so you to this advanced level. It's called advanced level.
Right.
You work with the rigor. They go through every folder. Now, from the moment you walk into a true psychology, they have folder plan. Everything you've ever said is written down in videos. Okay. So they get your folders and they go through it. Okay. And they go through every transgression. Are you still humping your pillow? Are you still a nasty asshole to your mother? Like they go through everything. Are you still connected to this person who said something bad like 20 years ago? So they make sure that you're to get the advanced data.
And where do they bring you?
They bring you to a room.
Where is it at?
It's Elmo Hubbard Way in Los Angeles. In Fountain.
So I'm nervous. I'm freaking out. Oh my God, I can't believe this
Excited to
happened.
finally shit that put up with all my life. So I get the answer. All the questions in life, the answer.
You realize this is the moment the sacred documents.
So my mother, so because I'm a celebrity, they let my mother come in. She was also higher level than me, right? So imagine like this, it's double, so you get selected on security, and you gotta get you gotta get like clearance, you gotta go take a picture, you gotta sign documents to see if I ever reveal this, it's $110,000. You know, you don't ever get to read any legal documents, it's scientific application. So you just sign this, you know, they say sign here, look today, was a year, so I don't know, I can marry dates for a while when I sign today. I like to show you know. No trial, okay, so you know, you don't get the igers, I don't know why you know.
That's how we step up the comedy another notch.
Got it, you do not know.
You just go.
Wait, I get the memo. Okay, so that's what we're doing. So okay, so you go to the room, the secure room.
Metal lanyard. They take your photo. You sign the
Scan,
documents.
well, they give you a folder, but you have to get a briefcase that will, you know, code to. So you go up to the window, you scan a window, they scan the briefcase, they put the materials in the briefcase, they turn it back to you, and you log in. They attach it to the I'm not
Like a handcuff.
like with a little clip, like it has to be.
Has to be physically connected to you.
Right, you have to
Briefcase coming with you. Right.
So, in briefcase, they go down the hall, everything, they let it to work here, and then you go forward, and you go so it's called. So go into the 3 doors, whatever you want, sit down, you open up your briefcase, and you have a turn of the first time. The answers. She's so excited. Understand that this is what you want for your kids. That they're getting up with me, they're getting the answers in life, so when they come back this lifetime, they're not going to do anything. They're not going to be as fucked up as they were. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, it's really a proud moment, you know? And my mom's being frustrated right now. I'm so excited. And I'm reading this, that my body is made out of other beings. My whole body, my thoughts and everything are mixed in with these other beings that are making up composed of my body. Okay? My Are you following?
Your body's made up of other beings.
Right, every my thumb is
Nails,
composed of
other beings. Your hair.
maybe not the nails because they're acrylic.
Okay. Your skin's of other beings.
Everything. Like thou just here, just nipped. My thumb is a person, is a being trapped. Okay? So read this. And the supervisor comes over and goes, do you understand? I want you to draw it out. I want you to draw it out.
So the super has access to this information.
Yeah, he's standing there to make sure. Right? So I go like this, Joe. I go, I'm going to draw a person. Okay, I go, there's a bunch of beings like that. And I give it to him like that. And he goes, I want you to read it again, and then I want you to draw them. So I go, okay. So I did all this, and I literally did this, Joe. I mean, circles on every part of my body.
So for people that are just listening, he's drawn a stick figure and she's drawn little circles all over the stick figure.
Right?
Right.
Okay, now these beings were like from 75 trillion years ago. They were when volcanoes have blown up and packaged and overlord. Anyway, get out to the point. I go, I look at my mother, who's sitting down the super standing over this, and I go, so she's like,
So your mom was
that's OTA.
right. Your mom's OTA.
Yeah.
Top of the food chain.
Yeah. Not only is my mother part of the top of the food chain when it comes to all things inside, my mother was top of the food chain when it came to ministry, which is very rare. She was what's considered a high trained hunter.
But she hadn't read this stuff.
Of course she read it. She was just there to see my excitement.
Oh, I see. Okay.
She was just there as a spectator to see her daughter receive the service.
Right. And you were super stoked.
Right. Supervisor comes over and he goes, what don't you understand? I go, I understand it. I don't love it. Like, I'm not happy. I go, I just gotta tell you I'm not happy because this is what it was. And he goes, well, you don't need to believe it. You just need to do it. So that's given to you. You don't need to believe it. You just need to do it. Then you have to go and audit this. You have to go and do it on yourself. Talk to these beings on the meter yourself.
So on the meter, meaning you hold the cans. And when I say cans, folks, what they look like, it looks like soup cans. Like you drained all the soup from a soup can, and it had a string attached to it. It's connected to something.
Yeah, you can just Google what Scientology e-meter.
Okay. So you have to hold the e-meter and discuss this.
No, you think it. There's
Just think it.
so now you got to go get your material. So after you've been checked out on this, and they get that you get what it is, then you go back to the window, and they give you your actual what you're supposed to do with this information. So it'll say like it'll be a piece of paper, and it'll say ask this question, and then look at the meaning of what the answer is. Whatever answer comes to your mind, write it down. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So all you're doing is awakening these things. Talk to them, really. Yeah. Right. And so let them go. Basically saying like, go be free. Go.
So this is OT3.
Correct. And by the way, when I was a Scientologist and I heard that this was a story, I didn't know, so I would go to the internet and go, OT3 story. I didn't know if it was true, so I couldn't verify it.
Right.
Do you see what I'm saying? So most people who go, that's bullshit, because they don't know what they're looking at on the internet.
Right.
There's no one to verify it with. So if I was in my mother, let's say before I got to this level, you're told to lie to people. You can't tell people what the answers are because they're going to get pneumonia.
So they get pneumonia.
Literally will die.
Okay.
So a lot of times when I lied to the class, and then they confronted me on it and said, why'd you lie? I was like, I had to save your life. I mean, I can't. I don't want to give you cancer.
So if you were about to go to OT3 and then you went online and you investigated what is OT3 and then you read a bunch of stuff about these books you bought and then asked your mom would have to lie to you.
She lied. She didn't.
So after you got through this, what made you do 4 and 5?
There's always the carrot of like just what the
Okay,
and by
makes
the way,
sense.
here's what they do. They set up that you're the auditor. So you're auditing these things in your life. You're not the boss. So they go, they tell you get your cat on a year, get your dog. You don't need to do anything. You just need to auditor. It's true. I don't know. I mean, I think sometimes you're, like, you know, you have a moment with yourself and you're like, oh, Jesus. So you're like, maybe this is an answer. It's speaks to a side of you that wants answers about life, you know? And then you're like, no, this is some crazy shit, man. People, no, you know, listen, you believe what you want to do at the time.
Right, does it feel to you at the moment like maybe if I just keep going all the way then it'll make sense?
Yeah.
It's like I'm confused now, but if I contemplate because I really think it over, eventually I'm going to receive enough information. This is all going to be like, oh,
right. So one time I talked to a friend about it. I said, you know, I heard some of us shit. Never say that word out loud in a room that's not secure. Okay? And never say it again. So she wrote a report on me.
knowledge report.
She wrote a knowledge report on me. I sent to what's called ethics, which is like the Justice Department of Scientology. And they said they brought we're not a secure room because they have to be somebody who knows this information. They said, never ever say this, never confirm it or deny it. Never give that information out ever. That just never does it. They've never heard of it. You sound crazy. And that's what we all say. You sound crazy. Or, you know, properly done, get it, you know, like you'll get it if it's properly done. Those people didn't do it properly. Why they didn't understand it.
There's a this is my life, this is Scientology. And then you cross this line.
I'm listening to
Oh
this.
my God, this is bullshit. That's a you crossed.
Pardon me?
Is a very distinct transition. So what is that like? Like, what is that transition like? Like, what is your life like?
Well, now,
Once you did, how long ago did you leave?
July, there will be 4 years.
That's it. That's not long. That's really recent.
Joe, and I'm still.
Yeah, man, I'm listening to this.
Still like, who am I? You know,
I'm good. I'm good. I'm really being pretty efficient. How are you? Doug, I'll talk about whatever you want to talk about, except that computer.
Sometimes I am. I have a horrible temper. I sometimes I feel like I'm an old school mafia person, like a female. Like I have really extreme what's in my house, but and I'm finding who I am. I'm finding out what I really believe. Because a lot of times I don't know.
That's a giant factor for people. I have some friends that were deeply involved in religion, and they're not religious, and it's really weird. It's entirely possible. I think it's incredible. I think the life itself, consciousness is amazing. And I don't think we have most receptive. I don't think an ant can understand a cell phone, and I think I can understand computers. I just think my brain is not evolved enough. I think our understanding has reached a point where we can really describe what is a cell phone. I like drinking nice wine. I like having dinner. I like being with my friends. Well, we probably should have time to think they enjoy about this life.
Exactly, but that's the thing, is finding this percent. It's like, a lot of my, it's like, people don't know what I was like, you know, we had to go to church the next day. I wasn't going out to dinner after the enjoy my friends. And if I did go, I was going to walk, did Scientology. You know, I was never really there. I was never really part of, I'm like living for the first time, but I knew that's the worst thing. Not in a, I'm in another cult way, not in a but for me, I don't think that I need to come
This conversation got a little bit dynamic, but it got way weirder years later when I didn't want to leave.
What up?
Well, because then they became untethered, and the conversation I had with the wife was very strict because she was like, I grew up indoctrinated in this fundamentalist religion. She goes, and now that I'm not in it, she goes, I don't know what to believe, and I realized that my mindset is kind of fucked up because I was indoctrinated, like my brain developed as a young age, believing nonsense and never questioning it. She goes, so I feel very vulnerable, very susceptible. She goes, I feel like if the right cult came along, they could scoop me up. And she was laughing about it, but she wasn't laughing about it.
That's why I don't want you to do I don't want you to be told a damn. I've been told my whole life what to do things. I'm on the opposite. Just don't tell me what I need to do. And the pendulum swing is far. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to the back meeting, they go, you need to stand. I don't need to stand anywhere. Like, I don't need, guess what? I smell like things. And I'm not that person. I will destroy my whole day and get a ticket because I don't want to be told what to do. Well, to me, like, you know, your child, and don't want to say, like, I'm very much that way. You know, you should have children. I don't give a shit what you do. I want them that they're slightly longer than because it's purposeful. And when I don't want them anymore, I want them. But that's just a small scale. I don't want people telling me what I should think anymore. Let me find my way. I'm going to make mistakes. But I want to find my own way.
So you're sort of reestablishing your own personal sovereignty.
And I don't know what it is. No, like I said, do it this way. Do it. You don't do this, you don't do that. I mean, but I think I was finding out I was smoking pot, and then yeah, exactly, like doing a purification run down a times. Because that's when it's more in the house. The purification run down. It's supposed to touch your body, all, you know,
I don't get to say it.
No, baby, until you get there.
Oh, when you get there.
You have to spend $380,000.
40. It's a lot of work.
No, you learn basically purification right now is just supposed to scoop out all of the toxins, sludge, now, the problem with that is taking large amounts of niacin, and they claim you're running out like suntan from other lifetimes, and it's nice. Yes,
flash niacin, so you feel it in your skin, it's hot.
Yes, it's just 1 of 5 hours. Wow. It's a 5-hour thing. But I was finding, you know, I was like, wait a minute, why was that person even smoking pot? We're not to smoke pot. Like, I have been smoking pot this whole time, you know, where people do. And I'm learning that other people were smoking pot, doing other drugs, and then going in the store. And I was like, wait, I didn't know there was an option for me. Like, I was living by this. So that's what I'm going through now. I'm not saying I'm smoking pot, but
Sounds like you want to.
a little bit. Only because I don't want to. But,
It might
It all adds to okay.
Well, it could. It has a different effect on everybody. No, you're definitely not.
Joe, too old.
No, you're not. No, you're alive. If you're alive, you experience the benefits of the consciousness enhancing substance, whether it's mushrooms or pot or anything.
Joe, that's crazy.
It's not crazy. It's not crazy.
I don't know. I look at me. I'm like getting.
Yeah, you're freaking out. You've been in a cult your whole life. Sorry, folks.
How the fuck? Nobody in Scientology, other than the people who attack me, or
well, even the people that got attacked. I feel bad for them. I feel bad for them. I feel bad for anybody who wants to attack anybody for their beliefs or for talking about stuff. And guess what? If your religion or your belief system is so easy to destroy that someone can have a disparaging opinion about it, and that threatens you to the point where you want to attack that person, you're doing something wrong, and you're leading your life wrong. You're on the wrong path. There's a lot of people that have different opinions about a lot of different things. That's one of the more interesting things about life. Like, you don't like coconut water. You fucking love coconut water. We're allowed to. You don't. You like cologne. I think it smells like shit. We're allowed to have different opinions. That's one of the beautiful things about life. People like different styles of art, like different kinds of houses, different things. So, the problem with any kind of ideology, the problem with any other conception, rigid structure is that humans are very susceptible to those things, very susceptible to influence, very susceptible to other people carving out determined patterns. It keeps you from having your own opinions. That's everything that's wrong. And you do. I'm sure I do. That's right. People just lock themselves into these patterns and adopt those as their own instead of trying to formulate those as very complicated trying to formulate them. You have to be flexible. Information comes up, and then you have to kind of change them and adjust them, and then recognize that perhaps they can tweak your right now. For a long period of time, it doesn't discredit the as a doesn't mean it makes a great radio. Understanding of these thoughts in their own mind, whether it's whatever religion you don't want.
Well, because they the IRS, they answered the IRS question. They get that stuff. And one of them is the cost of which they well, I don't want to talk about other like bonus items because I don't like Well, I mean, a real religious
It's bullshit. It's created by one person. One person knows it's bullshit. Religion. It's just
went in and out of a Catholic church the other day and wrote a candle. Someone's calling me saying, "Where are you? Why are you not here? Please come in. We're going to start working on your family." Who does
I understand what you're saying, but there's different styles of behavior pattern that exists in all sorts of religions. Like Buddhism is radically different than Islam. And there's different requirements that they ask of the people. And a lot of it is based on the environment that these religions were established in. It's on how long
I did.
The people that are a part of that religion have gone through the life.
On one of my devices.
What different factors played a part in what standards they have today would make people. But my issue is always with subscribing to predetermined patterns of behavior and ideologies where they indoctrinate you on specific ways to think.
And that's what this is.
Yeah, that's what a lot of religions are. I mean, it's a real issue with human beings.
Well, my grandmother, of course, was raised. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Raised to think a certain way about people or lifestyle, and but she had a choice to be friends with somebody who maybe wasn't those things.
Right, sure.
Choice.
Yeah. No, it's pretty obvious that some, especially in particular the way you're describing Scientology, it's far more suppressive than most, are more rigid in its behavior patterns. And they force you into behavior patterns, and it's incredibly difficult to break behavior patterns, especially when you believe firmly in your heart that this is the right way to be.
Yep, it's just fun.
It's just amazing that they pay taxes. It's like stunning if you look at their doctrine. Look at
But
all
that's
the
the thing. Where there have been images that should have looked into the doctrine, they said we can't actually look into the doctrine. But they need to understand that you need to look into the doctrine where it's abusive.
right.
If your doctrine calls you to hurt people, hurt children, the government doesn't. Right.
Yeah.
I agree.
Well, it just absolutely the accusations about the Sea Org, about people making $15 a week, and about these people that are essentially working as
Well, that's not
indentured servants. It's not. So as long as you sign up for it on that $1 billion contract, you're not subject to any minimum wage laws or anything along those lines.
By the way, Joe, I'm not really that smart enough to speak. People think that my agenda is taking your tax status. I'd love for that to happen, but that's not the reason for the show.
You just want to express yourself and be honest about your experiences and help other
They're not
people
my
be
experiences.
free.
These are other people's
Right,
experiences.
but yours too.
Well, because I know it's true, because I experienced it, I'm co-signing. And I'm saying, if you're going to bully somebody, bully me, bully A&E, but I'm going to let these people tell their stories because they tell the truth. Yeah. And if we weren't told the truth, you would sue us. So cut the shit already.
Well, that's what's interesting is the disclaimer at the end of your episode.
The end of our episode, it's in 100 times. Yeah. It's bullshit, but they got to do it. I understand.
Hard to do, but
it's a lot to me. It's annoying. Every time I see it, I roll my eyes. Every time I see it, I go, I understand it, but it's annoying because what we're saying is true. This litigious group, okay, they're not going to shy away from any force. They could have sued us, or they would have, but they know what we're saying is true. These are the policies of the church. Here's the thing, what they should do is go, yeah, we subscribe to these policies. You don't fucking like it, don't be part of our church. But don't say we're all lying.
Right.
It's right there on the internet, you assholes. I have the books in my freaking garage.
Right.
What are you yawning at?
No, I'm not yawning at all. No, I'm just thinking. Now, your current state right now, like doing this show and having all these people, I feel like you're helping a lot of them, I'm sure, because you're getting their message out there. And again, it's a very heartbreaking message. You see these people and they're not contacting their children, they're not contacting loved ones.
Yeah, I can imagine my daughter doing those videos, going, my mother just wants to be. I'm disgusted by that. I'm disgusted that she's not
It's crazy. No, it's crazy.
And I'm so lucky. Like these things didn't happen to me, Joe. Well, I wasn't molested. I wasn't hurt. I wasn't physically hurt. I wasn't. My kids didn't disconnect from me. My mom didn't disconnect from me. I have my mother during the holidays. I have my sisters. I have my husband.
Now, your life must have revolved around the church in a very big way. What is that like now? Like all those people that three, right?
Yeah, it's sad. I'm sad for them. My relationship was obviously didn't tell my relationship.
You can understand that, right? Them being brainwashed.
No. Because right. So for my church to say he is an enemy of the church, my friend should have said bullshit.
Well, aren't you kind of an enemy of them now, though?
I don't know why I would be. They don't tell the truth.
Right, but the truth is very damaging to their
Why is it
organization.
damaging?
Because their organization is. You're right. No, I'm not saying
Be
you're
proud.
saying
Stand behind it. Say, okay, don't be part of it. Why? Maybe they say they're the epitome of morality, the elite of mankind. They're saving the planet. So when you go on their website and see that they say the largest growing religion, they are the only ones with the solution to life, man's ills. I'm not making this up. So when you make those kinds of claims, you then stand behind it. You say that's right. That's right. We don't believe in other things. We think we're all lost. We are extremists. We are bigots. These are our beliefs. Don't join us. We obviously have no money.
Do you communicate with any of the people?
They're not allowed to talk to me. As a matter of fact, I've seen celebrities who talk shit to me on Twitter and social media, not directly at me. They run from me at parties. And they're lucky that they run. Because honestly, I don't like talking shit. Just when you see me, back it up. That's all. Back it up when you see me. I don't want to name. You want to know why I don't want to name names, Joe?
Yes.
Because I don't want to give them that much credit. I don't want to give them name any celebrity that you know. Like that Scientologist. Who do we have? We have Kirstie Alley. We have Tom Cruise.
Kirstie still in?
She called me a bigot. Yeah, she's big time. A bigot.
Because you don't like Scientology?
Right. But I wasn't a bigot when I didn't like anybody else but Scientologists, right? Because that's what's like. I was very much a bigot. and she knows it.
Well,
She is.
Greta Van Susteren, she's deep.
Greta Van Susteren, Danny Matheson,
I don't know what that is.
Laura Prepon, who's on my show.
Oh, yeah, she's in, right?
Laura Prepon, Julia Lewis, her brother Mike Lewis. As a matter of fact, Mikefield Lewis was just at a wedding. Her Julia Lewis, who I grew up with, Mikefield. Okay, in the Scientology scene. He was a civic like he literally and he was videoing them, whatever that shot was. And my husband even said to him, he said, like, he was hey, Mikefield, and he ran, and the band president who was singing, right? He was like, he's like, he's just like,
Who else? I'm ignorant to celebrities or Scientologists. I don't know.
that. Well, I'm trying to say.
That's a weird one. Well, because he's Ishmael,
Yeah.
you know, and he's like a uber creative. You think that he's like super open-minded. He comes out with a song like "I'm a Loser, Baby," so why don't you? It's a song.
Sure.
Yeah, that's him. So why don't you? Yeah, that's him. It's back. So
Swear
he's
to God.
big hit.
Yeah, are you sure?
100%.
Okay. Okay. Okay, this one says that. So I believe that
Yeah.
like it would night nails.
That's Jamie. Who are these?
Really?
Look at him.
So douchey. Give me an image.
Who else? Who else is deep? Jenna Elfman, right?
Jenna Elfman.
She's still in deep. What happened to her? She had that big show.
I don't know. Let's go up and their careers. You know, that's the
Right.
thing too, is that I love how the church tries to measure, like, she's an actress that cast her.
The church says that? How's anyone past time if you're still alive and active, right?
Yeah, I was famous.
Betty White's not past her
But
time.
I was famous enough when I was in.
Right. Oh, now you're past her time. So they're saying about you? Oh, hilarious.
And by the way, you can't measure people. Like, we have an up and down career. That's
Right.
but I don't need to work. I want to work. I love what I do. I love making people laugh, but I don't need to do it.
Right.
You only need one solid hit in your life. You know that.
Right.
It's my passion. This is something that I always wanted to do. As far as helping people. That's why I was saying, I love helping. It was everything. If somebody, if I was there, I just love it. I know, like, to talk shit about this, you know, because I'm friends that
Right.
so I don't really want to pull these people out like this specific, but at least have the balls to back it up when you say it.
So you believe they just have misguided intentions, but their intentions are that you did at one point in time too. So you're uniquely
I
qualified.
would call any line ever bigot. I would tell the same story as a lie. It's crazy. I'm crazy.
What is this news story?
This is the story. This is how they not to be attached to our bodies. New story is they got packaged. What is it?
They fell into a volcano. Got dropped into a volcano or something.
They got packaged. Like there was a planet that existed like this. It looked like this, and then the Lord Xenu thought there was too many people on the planet, so he packaged all these people up.
That OT8 stuff?
Now I think it's OT3 stuff.
OT3. What is like an OTA?
It's
out now,
hold
right?
on, yeah, so hold on. So you were told in the very beginning of Scientology that you're going to have to. And so Dianetics, you are running out these bad experiences that you've had making this lifetime last lifetime ago. You're told that you have a reactive mind, and we're going to take it. We're going to fund it. We're going to take it away. So you don't even know you have it until you're told you have it, right? So you run all these like incidents. Like you'll get a picture in your head. Oh, I'm getting a picture that I was like a French, medieval time. You know, they're like, it's okay. You don't have to believe it. Just say it. Just say what it is. I was burned at the stake. I was a witch. Obviously, I was a Salem. I was on fire. You know, and you're making up these things as you go, and you're like, I think I'm making this up. And then there's a policy that says the person's going to say, I want her, that they're making it up, but they're not making it up. These are real pictures of past lives. I don't know, right? Okay. But that's what I need to be. Okay, so what wasn't true? All of that was a lie. You made that up. But what is, like, what aren't you? So I'm not a body. I'm not a arm. I'm not a this. I was never Louis. I was never that guy that I said. I was never a witch in Salem. I was never. So that's what you need. You basically told what was it? What are you? Like, what are you? I just mean.
How did your mom get out?
My mom got off that shit. She said, never.
Why is that? But she thought it was okay when you were going through your OT3 thing, and they're just putting you that you're covered with bugs.
You're not ready. Do we need to go back? Maybe do we need to do it?
No, we don't. But I'm laughing. I'm just joking. Well, beans. Not bugs. Right. So your mom got all the way past that, and something she decided at one point in time. What was it that she decided?
If she would have told me that would have stopped me, they would have pulled me in.
So when did she think it was bullshit?
I don't think.
But she got to the top.
But she can't tell me she thinks it's bullshit. I'm still coming up behind her.
Right.
If she then pulled me in and said, "Yeah, this is bullshit," like I don't want to continue, then I would have pulled her in. I would have.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? They would have gone to work on me and your mother. You need to disconnect from your mother. She didn't want me to disconnect from her.
That's so
You don't want to lose your family, so you learn to be quiet.
It's so complicated.
It is complicated. You don't just happen overnight.
So your mom got the OT, so she had to go to the ship. And is it the wackiest of the wacky when she got to there and she's like, "This is nonsense. I'm done." Wow.
Yeah.
So what happened when she left? Did they go, "Hey, where you going?"
After you're done, you leave the ship.
Right.
Complete it, get served. And that's it.
Then you don't have to go every day anymore.
No. And now, but they
Really?
created more. So she would have been called back in.
They created more.
Yeah.
They get to 8. You're like, "What? We just went to the vaults,
Right.
uncovered a scroll."
Right. Found some writings of L. Ron Hubbard before he passed. And I swear to God, it's not even a lie, and you believe it. Joe, don't look at me. Because I feel bad for people.
I do too.
Looking back, I go, you know, we were all went into it like with heart, like we believed what they say. It was like, well, what do you mean you just found it? L. Ron Hubbard said it was the bridge. And we spent our whole life doing this. Like, we want there to be a definite end, you know, so you can live your life a little bit.
It's incredible that a science fiction writer could create something like this that's so poorly written,
Yeah, but
poorly thought out.
we only knew of his science fiction writings like from him telling us, but it wasn't like the fake that L. Ron Hubbard was the science fiction.
But there must be some knowledge of it, otherwise Battlefield Earth would have been up.
Of course, they have a whole building they have a whole literary building on Hollywood Boulevard called Arthur Services, and it's all dedicated to L. Ron Hubbard's publishing. And you think this man is a serious writer? This is somebody who's really well accomplished.
For people who don't know, he wrote more books, he wrote more stuff, more fiction than any human being ever lived, ever.
Is that true?
Yes, he wrote more fiction than anyone who has ever walked the face of the planet. He made up more shit than anyone who ever lived. So he wrote down more shit that never really happened than anyone who ever lived. But Scientology stuff is so much fun.
But you don't make that. You don't think that. You don't make that distinction. You don't. You're reading Dianetics with self.
Right.
Like you were searching for something bigger. You know, most people are looking at that. And so when you read that book, you're like, oh, I can cure myself of sickness with pills.
Right. Well, that was a big part of going clear, is that it seemed pretty obvious that he was going through some issues himself. He was trying to self-diagnose.
So he cured himself from blindness. So you want to believe, like, I can cure myself. I am the cause of my own well-being, by my own thoughts, and I don't want this reactive mind. And that makes sense, right? So have you ever done anything that is uncontrollable to you, that is damaging to you? Like every day, I don't want to make bad decisions. Well, that's because it's your reactive mind.
Right.
It's beneath you. It's in your subconscious. It's in your subconscious. When it comes to mindfulness areas, it's going to help you stop making bad decisions. And of course, it's not that.
Right.
And you go through that. You go from maybe, punching somebody in the face, for looking at you in a certain way, to being able to control your emotions. You're like, oh, okay, maybe this working. Oh, okay, I'm using drugs. Now I know. In Percy's case, it's safe for life. So if she believes in a safer life, it's safer life. I'm not taking that away from her. I'm not taking away your gains and your wins. Don't take away the fact that I'm telling the truth. Don't come from me. I'm telling the truth, because then we do have fun.
Well, it seems like, that they're a clan, and you are opposing clans,
But they know it's true.
Right.
So I have a listen. If you didn't know it's true, then I'm like, oh, she's unaware. She knows it's true. So to come from me is kind of crazy.
It is kind of crazy, right? Like, what is the criticism amongst these people? They can't say you're lying, right?
Yes, they say I'm lying.
About what?
All lying, not just me. Any person who's spoken out against the church is lying. We are bigots. We are validating their religious beliefs. We are telling them that something didn't help them. Nobody's saying. Nobody's saying. If you've been helped, you've been helped. However, you know the truth, and now you have a responsibility. But what they think is, I don't want to have a problem. Scientology helps me, and so that's all I care about. So you don't give a shit about abuses. You don't care that children were being molested, and these things were being hidden. You don't care that people were being molested. Honey, if you even just Google what I just said, Scientology, your child was it, you will go on website after website of people saying I was molested while I was in the church. The church did nothing about it. I'm not alleging. This is what I've read. This is what I've seen.
Right.
And I've been in.
So I hadn't heard that.
Well, you can hear it. You're gonna hear it because people are becoming more and more vocal about what's happened to them. And so if I seem overly passionate about this subject, it's because I have heard the stories over and over behind the scenes. I have heard stories of people being abused, children being abused, mentally, physically, sexually. And I'm only me with a show. A&E can't do anything other than just let me tell these stories. So virtually, and my Grinder and other avenues that we really can't talk about, I'm trying to do something right by these people. And so the last thing that I want to be bothered with is bullshit from a celebrity who's that we're telling the truth about what we have already spoken about, but to be interested enough to maybe find out what I am talking about.
Right. Well, the Greta Van Susteren one is really odd because she's a news person. She's supposed to be, a news journalist, right? Isn't that what she does?
I don't know. Yes, but why? Why is it?
Because I would just assume, like, you would want your news from someone who doesn't believe a bunch of wacky shit.
Well, then I'm in her defense. I mean, who knows what any person believes?
True.
However, the distinction that I'm glad you did make is when you are hearing about abuses, when you are hearing about things that are hurting people, you then do need to say, I'm applying to this organization, and so I do need to find that.
Right. How has she been in it? There's a lot of people like that, right? Get indoctrinated as a child. Have you received emails or any sort of contact from people who your show benefited and it was the catalyst for them?
No, believe me, no.
Yeah.
I have tons of emails from people who said, I'm glad I watched your show. I'm well informed now. I will never see the Church of Scientology. Up there,
Because
Well, you're not getting Scientologists watching the show.
they have shows, right?
Maybe you have to have, you don't even have to be on the thread. Well, average Scientologists do, but they're not cheap shows like this. You'd have to pay for that. Literally, you know, like you have to go to the next day and pay to have your own interrogation and punishment.
California has a problem
After a while, especially if you believe that I am the devil, if you believe that I am a liar, that I'm a false prophet, that I'm not to be listened to, why would you support somebody who's talking shit about you and you're paying or you're love you out of your life to listen to them? The average person doesn't want to seek out
What kind of blowback have you received from this? Like, what kind of blowback has a guy like Paul Haggis or Lawrence Wright or any of these people?
Well, Paul has been talking to
Because they're still in it.
Every single person who's been on the show, although they've been harassed, FBI is following them, they're showing up at their jobs, they're getting mail all the time. Like, people who are, people who don't even, have never stepped into a mail, connected to mail at their house. I mean, like, have never stepped into a church of Scientology. It's my eyebrows. She's like, I said, you never been to church of Scientology? She said, no. She's getting mail for the first time. This is crazy. But that's just a little anecdote. But to have your family make videos of you, to not talk to you, to refuse to see you, their own grandchildren, that's just something I can't deal with. But also now, what I'm dealing with now is hearing stories of these people who've been silent for years. They've had to deal with and sustain normal in any way. So I hope to do something like that, but I hope to make some change.
What are the positive aspects of Scientology, and how do you think it benefited you? And do you think it's possible to take some of those positive aspects and either reform that organization or form another organization that doesn't try to control people's thinking, but maybe positive, maybe tries to encourage the positive benefits of being a part of it?
I couldn't promote anything good about it because I know it's an all-in proposition.
Right, but isn't there some benefits?
Read books. You still have to buy the books if you want to buy books, but I don't think it was. I go to a therapist now and I bring up concepts and she's like, oh yeah, that was psychology. I'm like, I'm like, what?
Right, a lot of it is from that. A lot of it's from that.
Existed?
Yeah.
So yeah, but I believe in finding things that work for you. I don't think it's one thing. The one thing that my therapist said to me is that it's not just one thing. You get something from here, you get something from there. It's knowledge. Psychology is not about knowledge. It's about us.
And this therapy thing, very new. You never went through any
No, as a matter of
therapy.
fact, my first thing I said to her is, I just want to know that I think I know more than you. I was taught as a Scientologist that you wasted your life going to college. I could do in person 5 minutes on a speed meter, what you're going to do with me, in 5 years. Like, I
What's your therapist?
I understand. And she said, that spirituality and religion should have nothing to do with like that stayed with me. She's like, she's right. Scientologists believe that they have the answers. They believe that you have shut yourself off to fruits of observation, to experience empathy, to opening your heart up to things. I mean, it shuts you off.
So you feel like this is a part of you that you're re-exploring or exploring maybe for the first time?
The non-cologne thing, it's like I'm so judgy about it, but I'm willing to make change my mind.
My non-clone thing. I'm sure you've seen that video of Tom Cruise, where it's got the Mission Impossible sort of soundtrack playing in the background. He's talking about a car accident. If you stumble upon a car accident, let you know that you are the one who has to take care of it because you're a Scientologist and you don't want to handle that.
And you believe that when you're saying you are not only you are taught that we are the only ones doing it, that we are the only ones. That's why it was so shocking to me when no one in my church would stand. I was like, wow, so we are not those people who stand up, right? We're the people who look the other way. Because you all look the other way. Because it's time, because you've established, because you have no gold. Are we those people? Because the truth of the matter is, it wasn't advocacy, Joe, I did stuff. I am that person.
So that's one of the positive benefits of Scientology.
Well, you feel that you're, well, you feel that you're responsible for everything.
And you felt like you wanted help as well. You could help when you wanted help. That's a positive thing, right?
You're right. And also intelligence.
Right. So there's got to be some, like, a thing that I've found about a lot of
No, that's a
Scientologists.
huge ego. You know, if you think that the only one doing anything.
Right.
By the way, there are other people who stopped. But I believe that it was because I was a topologist that I stopped.
Right.
But then I saw in life, I was like, wait a minute, there's good people in the world. They have no interest, no ulterior motive, no vested interest in helping something. They're like, I'm a little shocked, like with the show. That's why, like in the last episode, I was in tears. I was a mess because I was shocked by the goodness of people that I thought the world was so screwed because of something. Because we were the only good people in the world. Do you see what I'm saying? I feel so stupid.
It doesn't, though. It completely makes sense. And honestly, from someone who's lived their entire life indoctrinated in that ideology, you've only been out for 4 years, you're showing a remarkable amount of self-insight and a remarkable amount of ability to examine the flaws of your past thinking.
And current.
Yeah, and current, yeah.
Because every day I'm like, that's right.
But to abandon the foundation that you've kind of established your entire life on, it's got to be insanely difficult to do in your 40s after all these years of being involved in this crazy sort of organization. It's very admirable. It's very hard. It'd be way easier if you just stay inside your comfort zone, doing all your nonsense, get up to OT 55 or whatever the fuck it is now, you know, and just keep paying the money and keep your friends. You know, do you miss any of your friends that were in it?
No, I only miss children. Like my daughter. You know.
What up, what up?
She doesn't know. I deliver her. You know, deliver her in the hospital. And then I moved my friend close to the Main Street. So she can be in certain schools. And then I moved to my daughter. And I see her in the neighborhood. And she can't talk to me. So the girl, my daughter would know me. She would know to come to me because she's now, 5. So, you know what I'm saying?
Right. How are they hanging on? How
they have a mass $3 billion in assets. $3 billion. Yeah. And so it's going to take a few good men and women to stand up with us. And like I said, there's been a few public figures to publicly come out. You're now one of them. Conan was another one. And, you know, Bill Maher, like, there's some people in some walls that are willing to say this is bullshit. We're doing something about it. The world at large is amazing experience. Social media has been amazing to us. And that's why I need very much to do a show. This is the first time of its kind. I mean, a series about it. It was countless.
I think you probably have to do that for the lawyers.
So I think more and more people are going to, more and more people are supporting, but we need more people. I had no idea.
What has it been like doing press for this and promoting it? Like, what have been the varied reactions from people you've got to talk to?
Very supportive. I didn't know what I was going to get. I didn't know if I was going to get people who were going to, don't walk the line and go, well, I don't know, I mean, what bad was Dan, because I felt, Dan knew enough, Dan was provocative enough, we talked to him. Dan Harris, he's like, he said, well, I was like, we can't be impartial about things, we shouldn't be impartial about it. Look, there's some things in the world you need to be up to them, right? And I want people to feel that power, whether it's this cult or other cults or political party or agenda. Like, I feel people have the power to do something. I think that's becoming more and more evident. And I think people start standing up for what they believe in. They can do something. And we can get that all the time. Like, what can I do? I say, call your congressman, call them and say, look, I want you to do something. If you're a lawyer who wants to do something, you should contact us. If you're somebody who has knowledge of something that could help us prosecute, please come forward. Because a lot of the stories that we're told, the statute of limitations on these abuses have already passed, and it's their words against 100 others. But let's say we walked in right now to that base that's telling you out. Most of them wouldn't leave. They don't know what's going on out here. They don't know that what they're being told is not happening. I mean, they don't know why. So I would love to. I'd love to go to those gates of the FBI and say, hey, you all want to come with me now, and we're going to take care of you. And I've had that many times, and I said, you won't go with me. I'll stand there and say, what are you talking about? You know you've been beaten. I beat you. You beat me. He beat you. You know what I'm saying? Well, yes.
You gotta beat people?
He had to cuff some people up, and he admits it in the show.
But not you. You didn't beat anybody. Did you have to smack anybody around?
You mean in general? Because it did.
On the show.
Yeah, I said into fights in clubs.
You've been in fights in clubs? But you don't drink.
Well, I did drink, Joe.
You did the bad thing while you were in the group? And you got lit and cracked some people?
Yeah, that's cool. I blame Brooklyn.
Blame Brooklyn? That's strange. But did they ever make you smack anybody or anything like that?
No, it's not about smacking. It's about.
But he had to do that, right? He had to beat people?
David was happy. This is what they have said, and they said it under oath. David Miscavige, under his direction, has, and they have admitted to that. But where they've admitted it, there's 20 people who said they're lying.
Now, is this like a punishment thing? Like, are they flogging these people?
It's like a policy called overboarding. And the ship was, and they would overboard someone who was out of water.
So throw them overboard?
Correct. And so now.
So you toss them in the water?
Right. And so now you don't have overboarding because you don't have a ship, right?
Well, when you say toss them, are they pulling them back out, or fuck you?
Yeah, I'm sure
swim
they
so
were lying. I'm sure I'm sure, yes, they got back on the boat, but it was a full punishment.
Right. It was, yeah.
Yeah. Now they've just assumed they did that. Be like, we don't have a boat, so you might as well crack him in the mouth or break his finger.
Have a boat anymore?
No. Well, they have the free winds, but they don't have the seaboard ships. They used to. Now they have aces, like Celebrity Center. I don't know. Celebrity Center. They have.
It seems like a big factor. Like, what happened to the boat? Because I feel like that was a cool thing to own the old Scientology boat. You go on party. This is what I told people about OT sex right here.
Remember when I said that there was the Apollo? Okay, we need to. There was a boat that's what started the Sea Org.
No, I
That was
understand.
called the Apollo.
Yeah.
Where they give okay is called the Freeway. They still have that.
That's a different boat?
Yes.
Okay. That boat's still around?
That boat's still around.
Where's that boat?
It's in Bahamas.
Oh, that's where they go? It's a good place to party. Learn about
They're
demons.
not partying. And it's not partying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No partying at all?
No partying.
But when they do have a party, is there a little celebration? Like I saw the one
Like,
celebration.
I would see the gala every year.
On the scale.
Yeah, it's 11%.
What happens there?
We listen to speeches about how much psychology is accepted in the community by the LAPD.
The LAPD talks?
LAPD.
So they contribute a bunch of money to the LAPD.
Yes, they started a thing called the Police Activities League. Sorry, the police, and I contributed to it. I helped. They put on a show for the kids every Christmas. It's celebrities, and they give them money and proceeds to what they created, which is called the Police Activities League. And they LAPD money for children.
Well, that sounds great.
But it's purposeful.
Right.
There's a policy promoting the community, and that's what they're doing. And so I know what it's about, right? You appear as if your intentions are pure, so that you then have maybe favors like this happening, where somebody files a police report and gets removed.
Where do you think this is going? Like, where do you anticipate this?
I don't have a map. I hope that
You kind of do.
no, because Joe, if you receive the calls that I receive, like when I'm not working on the show, second producer, they're not safe to just call anyone. They don't call A&E. It's me and my friends. We're the ones who have to vet these stories and trust us because they know we're telling the truth. They know that we have their best interest in telling the story correctly.
Right.
And when you talk to these people, when I talk to them behind the scenes, it's every piece of me not to break down. I have to be their auditor. You know what I mean? Their Scientology auditor to keep my shit together. But when I hang up, I'm devastated. Devastated by it. It's like, I've been part of this thing. You know what I mean? Like I'm getting teary-eyed talking about it. How many people are in it? Maybe 10,000 worldwide.
That's it?
Well, it gives the appearance because I thought, like, at these events, at the Shrine of Time that they have every year, right? They show Scientology is doing it. They use things like hundreds of millions. These really kind of electrifying statistics, right? And we bought this building, and we bought that building, and that would indicate growth. Right? That's the subliminal message.
What up, Zoot? How are you?
People, they are just
Welcome, James. How are you?
believe that the
Welcome.
well, they have to protect.
How are you?
But they have to get close to someone's money. Wait,
Oh, well, just one moment.
How long are you doing it for?
Yes. It's gonna come out later. I think oh shit. Look at that. Yeah. Damn. He dressed up as a police officer. He dressed up as a police officer trying to get people to get weapons. He's going around Nigeria. He may have. No, he didn't get informed. So, you know how it's a Muslim, right? Yes. They're Muslim in Nigeria have been going around the country restrictions, raising their restrictions. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. It's pretty good though. I don't know, I couldn't tell. Yeah, so when I was doing my cool thing, investigation for my terrorism. Is this can't really hear you? No. Yeah. With the baseball class coming, it's not kind of a better time, really. Listen. I had the conversation and I said I didn't find money for that cable, so I was just finding that I have to be really careful about what I play computer right now. But I gave him one soul to promote a project that's not related to anything. I gave him one soul. And they tracked my IP address and I'm going out every morning. And so I got a phone call asking why did you give this guy money? So I just told him what's wearing. And they said, the time of the transaction proved last year he did wait without the project before he, so everything matched up, so it's fine. Yeah, I'm really under the investigation.
What up? What up?
I'm not really sure it was an American I was speaking to. Show you the photo. Is this Polish or not? Whatever you do not send in front of our money right now. Just do not send in front of our money. He's been like, thank you because he wants an AK-47 because he wants to fucking kill people. So he can go around killing Christians. I really want to know if you like it's American. Is it pretty serious? I mean, yeah. Let me ask you a question.
Yep, you have my permission. How you doing, baby? What's new in your neck of the woods, James? Hey, did you know Caitlin Clark set the all-time Division 1A scoring record in basketball?
saw that. She's a beast, bro.
She is apparently she hit her last shot from the logo.
She's amazing. Seeing her play was very impressive.
Could she have gotten that record against you guys?
Definitely. Like a ball.
Wow. And so you guys basically shut her down. Because there was a good chance I thought that she would have gotten it during your game.
Rumor has it to try to save the record for.
Oh, I could see that. Okay, that makes sense. Well, so what's new on my front? Yes, sir. Go ahead. No. No, honestly, I think Bitcoin Obama is just a desperate person. He's just a desperate person who is doing everything he can to collect as much token as he can in order to be able to spend it on things that he needs, like any person. And when you confront him on it, he says, that's life. It's as honest an answer as you can get.
I don't know. He's a terrorist. I like people that obviously when you realize you have an advantage, take advantage of people that use your advantage. And that's fine. Obviously he sees what he has as an advantage. And regardless, you might have less than anybody else. But it's still an advantage. And it's an advantage never ends. You don't know what he really has on the other side of the wall, right? Like when he gets, you know, he's fucking with it. You don't know what he has right now. You know, that's the thing. Like, all you get is hurt. Like, he gets money and it's what, 10 times now. Yeah, exactly. I shared a tweet about my when I came 47. I deleted it. It's way slow now. So I checked the tweet. I found the tweet funny, so I retweeted it. That's just the last thing you hear. Like, I feel like whatever the fuck Obama's doing right now is going to be like investigated. And it's going to be super fucking bullish for the documentary. And now the whole fucking documentary is going to be about Obama. Yeah, that's super loud, bro. If he is cool, murdering for the money worth in this. It's the money again. Yeah, right. Yeah, big one. Take a big one. Nigerian warlord, Bitcoin Obama. Past 8 years. Imagine like oh, that'd be so bad. Like terrorist attack. Secret Bitcoin flag. Yeah. Oh my god. I'm just throwing my phone in the water. Bitcoin Obama ended up being like a leader of like he's just like this like crazy eccentric leader. What if Bitcoin Obama is Mandela? It blows to the chart. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do on this cyber. It adds to the lore extensively. I'll be on. Yeah. We'll be fine, guys. What did this person on the phone call like instruct you to do? What are they instructing to do? Yeah, exactly. Like last night, you know, it says. Yeah, ask me why I was they would ask me why I retweeted him asking for donations of an AK-47, and then they asked him why if I sent him any money. See yes or no? He said yeah. He said yeah? Yeah.
Word, baby. Available 24/7. I'm available. Absolutely. I went to law school.
You ever send me your soul out? So they could only close yesterday. They may have already, but last me with like 2 or 3 of them. I used to be like, is that what you mean? What? I haven't used it in a while. And it can be manual or back type. Yeah. I mentioned I just used the pretty sick thing. You like them a lot. They're really awesome. Alright, this is that.
See how far your support can go at unbound.org.
Wait, I gotta hang up. God, if you guys knew how much my dog would that would be worth if I didn't fucking cheat it. No, you're silly for that. That's the whole question. Day one. When did you get the double cut? December 15th. Oh, what month ago? Oh, I don't know. Alright, thanks, man. Once a I think, like, yeah. That was very early. I got it. What made you buy it? I was trying to buy it. I've been holding on to it since. About 40th. My main bag. My main bag right now. Like, I'm just a big one, but I really thought it would. Like, you got in below. You got in at like $4 million caps. You're up 100. Yeah, about pretty much. Yeah, not a lot. Yeah, good shit. Yeah, a little bit. It's a decent amount. So I was the top holder. Really? I jaded it. Wasn't doing anything, so I jaded it. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things right now. The whales market is I'd be up $16 million US right now, though. I'm honestly, realistically, it's not too late to come back in. You hold it until like the end of this year, realistically, or looks like a huge number. So I wouldn't tell anybody it's too late. Just depends on how long you want to set your hands on it. I necessarily don't want to hold it till the end of this year, but I mean, I will maybe. I will, depending on if Bitcoin performs, their water performs before double time performs. Because obviously it's kind of a high wall here. I think both of them have this one. Yeah, it's going to go astronomical. I don't know. Listen, I think we could be in a bull market already. Like this year is just going to, we might be in a bad next year. Like, I think we're going to get the market. I think we're like 4 months in there. Well, typically, like, history of bull runs last like year and a half. Yeah, year and a half, 2 years. We're about 4 months in. A year and a half, so that would be 4 months in. So October we started. Well, here's the thing. Once Bitcoin topped, that's when Ethereum and Ether and all sorts of stuff. Once Bitcoin topped, how much is that? Wow. And totally, this is your what? Phantom wallet? Yeah. So about April 2025, it's going to be out on market ends. Yeah, I mean, I can look later on the chart for a better. April 2025. Yeah. I'll be right back. Y'all gonna be up for a while? Yeah. Hey, Amanda, you gonna be up for a while? Yeah. I don't know if that's all I was working on, but okay, I'll be right back.
How long is really long enough for
Great.
to the point where
Right. So you're saying in a year from now we'll be available for some month?
I hear some
Hmm?
different things.
In a year from now,
All I'm using is a hard drive.
in a year from now, the whole month will be pretty much over.
And that was great. But yeah, I started thinking about it.
I don't know. Anything can happen. I'm just assuming. I mean, we may not be a bull run yet, but nothing. You know, but yeah, I've got $1,000 to like 50,000 plus in the last 2 months. You know, just go get the boys. It looks really fucking good. Yeah. What do you guys think about all-time high this year? For Bitcoin? Yeah. I don't know. It's moving so fast. Obviously, it's not gonna always move fast. I mean, let's just say from a realistic standpoint, I'd say 66,000. Assuming it slows down and chills. Let's go 120K. So that's the later end of the year. I can see that. Yeah, that's fine. Once they cut rates, it's gonna get fucking nuts.
The lifespan of a phone status
Yeah, I think
one
I have been considering what you said, dude, about the liquidity crisis. That is something to think about.
And that makes sense. You're gonna have to do that. Plus, you downloaded all kinds of data. And whether you believe it or not, unless you're savvy and you know how to pull out the
I don't know why I think. Yeah. I think it's ETF. I think it was like 120. If I'm right. We're crashing. It's good crashing. Who knows? I wouldn't get too bullish right now until we get later on. We don't end the complete, so yeah. Let's just say that we're not like I wouldn't expect that number to just keep going up all year. We're gonna have a few pullbacks. For sure. My question is for you boys. You guys are out of the market. What the hell you gonna do with all that money? As long as shit, man. I don't know. I mean, like, I don't know.
Invest in fiat.
I like to move somewhere. Of course, I like to move out of America. I mean, that's my investment. Tax in general. I like to move to a country where there's like zero tax crypto laws, like Argentina. Thailand is also making that, but Thailand's kind of expensive to live there. Argentina, you have to live there. You have to reside there for like 2 years. Yeah, America has really too strict of tax laws. I mean, if you really don't care about paying taxes on crypto, I mean, obviously, like, it's a lot, you know. If you were to cash out 100,000 USD, then 40,000 of it is like taxed, I'm pretty sure. So it's kind of bullshit.
They're fucking terrible.
Yeah, it's like, it's very demeaning. I spend my time working hard. You take most half of my day. So what do you think is going to do the best this go around? What do you think is going to be like fucking go with TSA? Well, I don't know. In terms of memes, obviously Dog Pat have all the memes. For sure. There's no competition, I don't think, in the way. But in terms of just, I don't know. Yeah, on Salon, I just say Dog Pat. That's a pretty simple one. Meme or not meme. What do you think Dog Pat? I think it's just too strong of a meme. I think it's just the people behind it, and I think it's just got so much. I think it's got too many powerful people behind it. That's what I think. Not that I think that. I know that. There's some people behind it. That's all I did. I don't know. There's so many big people. Like, I don't know. Like, you have On Team, whatever his name is. You have Merc behind it. You have fucking. Guys. Yeah, Jeff. I said hey, Jeff. Hey, Jeff, same big you, I don't know. In this, like, in terms of memes, you know, like they're always being a dog and or a frog or a cat each year. Like I don't see any other meme at the moment that's popped out of. You know, there's Myro, that's the other dog, but other than that, there's no frog. I don't think there's a frog that I've seen this year or a cat. The cat maybe win. If anything, honestly, I was gonna say I thought Popcat, you know, when it first started, but still could be Popcat or Upside Down Cat, but probably win being the fact that it's holding hands with like Jupiter and it kind of got like a silver spoon in a way. So, but yeah, definitely a good fight. That Ethereum, I don't know. Ethereum's a bunch of shit. It's not shit in a bad way. Ethereum is not like just memes. You have like memes, you have like Pandora, you have all these big ass things. So.
Because there's my computer and there's three phones. Probably four over the window. So I can text on every
You guys hold log?
there's a different on the different brands. And they are. It's amazing. Yeah, I really enjoy that. And I want to help people know how they can best do it and make it even easier.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
You know, I put out text stories on Android. I'm there for it.
You guys fuck with like last cycle Bitcoins, like Doge and cheap? Not anymore, really, no.
But
Who's that? Oh, I mean, no one's gonna care about it. No one's gonna care about it. Everyone's gonna go with the Doku app. Yeah, if I saw like, I do like the old OG old ones, but if I saw like, if I knew people were gonna mess with them still, I'd probably mess with them, but I don't see it happening at the moment. I think normies will buy Doge, like ROTHSCHILD. Yeah. Of course they're gonna buy Doge's hot. The thing with that is that like it's not listed on a tier 1. Normies aren't gonna touch it. He's not listed on What's the majority of retail gets their trust back? Because I think a lot of trust issues, like I can talk to people about crypto and they're like, that's a scam, Bitcoin's a scam. And once they get their trust back, they're gonna buy dumb shit. Like they don't know. If they can access it, like I know people that can't use Uniswap, they don't know how. I got things.
No Russia's pursuit of this particular capability is covered. There's no immediate threat to anyone's safety.
I'm sorry to hear that, bro. Yeah, it's okay. I use Phantom. I never did well there. In backpack. Even backpack blogger goes there, bro. Just for having volume and transactions there. Son's over to backpack the other day and did like a shit ton of swaps on Jupiter. But that's because I thought their backpack was done. I have a snapshot, but they have like their own exchange, it looks like. I don't have access to it. Have you seen it? think there's like a Snapchat there. That's all workable. Commenting on other stuff, like could be big. I saw, I ordered some monocones too. Where how'd you get granny? What'd you do? Just like on a bed week. Time to do shit now. Yeah, I just signed something. I thought it was part of Thanks for sharing it, but I'm sorry that happened. It's crazy.
With Dora, we have a mindset saying that we pivot fearlessly.
It's not last time I used to transaction on my laptop.
You can go where the news is and bring in content that perhaps you didn't have a few weeks earlier. It's less 6 months in advance or 3 months in advance when you do a TVC. You're able to create
Yeah, I got the slide ones too.
which I
They slide it
think
up.
in this
There's
day and age,
the
and
markers are
particularly
great.
in Turner, where we have new information coming out on a regular basis, being able to see that information
Well, I don't want to. I got like $5,000
being nimble and pivoting easy.
That's crazy. Yo, what's the OS on this one? I think this is
Hello.
Hello, yes, I see you. I think that's pretty cool to see all the options. Yeah, that's sick, man. When does it come in? Oh, sick. Have you seen the one against this too? The leisure thing? It's not in stock right now, but it's leisure has a phone? No, but we'll see about is this one? It's touchscreen. It's touchscreen really cool. They're like these screens. Seems interesting.
Take care, James. Have a good night.
Municipal airport. Archer has been developing electric vertical takeoff and landing aircraft since 2018. We talked about them on some level. Texas Space Atlantic is the leading fixed space operator, network, and aviation services provider. So you can see the synergy of how they're complementary nature. They can help each other in terms of business. With their combined resources, they aim to establish an air taxi service that utilizes existing assets at specific locations. Early launch markets will focus on cities such as LA, New York, and Miami. Atlantic and Archer anticipate launch of service across these locations next year in 2025. I don't
It's
see
really
it.
cool
I
thing.
would love to see it.
This is not cool. Like betting.
They literally
Rather than get this.
are about to do it, and they will be flying and landing on the roof here. You know, big boys got to get from here
This
to
is not
State
cool.
Center Air Tag. Secret had to get over to the idle stage or whatever, Air Taxi. You got to get to
Boring.
I'm driving. Air Taxi. And then why did they land on the roof? I get the need for it, and I get the application for it. I just don't know whether it's viable. I'm telling you it is. It's only because the rich and wealthy are already using taxi services flying all across the city. And using helicopters too. And so if you combine the two, taxi and helicopter services, which are already in place. These two companies combined, what they are doing is they're using the exact same travel lanes that are already authorized for personal and private helicopter transportation. So this isn't like they have to remap the airways or anything like that. They are actually partnering with and working with the city to travel these same airlines. That's why this is already a viable option. They've been building these things since 2018.
This is so cool.
You're the same person who told me that pizzas will never be delivered the same because of the autonomous Domino's cheese. They just set a Waymo on fire. Yes, exactly. Cook these hoodlums hooligans did that, okay? They're calling what they are. And I'm saying is, there are pizzas now being delivered by robots. There are no more, delivery drivers coming out of Pizza Hut. They already licensed that out to other people.
I can probably get really big.
I don't get a pizza,
I don't know yet.
you can't uncook floor without so now we're going to have to start getting drones. Oh, I got to tell you, it's hard to listen to this and not come to the conclusion that Chihuahua's in the pocket of big air taxis. Oh, absolutely. One air taxi. Doesn't he have to disclose that it's an ad? That is planned. That is actually planned. I take a bid for that. Big air taxi owns Chihuahua. Really invested in it. I mean, I've invested in the future. I've invested in all this technology. If the
They can Snapchat some
technology,
yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah.
betting.
Yeah. What's the cap? What's the market cap? Only 600,000. 600,000. 61,000. Okay, what is the downside of that?
I had something even worse. Through the power of my brain, I don't answer my phone.
Well, Sora on a Ethereum went to
I enjoy ignoring calls.
9.7.
Telekinetic power. Marketing property built with fire. What are you doing? Yes.
Anyway, it's just 60,000. Then you're probably low the big. Sora. I knew there was a Sora on Solana. I didn't realize that was one on Ethereum as well. Sora on Ethereum.
I'm saying that it's something that I don't necessarily prefer. And if I had the option of just flying or driving, I'm probably going to drive. Like I'm flying next week to Chicago to do some things for martial arts seminar. So I mean, I'm good on the plane. I'm just saying,
Why do
It's gonna get worse.
you think this is going to
Read something within the last few days.
live? Why do you think this is backed by
I saw that too. I already with the airplane with armrest like I'm at the
you think whips can pull a Shiba in you?
no turtle.
Oh, yeah.
They say you shouldn't drink in the morning, but you know,
I don't even look at the chart. I don't look at the week picture. I had some guy like kind of
as they say, it's 5 o'clock
Kinda,
somewhere. I'm not a nervous flyer.
tell me that whip special is telling us like a month ago.
Airport
I don't really watch it anymore. I haven't looked at it.
$16 for a beer. Yeah.
It's like for something the other.
It's almost like Dodger Stadium. The prices are comparable. Yeah, they know you gotta have that. Yeah. You're gonna get on one of those flying death tubes. And here's to all of you. You like tamp down the whole death tube thing because I have a flying next week. All right, so I'll put the details on. No, I got your back. I'll talk you through it. It's fine. I appreciate that. I know what you said.
I'm gonna go. There's something really interesting happening right now in the market. Yeah, no, there's not really that vetting thing. I'm so bored. I'm vetting this term.
If I made fun of that,
I
you would have taken umbrage.
was in print for a while.
Yeah, go ahead. Make fun of me for wearing a mask in the business. But
I'm just gonna find a weird thing to call it.
2,000 Americans died last week. Yeah. I was more worried about your hand on my thigh. If you want to know the truth, well, I've got taken it beyond. Yeah, you've taken it beyond. Evolution in self-driving vehicles and getting around without the driver here in South America, air taxis being able to get places faster. And this is just beginning. In another 20 years, everyone will have at least the ability to, if you can afford it, your own air taxi. Yes, stuff will be first available for the public. The whole idea of people taking personal helicopters was not a thing 25, 30 years ago. I get all that. And when these air taxis are eventually hit the world, it'll be for the wealthy. So you have people like Taylor Swift fly from LA to Las Vegas because she just got off tour or something, doesn't want to take a private jet or something. Yeah, I get all that. I understand how, you want to get from one side of the city to the other. You don't want to drive. I get the utility, and I get how, at least initially, it will be for the wealthy. I just don't know how practical it would be big picture for the masses. That's all. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying, get on board. Get on board now. Look, none of us are going to self-drive the taxi anymore. You said you were going to do that. So you said you're supposed to set it up. I reached out. I just have not heard back. But I did reach out. I wanted to, have you go out with them. Check it out. You and Ron were there. Like maybe, do a whole dinner and a date thing. You want to wait for us? Yeah. Take you on a personal drive. You have to let get Grand Rider. Look, Waymo. Waymo's actually easier than you reach back. Yeah, thoughts and prayers about that fire.
I love the
fire of San Francisco. What you need is a studio too. Did you see that? Like, fire? Yeah, like that's the one. Yeah, that's the fire too. The water discovering electricity. I don't go to the right. Person needs to see this. This is bad, people. Very good. Well, I've been trying to get you guys to watch the Sasquatch trailer and you haven't done it yet. I'm not like TV thing that you said. But you need to do this. Just trust me. It'll give you some perspective. My wife, next year, not yet. It's later with most things. If it's 40, go on everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. Right back to my phone and get my phone. Disposable cups at some restaurants could be banned in California if the bill becomes law. Democratic State Senator Catherine Blake here in San Diego County says the bill would require chain restaurants in California to provide dining customers with non-toxic reusable cups instead of single-use plastic or paper cups that often end up in landfills. Greece become the first Orthodox Christian country to legalize same-sex civil marriage despite opposition from church officials. And Jennifer Lopez will visit over 30 cities as part of This Is Me Now tour this summer. Dallas, Phoenix, Los Angeles, Boston, and New York City. We're heading to a Passion 57 and Diamond Bar. Northbound, just before Pathfinder Road, it has some right lane blocked, causing a bit of slowing. If you're coming up to Diamond Bar Boulevard, the 101 southbound in Hollywood, right at Melrose, you'll see a crash. Taking away the left lane, traffic jams up at Hollywood Boulevard. In the 405 southbound in West LA, you'll see brake lights just after Stanton Monica Boulevard. It's a full ride from there until you come across the 90. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreno. This report is sponsored by Stand Up to Cancer. Joe Buck and Johnson Malls welcoming you back to the City Center Convenience Mart. She's looking at the cigarettes, but she just scratched the gum off the counter. Stand Up to Cancer and Rally want you to reduce your risk for cancer. Go to takeahealthystand.org.
Hello, this is Susie Esmond and Jeff Garland. And we are the hosts of the History of Curb Your Enthusiasm podcast. And we're going to be rewatching and talking about every single episode. And we're going to break it down. And we're going to be joined by special guests, including Larry David and Cheryl Fine, Richard Lewis, Bob Oldenburg, and so many more. And we're going to have clips. And it's just going to be a lot of fun. So listen to the History of Curb Your Enthusiasm on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Donate today at cardforkids.org. That's cards with a K. Your card can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher. Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Why would a plumber just tell me what it costs to unclog my drain over the phone? Is it that complicated?
No, it's not. It makes no sense. They obviously have a price.
Whoa, you couldn't have Corona. Who are you?
Like Diamond, the Smoking One.
Will you tell me how much to unclog my drain?
$99. Every time you buy it, you get a wrap. Doesn't matter if it's a kitchen sink or a mainline sewer stopper. The Smell Good Plumbers of Mike Diamond will unclog almost any drain for $99.
Almost.
Yes, there are a few exceptions, but you can read all about them on our website before you call. Just go to thesmellgoodplumber.com.
Wow, you're like upfront and everything. I just called a guy named Bubba who wouldn't tell me anything.
No Bubba's here, man. Just professional plumbers who show up on time, smell good, and unclog drains for $99. Call us 1-800-446-MIKE. Contact your license number 3997. City of Los Angeles landlords that own rent control properties. You are now able to increase rent by 4% for your rent control properties. An extra 1% for utility up to 6% can be added only if you pay the entire gas and electric bill. And don't forget to give your tenant an advance 30-day written notice for rent increases of less than 10%. It is state law. Learn more about the rent increase at housing.lacity.org. That's housing.lacity.org.
I'm attorney Gary Cavanaugh, founder of 1-800-NO-COPS, reminding you to exercise your right to just shut up. It doesn't make you look guilty, it makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-COPS, because no one looks good handcuffs unless you're into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-COPS. Hey, California drivers, driving without car insurance is unbearable. If you're looking for low-cost, reliable car insurance, look no further. California's low-cost auto insurance is a trusted option backed by the state. Signing up is easy and will help make sure you're in compliance with the law. Visit mylowcostauto.com or call 866-602-8861 today. Get your own. Lately, I'm home to experience more of us, more dishes, and more shower time concerts. And when those drains don't drain as they should, call Mr. Rooter Plumbing, a neighborly company. Visit MrRooter.com today. Sneezing, coughing, a stuffy nose, runny nose, first nasal drip, interrupted sleeping, and just a broad at the end of the day.
Allergies and sinus congestion were making Santa miserable. Then a friend recommended Navi. Navi provides immediate slug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Navi helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
Navi gave me instant relief. I didn't have to wait 30 minutes. I didn't have to wait an hour, 90 minutes. I didn't have to wait a minute. I I ran around and I thought immediately I felt better.
Stop suffering from congestion and start breathing and feeling your best again with Navage. N-A-V-A-G-E.
I've had people ask me how I find relief, and I tell them the Navage immediately. This thing is amazing.
Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Portions of the following program will be recorded. If we are tired of politicians that come from power election cycles, we do everything within our power to vote individuals into office that are actually going to do more for those that they are elected to serve. Help Walrus Shark, Saturday evening at 5 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI 640 is ready with Kelly live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Tonight was the world premiere of Scene Part 2 in London. I mentioned that because last night we were talking about Madam Web, how the fellows, the crew, literally all went to see Madam Web. One of the first, they had 30 minutes of trailers. And one of the trailers was the Dune Part 2. And I'm not exaggerating, there were 30 minutes of trailers and free stuff, AMC, whatever. Real quick, I forgot about that because for those of you who don't know, Mo had a snack that wasn't ready, and we were sitting in the chair. We probably saw at least 5 trailers before he even walked into the theater, and we still had like 10 more to go. He's like, I could have just waited another 20 minutes. Okay, let me tell this. We were at the theater. I bought some impossible chicken nuggets. Non-chicken nuggets. And so we got to make them, and this was about 8 minutes before the official starts on the movie. So I said, it shouldn't take 8 to 10 minutes at most. That was like at 12:52 p.m. 1:15 rolls around, and I'm looking at this guy behind the counter who obviously just had my food. There's really no one else in the theater. No one even had the food. It was a quiet day. It was a very quiet day. And so I said, okay, when is this guy going to give me my food? And eventually I said, excuse me, I'm pretty sure that's mine. Can I have my nuggets, please? He said, what did you order? I said, impossible nuggets. I said, well, we're waiting on the other 2 hot dogs. I said, there aren't 2 other hot dogs. That was my friend Koala. He's already got his 2 hot dogs. He's gone. He said, I have my food. And so he said, well, can I see your receipt? Well, I'm trying to get left. You get ready to give me 2 extra hot dogs. Now you want to see my receipt? At this point, I'm pissed because it's about 1:15 at this point. And then this is 12:52. Can I get my nuggets and leave, please? So he wants to look my receipt up and down as if I'll get ready to steal something. Like, I'm asking only for the nuggets, but I finally get the nuggets. And I get into the theater, and I climb over 2 people and sit down. And there were at least 5 or 6 more movie trailers, long form. And then we got to the whole AMC. No, before AMC, they had the IMAX promo, the sound and everything. Okay, but then we had 2 different AMC promos. One was with Nicole Kidman, and there was some other one. Don't talk. Don't test Nicole Kidman's invited. Shut the hell up. Don't ruin the movie. Well, how about you start the movie? Then I want to talk her down. And then we saw that bad movie. But I say all that to say, of the 535 trailers that we saw before the movie, one was Dune Part 2. And the world premiere was today. I don't know what time it was in London. It was 8 hours ahead of us. So maybe it was yesterday at London time. But they had the world premiere, and I was just wondering, is anyone going to see it? I didn't care for the first one. I definitely can't wait to see the second one at home. And I actually got a somewhat mean note on Facebook who was saying, basically, how is it you as a member of the media always talk down on my movie theaters? How did you go to Madam Web and you were talking all negative about that movie? You should have, and I'll tell you that, should have gone to see One Love, the Bob Marley movie. And I said very disrespectfully, I will spend my money however I want.
Rabbi at the horse club. Rabbi's got a bomb strapped to the head of
I'm here, baby.
Yep. Rabbi has C4 strapped to his left. There's one more donation guy. Those guys, all the donation guys. One more donation. And below Rabbi's house. Having on C4. Just planting it. Ball planted. Now we look all the airstrike right to my house. Well, there's a man. Now I turn all these cameras off so you can actually.
No, I have to restart them. The reason why I have to restart them is because I don't want them to go longer than 12 hours. If they go longer than 12 hours, then they're unable for the public to view. And I want the public to be able to view them.
Look at Leah, she's good.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let's see what she's got going on.
Only done 8 and then 2
She
specials.
left. Yeah, you said that.
Specials?
Oh, I thought you meant Leah Rimini.
You know, there's a whole other, a lot of stories to be told. I think we can scratch the surface. So, how many stories are we going to tell? I don't know. What's my end game? My end game is stories that let's get out there, that people get the sense enough for this church. Organization.
Oh yeah, I'm excited for it, man.
And we have to destroy families. I mean, there's so many tiers to it that I don't know where it ends. I don't know where it ends.
So there's no plan.
Man, do you want to watch